Please welcome Andrew Bosworth.
Welcome, everyone, to day 2. We are coming together, as you know, a very exciting time in the history of computing. Mark talked about this a bunch yesterday. Personal superintelligence is now within sight. AI is going to be the basis of some of the most incredibly successful products, but I think the impact of AI is going to be much deeper than that. Right? It's going to become part of the fabric of computing, part of the fabric of how we operate our lives, something just as significant as the internet itself. Now, almost anything you can do with a computer is going to get a lot better because of AI. It's pretty exciting. That includes everything that all of us here at Connect are building. So this is just a moment of tremendous opportunity. And this is across all the work we're doing, not just from glasses, but also to VR. AI is the unlock that will bring the computing platform of the future into a much sharper focus. It's already happening. Obviously, glasses are becoming the first line of AI-native computing devices that are going to be adopted at scale. You heard all about that yesterday from Mark. But it's VR where some of the more powerful experiences of AI are really going to come to life. That's what we're going to focus on this morning. We got the right crowd for it. That's exciting. So we have line of sight to build a future where literally anyone can build a multiplayer virtual world without ever touching a line of code. So you just describe the world that you want to be in, and then you're in it. And this is a huge opportunity for VR. You know, Meta, this is one of the first places it's really going to make an impact is in Horizon. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's a pretty choppy few years there, to say the least. AI is going to help us level it up fast. And to explain to you why, I do want to give you a little bit of a history lesson. Do we have any OG Oculus fans in the room? Respect the hands up. Who remembers Spaces? Remember Spaces? Yeah, shout out. You know, it was one of our first attempts at social VR experiences. Social was the core thesis that Mark had when he brought Oculus into the company. And Spaces convinced us that we were right. This was the right investment for us to make. So we wanted to make this full social platform that anyone could participate in. And that meant not just being able to consume content, but also to create content. So the first iteration of Horizon Worlds focused on lowering the barrier to entry, making it so that anyone could build something. And that actually worked on some level. It was true. Anybody could build something. Unfortunately, nobody could build anything particularly good. So we had lowered the floor. We also had lowered the ceiling for things like visual quality and game mechanics. Okay, so the next iteration of Horizon, we really focused on raising the ceiling. And actually, I think we built some pretty cool worlds that way. Super Rumble came out of that, and these were a lot more fun for a lot more people. But for a social platform to take off, you have to have a critical mass of people. It can't be limited to just people in a headset. So that's why we pushed really hard over the last year to really advance our work in mobile. And you'll hear all about that later on. So the worlds built in Horizon now work well on mobile. But on mobile, of course, we're competing with some very, very popular UGC social platforms. And I think it's fair to say that they have all struggled with ways to support beautiful, high-res content, just as we have. That's admittedly less of an issue on mobile than it is immersively in VR, but it's a real issue for expanding the audience of these games. That brings us to today. The generative AI tools in our new Meta Horizon Studio really lower the barrier to entry for creating 3D content, but without lowering the ceiling of what's possible. So people with zero experience can make great stuff. And people who are seasoned professionals can make even better stuff and faster. At the same time, we're also raising the ceiling on quality with our entirely new Meta Horizon engine. So I'm going to walk you through both of these changes. And there's already a pretty comprehensive set of AI tools for Horizon creators today. Right now, you can create 3D meshes, textures, skyboxes, all with a prompt. There's also audio generation to make ambient sounds and effects. You can generate TypeScript for game mechanics. Later this month, people will be able to generate fully animated 3D avatars based on a prompt alone. Not just an image of an avatar. I'm talking a fully textured 3D mesh, fully rigged for motion. And the NPC generation system goes well beyond that. It generates their backstory, voice, conversation style, and dialogue. So you can create fully formed characters for your games and worlds in just a few prompts. And people react really, really well to these characters. We added them to Citadel, and the time spent in that world increased by almost 15%. So as of today, all these right pieces are in place. And next up, we're going to build an agentic creation system that orchestrates all these pieces behind the scenes, letting you create a full, playable, multiplayer 3D world using nothing but natural language prompts. And it won't take months, won't take days. It'll take minutes. There's really been nothing like this before, so we've been training the system to be a creative collaborator. So it's learning with you about how to build great worlds and what good games look like and how to create compelling characters. We've been demoing this system for the last few days, and it's been pretty wild to watch. We've seen people with absolutely no experience in game development or building Horizon worlds able to take an existing world and turn it into something completely different. New environments, new characters, new concepts, and they can do it in minutes. Now, of course, for builders, this increased velocity means much shorter cycle times. So faster iteration, faster experimentation. The whole development workflow can change. So in the past, you might have had to make a go, no-go decision very early on a prototype with lo-fi artwork, no sound, and now you can bring all those elements in much earlier and make a more complete decision. The uptake of these AI capabilities has been very, very fast among Horizon creators. Nearly 60% of eligible creators have used them in the last 30 days. And about 1 in every 3 new worlds in the past month had assets created by AI. Now, of course, all this doesn't mean much if the end result isn't good enough, which is one of the biggest challenges we've constantly been fighting with in Horizon, which is why we're so focused on raising the quality bar. And that's why we had to rebuild the entire core architecture. Mark gave you a preview of this yesterday of what this looks like. It's the new Meta Horizon engine, and it makes it possible to build much more powerful experiences as both a creator and a developer. So that's the last thing I want to talk about today, this next generation Meta Horizon engine that is fully optimized for bringing the metaverse to life. Now, the first thing you'll notice is a big step up in visual quality. It's based on a scriptable render pipeline that opens the door to new visual styles and effects. You get industry standards like physically based rendering materials and light maps. Oh, yes, light maps, big, all right, respect. Respect. Wait till I tell you about the source control. Oh, my goodness. It unlocks much more complex genres of worlds like simulation and RPGs, and it enables photorealistic hyperscape spaces that Mark showed yesterday. There's now support for fundamental development features like source control. See? That's called a callback. Okay, here's our new immersive home. One of the first features that you're going to see powered by this, and you will notice a little sneak preview of our spatial UI navigation that we're working on. The UI is actually still a work in progress, but the new home is already rolling out to the public testing channel, and so far the early feedback has been really, really good, especially on personalization. You can customize your VR home with persistent app windows that stay anchored wherever you want them, so you can leave your web browser on your table and put a giant Instagram panel on your wall. Of course, you get all the same Instagram that you know and love, but we turn everything into 3D. You really notice the difference when you change environments. So there's this beautiful transition in lighting and colors. You're not just getting a different skybox. It's a whole living, breathing environment all around you. So this new home is designed to be a much better place for hanging out with friends. Soon you'll be able to invite people over, watch a movie, or play games together. And if you're looking for a bigger crowd, the Horizon engine supports much higher numbers of concurrent users, well over 100 in a single space. So public spaces like the new Horizon Central feel much more alive, and this concurrency boost applies to every world people build, which opens the door to massively multiplayer experiences. And you'll see this right away in the crowds that you can see in the new arena. You can jump straight there from Central for a concert, and this is another place where the new engine makes a big difference. Load times and travel times are now much faster. When you combine this with the new AI builder tools, this is a game changer for people building for the metaverse. We've put all these creator tools in the new Meta Horizon Studio, and if you want to be among the first to try it out, you can apply for the beta today. So with Horizon Studio lowering the barriers to entry and the new Horizon engine raising the ceiling of what's possible, there is opportunity for everyone, and that certainly includes our developers. You can quickly build fun, accessible games that look and work great across mobile and VR, and reach a massive audience using our social apps for distribution. And as the Horizon engine expands the kind of gameplay it can deliver, I think a lot more developers are going to have opportunities to build serious businesses there. every developer here today knows the most important thing we can do is grow the ecosystem. Bringing more people in, making them lifelong VR superfans. Once they are here, then your work can find the audience it deserves. So for more on that, Sam is going to talk about new ways for developers to create real businesses on the platform. She's going to dive into the new experiences that are taking off as our audience expands and the biggest opportunities to build for them. So let's get into it. Here's Sam.
Thank you, Boz. This is a unique moment in the history of our industry. I have been in the gaming business for nearly 30 years now, and I am constantly in awe of just how hard developers work to bring your creative vision to life. Seeing your work touch people's lives, it makes it all worthwhile. It's a deeply personal connection that you're forming with your unique audience. And today, that connection is harder to build. There's been an industry slowdown in gaming, and VR has been evolving in new ways. Our consumer base today is more diverse than ever before, and it has really different needs. This has been tough to navigate, and frankly, we at Meta had a lot to learn as well. But there's also amazing success. I've been so inspired by the developers who are still innovating and finding real financial success like these. When I hear a story of a team who's building something great, I want to celebrate it with everyone who will listen. So I thought I'd start off today with one of those stories. Golf Plus is a developer I've followed closely as the platform has evolved. They've done a great job navigating change. Yes, they're awesome. And they have a really interesting perspective on how developers can thrive on a platform that is always changing. Instead of listening to me tell the story, let's hear it directly from them. Here's Ryan Engel from Golf Plus to share a little bit more.
Thanks, Sam. When I spend time with other VR developers, we often ask ourselves a fundamental question. Should we be building for the existing VR market? Or should we create something that brings entirely new people into VR for the first time? At Golf Plus, this was a challenge from day one. We wanted to build a golf experience, but we kept hearing the same thing. Golf is too niche, and we should build something with broader appeal. So we took that advice, and we started with Pro Putt, a casual putting game that we launched in 2020. It was going pretty well when we decided to survey our users to learn more about who was playing. And what we discovered was surprising. About half of our new users were real-life golfers, and more importantly, they were the ones who kept coming back. That insight pushed us to make a decision that, frankly, a lot of people told us not to make. In 2021, we rebranded to Golf Plus, and we went all in on full swing realistic golf. On paper, it didn't make sense. The VR audience skewed gamer, not golfer, and golf looked like a niche within a niche. But sometimes you have to ignore the safe play. Take a risk and bet on the thing that you believe in most. And for us, that was golf. And once we did, everything changed. Now, the vast majority of our players are golfers. And about a third of our new users buy a Quest just to play Golf Plus. They're not buying it for VR. They're buying it to play more golf. There are millions of people who already love golf, or they always wanted to learn how to play. But it's expensive, time-consuming, and it's intimidating. With VR, golf suddenly became accessible. And because the hardware is so affordable and convenient, the ability to play every day is 10 times easier than playing in real life. Today, more rounds are played in Golf Plus every single day than an average golf course sees in an entire year. Thanks. 'Cause 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 ' And in the last 4 years, players have hit about 4 billion shots in over 150 different countries, even in places that don't have a physical golf course at all. So we're spreading the love of golf all around the world, which is our core mission, and we're using VR to do it. Thank you. That brings me to 3 lessons that we learned along the way that I want to share with you guys. First, find your niche. We realized our job wasn't to capture every VR gamer. It was to make the best possible experience we could for golfers. And when we did that, golfers loved it. They told their friends, word spread, and now the majority of our growth comes from golfers telling their golf buddies. Second, think long term. If we had tried to chase VR trends, we'd still be making a casual golf experience hoping to appeal to the masses. Instead, we leaned into golfers, and that led to partnerships with the PGA Tour, the PGA of America, and dozens of the most famous golf courses and brands. This unlocked rich new content, and it has helped build credibility within the entire golf community. Thanks to our partnerships with the Tour, our players can now watch a real tournament on TV and then play the same course head-to-head against their favorite pros. That feature wouldn't matter that much to the average gamer, but golfers love it. It keeps them coming back week after week, and it's opened the door to new recurring revenue models. Lastly, know your customer. We survey 100% of new players to understand why they came to us and what they're looking for. That knowledge has helped us prioritize the right features and has led to 40% more time in-game this year alone. But the most powerful insights come from our community. Many of them are frequent golfers who combine their time on course with time in VR. But some of them are people who love golf but would be unable to play in any other way. Like Anne, a 57-year-old who was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. She played Golf Plus throughout her recovery as a way to get on her feet every day and ease the pain. Or Brady, a 13-year-old from Florida who can't spend hours in the sun because of a rare skin condition. Next week, he'll tee it up at Bethpage Black in Golf Plus, the same course where his hero, Bryson DeChambeau, is playing for Team USA at the Ryder Cup. These stories remind us that what we're building is so much more than just a game, and that VR is capable of transforming people's lives. So remember, find your niche, think long-term, and know your customer. That's how we're going to keep growing the VR market, one passionate niche at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I really love that last point. I often tell developers in meetings that the most important person in the room is actually never there. Our product decisions need to be guided by the people that we're designing for. And once those products come to life, we have to build a connection to the customer. As our platform has grown and our audience has diversified, the traditional store promotion systems built to create these connections, they're just not sufficient. The most successful developers on our platform today are heavily invested in creating and maintaining a strong community of fans. And of course, as the operators of the platform, we have a responsibility to help developers find their audience. We've heard your feedback on the places that we need to do better. One place I hope you'll see improvement is in better platform insights on our developer blog. In the last few months, we've published detailed reports on how app discovery actually works. And there's a new series of articles on monetization, on retention, and the ideal session length. There's a lot more to be done on the discovery front, too. We've made a lot of investments here over the last year, and the fruits of that work are beginning to show. We've redesigned the Horizon feed so people in VR now get personalized app recommendations, and they see more promotional units. That helps them discover new apps. The mobile feed also got a redesign with a simpler structure that encourages richer discovery. There's live video previews, trailers, and better creator attribution. We've also overhauled search surfaces in mobile and VR to improve discovery. Before people enter a search term, they'll see a list of trending searches, categories, and shelves that are a lot more relevant to them. And in the store, there's now more places where your apps can be promoted. Now, there's a lot more to come here, and I hope you'll join us today for our developer sessions. Another thing I think you'll love is the upcoming targeted re-engagement tool. This helps you to target specific user cohorts with messaging, discounts, or promo codes. You can use in-app or in-store notifications, and this will increase your efficiency and your conversion rate of your offers. So, for example, you could give maybe a 50% discount to your top spenders, maybe those folks that haven't purchased an in-app item in the past 14 days. We've also got new organization profiles, and they'll help you showcase who you are as a developer so you can connect with your community of customers and you can have more people discover your work. The Meta Horizon Plus subscription bundle is also helping introduce new people to new games and drive more revenue for developers. 67 apps from developers participated in Meta Horizon Plus over the past year, and they earned more than $20 million from the program. It's pretty good. Synth Riders, they were added to the gaming catalog about a year ago. Pretty cool, and they have seen 60% growth in revenue. Now, we are going to expand Meta Horizon Plus to over 100 titles by the spring of 2026. We've also talked a lot this year about how the Quest 3S has brought new audiences into VR, like teens and young adults, and they're driving some really interesting new trends across the platform. Now, you see this most clearly in the class of accessible social games that are easy to jump into with friends. So we have our amazing stalwart, like a gorilla tag, and it is still going strong. But there's also been new success stories, like Animal Company, which has over 1 million monthly active users. Now, they've 9x'd their paying audience in 6 months, and they're ranked number 5 in gross first-year revenue as of this summer. Now, another great one, Ghost of Tabor, is a great example of a growing social game. Now, it launched in 2023. It's a paid title, and as of this May, it's already made over $30 million in revenue, with over 1 million players across Quest and Steam. It's pretty awesome. So all in all, about 300 apps on the Horizon store have now generated more than $1 million in revenue, and 10 apps have generated over $50 million. Now, Boz talked earlier, awesome, love money for you. Thank you. It's freezing up here. Okay. Boz talked earlier about the new AI tools that can help creators build worlds in Horizon. And there's a new set of features to help developers build better and faster with AI. So we know most of you and your studios, they're already working with your own stack of AI tools. So we focused here on how to best integrate with whatever you're already using. First up, we've got a new MCP server. You can connect it to your LLM to provide it with all the relevant context from our Horizon OS knowledge base. This can really accelerate your work. So you might need help understanding how to build a VR native component or how to publish an app to the store. Maybe you want to quickly track down a nasty crash or make your performance better by having your LLM analyze traces and logs and maybe make a recommendation on a solution. By connecting to our MCP, your LLM can generate some quality code. Now, maybe it's a boilerplate of code so you can save time, or maybe it's a new code snippet in a language that you're not as familiar with. It can even create a full app, like a simple 3D asset viewer using a design mock and prompts. We've got new meta building blocks for Unity that let you integrate your LLMs and computer vision models with the pass-through camera API. This makes it possible to build new experiences that capture and they understand your environment in much deeper ways. Now, it's cool. This is a good start, but we gotta keep pushing more knowledge and capabilities into these AI tools to support all of you. Right now, we're working with Unity on an MCP solution, and we'll be bringing that to you soon. Now, the most important thing that we can do for all of us as developers is we can expand our customer base. Just as people have come to expect that smartphones will have web browsers and email clients, VR needs to also deliver the best of today's computing. And it needs to make it better in headset. So we think there's an opportunity in what we think of as windowed apps that run in a window or a panel that floats in virtual space. Time spent in this category is up more than 60% over the past year. Even the old school web browser is better on a big immersive screen that you can take with you anywhere. Now, over the last year, time spent using the browser is up 28%, and it's actually become one of the most popular apps on the platform. Now, a personal favorite of mine is Discord. Yes. You gotta have it. You gotta have it. It's the heart of so many gaming communities. And the good news is it's coming to Quest as a native app. So super excited about that. I know many of you, it's awesome. Love Discord. A lot of you use that to connect with your customers, so having it right here on the platform is going to be a big win for all of us. It's now much easier to port your Android apps into VR with the new Meta Horizon Android Studio plugin. There's the Meta Spatial SDK for spatializing traditional Android apps, and the Spatial Simulator, that'll come soon to help you test how your apps work in VR. There's another big opportunity in entertainment and media, which can be so much better in headset. Now, you heard James Cameron yesterday talking about why he's so committed to producing a new generation of native VR content. This has the potential to bring in entirely new groups of people into VR, which is awesome news for all of us. And we've got new apps coming soon from Disney Plus and Blumhouse, and a heck of a lot more that are in the works. Bringing all this new content into headsets is really important. It's a big part of the ecosystem. But there's also an opportunity to go in the other direction. We can bring the best Horizon experiences directly to mobile users. And the more people that can come together in Worlds, the better. Doesn't matter what device they're using. So we've made Worlds a first-class experience on mobile and the web. A world can appear in someone's Facebook or Instagram feed just like any other kind of post, and people can jump straight in with just one tap, which is cool. It's awesome. Yeah. With all of these changes, more people are using Worlds on mobile than ever before. Monthly active users in mobile Worlds are up 4 times over the last year. And creators have published 5,000 new mobile Worlds this year. It's incredible. Thank you, everybody who helped. Amazing. The $50 million Creator Fund is also a big opportunity, and it's paid out millions since it launched in February. And we're announcing another $2.5 million contest today. So it's coming. Now, in-world purchases are up about 280% this year, and the new AI tools make it even easier to create unique items to sell. So whether you're a creator, maybe you're just getting started, or you're a developer working on your first title, or you're a studio trying to figure out what you're going to do next. I hope that there's something here that will help you build and grow. Like I said, games and entertainment, it's a bit of a tough business. It always has been. But there is so much opportunity ahead. Our ecosystem now serves a much wider range of people, and they're all looking for something new. If you can understand your audience and build something meaningful for them, they're out there, they're waiting for you. I hope you're as excited about this opportunity to serve them as I am. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we've heard that VR is going to be home to some of the deepest and most powerful AI experiences. I will return us a little bit to yesterday, because I think the glasses and the personal superintelligence they come on will also have a big impact on our lives, admittedly in a radically different kind of way. And there is some good news for developers here, too. Ever since we first released the Ray-Ban Meta AI glasses, we have been hearing from people who want to integrate them with their apps. As of today, the wait is finally over. You can now start building with AI glasses using our new Wearable Device Access Toolkit. It lets your app... Oh, thank you, yes. I could feel the anticipation. I was really drawing it out on that one. This Wearable Device Access Toolkit is going to let your app access the vision and audio capabilities of the AI glasses. That'll give your apps a level of contextual awareness that they can simply not get any other way. There's a ton of potential here. Disney's Imagineering R&D team is working on prototypes for how our AI glasses can help people as they navigate the parks. Twitch will enable creators to live stream to their audiences straight from their glasses. Software partners like Logitech Streamlabs, creators will be able to multi-stream and personalize their streams with overlays and alerts. HumanWare is building an integration that gives blind and low vision people live guidance as they navigate the world. Thank you, yeah. This is great. These are just a few early examples. It is clear that AI can deliver a better experience when it understands your context, and when it understands and sees and hears the world around you. As Mark showed yesterday, this gets much more interesting with the addition of a display and a neural input. So we can't wait to see what you guys build with this new toolkit. It is in developer preview today. I know I'm a bit of a broken record on this, but we are at the beginning of a wave, the next great wave of computing. Now, we've been on this journey for over a decade here at Reality Labs, but things were kind of slowly falling into place over that time, but it is starting to come faster now, with superintelligence approaching in particular. So to close out today's keynote, let's talk about the future. If you are trying to bring a new era of computing to life, you do need a North Star vision that you can pursue over a long period of time. And for the entirety of my time at Reality Labs, and indeed the person who convinced me to come work at Reality Labs, our chief scientist, Michael Abrash, has been the keeper of that vision. Over the years, he has been responsible for some of the most memorable moments here at Connect. His research and his lab has developed many of the foundational technologies behind today's VR headsets and the AI glasses you saw yesterday. It is always a treat to hear him speak about what's coming next. So I hope you come with me on this journey. It is my tremendous honor to once again welcome him to the Connect stage. Take it from here, Michael.
Wow. You know, although it's kind of hard to believe, it's been 11 years since I first shared a vision of the future with you at Connect. There has been a ton of progress since then, and I'm pleased to be able to say that as that future has gotten closer, the core of what I talked about back then has held up pretty well. In particular, at the 2018 Connect, I described today's connected world of information devices as the first great wave of human-oriented computing, and I said that we were at the start of a second great wave in the form of AR and VR. Today, I believe that more strongly than ever, for reasons I'll get to shortly. Which is not to say that I foresaw the rate of change with any great accuracy. At the third Connect, back in 2016, I made specific predictions about the big leaps toward the second wave that I thought would ship in the next 5 years. You can see my display predictions here. The 9 years that have passed since then provide fresh confirmation of Hofstadter's law. It always takes longer than you expect, even when you take into account Hofstadter's law. Quest has made steady progress on pixels and resolution, but it still has a little ways to go. Meanwhile, depth of focus, field of view, and many of my other predictions have been demonstrated in research prototypes, but have yet to ship. The future I laid out 9 years ago is, in fact, arriving, just a little later than I expected. But here's what I missed. At the same time that AR and VR were moving forward, something unexpected emerged that will play a big part in our future lives: contextual AI, a technology that didn't even exist 10 years ago, except in the imagination of a few visionaries, one of whom you'll hear from next. Unlike today's LLMs and generative AI, which learn from the Internet's digital reflection of our world, contextual AI also understands the physical world itself: spatial relationships, objects, human behavior, context as it actually unfolds around us. This is truly something new under the sun, and it will forever alter the way we interact with the digital world, partnering us with computers and connecting us more closely with each other to massively amplify our potential in a truly personalized, human-oriented way. Expect it or not, these technologies have now set the full extent of the second great wave in motion, and that will change the world even more than the first wave, in ways you'll hear about over the next 40 minutes and will experience over the next 40 years. In order to properly understand the second wave, it's useful to look at the genesis of the first wave, because that's the only other time the way humans interact with the digital world has ever fundamentally changed. Let's start in 1957, which is arguably where it all began. That's when JCR Licklider, universally known as Lick, encountered the experimental TX2, one of the first real-time computers in the basement of Lincoln Labs. That experience led Lick to a remarkable insight that would eventually transform our world. The hope is that, in not too many years, human brains and computing machines will be coupled together very tightly, and that the resulting partnership will think as no human brain has ever thought and process data in a way not approached by the information handling machines we know today. At ARPA in the 1960s, Lick funded a broad range of research that fed into that vision. One of the researchers Lick funded was Doug Engelbart, for whom human-computer interaction was a consuming passion. As the book Bootstrapping put it, Engelbart felt that the complexity of many of the world's problems was becoming overwhelming, and the time for solving them increasingly short. What was needed, he determined, was a system to augment human intelligence, co-transforming or co-evolving both humans and the machines they use. That led Engelbart to ask a question that would change the course of history. If in your office, you, as an intellectual worker, were supplied with a computer display backed up by a computer that was alive for you all day and was instantly responsive to every action you have, how much value could you derive from that? In 1968, Engelbart answered that question by showing the way to the future of human-computer interaction with the mother of all demos, demonstrating what is recognizably the ancestor of the graphical user interfaces that surround us today. A good chunk of Engelbart's team eventually went to the Xerox Palo Alto Research Center, Xerox PARC, in the 1970s, as did many of the researchers Lick had funded. PARC created the first true personal computer, the Alto, and refined and extended Engelbart's work to create the Alto's interface, which then directly influenced the Mac team during 2 visits in 1979. And that led to the Mac and Windows and everything that followed. Today, we live in a world that Lick and Engelbart made, to the extent that every one of you has a direct descendant of their vision in your pocket or bag, or in your hand, if I'm not being interesting enough. The first great wave formed the sea we swim in. And yet, as sweeping as that revolution has been, it's unfinished. Here's why. At the most basic, unromantic level, each of us is a CPU with memory, input, and output. Our entire experience of the world is a function of the information coming in through our senses and the results we perceive our actions to cause. Crucially, it does not make any difference where the information comes from or where the actions are expressed. Virtual information and actions can be as valid as real. And our daily lives prove that. You get your news from a browser, not from a printed newspaper, and definitely not from a town crier. You talk to your friends and family largely through messaging and video calls and email. Virtual information and actions are already deeply embedded in our world. But that embedding has been stuck in an intermediate state for the last 50 years. The revolution Lick set in motion has created a vast virtual world that we interact with constantly, but only in a very limited way, through apps running on 2D surfaces. Of course, that's proven to be tremendously useful, but it engages only a tiny fraction of the available bandwidth of our senses, so it can only deliver a small subset of what we're capable of experiencing and doing. And because we can only interact through this narrow channel, our devices demand constant attention, fragmenting our focus, keeping us heads down, and pulling us away from the people right in front of us. For example, all joking aside, I'm willing to bet that many of you are looking at a first wave screen right now. That's just the distracting nature of the technology. Which brings us to the second wave, which has the potential to put us back in the world through a combination of rich augmentation that mixes real and virtual freely and contextual AI. The first part of that involves completing what the first wave started by driving all our senses at full bandwidth. Now, virtual experiences that are completely indistinguishable from physical reality are a long way off, but we can already drive vision and hearing in convincing ways, as shown by Quest, Orion, and Ray-Ban Meta, with the path to the future shown by research prototypes such as SIGGRAPH Star's Tiramisu, with its better-than-retinal resolution and high dynamic range, and Boba, with a 180-degree field of view. And as that technology evolves, it will increasingly allow us to work and play in far richer ways, while enabling truly personal human connection, regardless of distance. Here's an example of what's possible when we move beyond today's 2D framework.
Where am I? Where are you, Mark? Where are we?
You're in Austin, right?
No, I mean this place. We're shrouded by darkness, and it just feels like we're in the same room. I don't know if people can see this, but this is incredible. And sorry to be in your personal space.
I mean,
we have done jiu-jitsu before. I mean, this is just really incredible. I don't know how to describe it with words. It really feels like we're in the same room.
Yeah.
It feels like the future.
Now imagine sitting and talking with those avatars in your living room rather than bending over your phone, squinting at little squares, and you'll get a sense of how the second wave will put us back in the world. So, even though not all of my predictions have landed yet, AR/VR hardware and virtual experiences have come a long way over the last decade or so. Now, those sorts of virtual experiences were what I thought the second wave was about 7 years ago, and it is, but only partially. It turns out that bringing richer information to us is only part of finishing Lick's revolution. That's not to say it won't be hugely important. It absolutely will be, but ask yourself this. Once we're immersed in rich information, what is it that determines which information we experience and the ways in which we act on that information? To put it another way, how will we interact with the second great wave? What will be the equivalent of the graphical user interface for this new world? Well, let's think back to Lick's original vision. Transmitting information through the senses is only part of coupling humans and computers. Everything I've discussed so far has to do with our relationship with the external world. And that is obviously very important, but it's not the entirety of the human experience. In particular, it's not what makes us, us. The core of being human is what happens in our minds, our models of the world, our goals, our predictions and plans around those goals, and most especially the decisions we make and the actions we then take. And this process is internal. Technology has vastly expanded the range and power of our interactions with the external world, but it has barely touched our internal experience. Even though I spend every day with my phone, it has little understanding of my context, my goals, or my decision process, so it can't help me with my internal experience. But if it could, it would revolutionize my life in many ways, ranging from reminders to hearing assistance to context-aware cooking and repair guidance to helping me remember things, and much, much more. The combination of context-sensing wearables and AI that directly observes and understands both your digital and physical worlds in real time and acts to help you achieve your goals, that is, personalized contextual AI, can make all that happen. For example, imagine that it's a few months from now and you're wearing Ray-Ban Metas when you sit down to talk with a friend in a noisy restaurant. You'd manually turn on the conversation focus feature Mark talked about yesterday, and you'd look at the friend while they're talking. If a second friend sat down, you'd turn to look at whoever was talking, and you'd hear the whole conversation clearly, despite the background noise. Pretty great, right? Now, imagine that instead, when you walk into the restaurant, the AI in the glasses notices it's noisy. Then when you sit down with a friend, the AI detects you're in a conversation, and since it knows your preferences, it automatically turns on conversation focus to enhance whatever the friend says. When a second friend sits down, the AI detects that as well and uses conversation focus to enhance what each person says, regardless of whether you're looking at them at the time. You're not even aware that this is happening. As far as you're concerned, the background noise isn't affecting your conversation at all. The first version of Conversation Focus is a truly valuable feature, and I cannot wait to have it. But thanks to contextual AI, the second version would be the full and proper augmentation of audio perception. Now, extend that to full contextual awareness. Imagine that your AI can build real-time understanding of your actual three-dimensional environment and your movement within it, like this. And that it can identify the objects around you, and what you're engaged in. It doesn't take a lot of imagination to come up with uses for AI that understands you and your context and can act to help you achieve your goals. Questions like, how many calories have I had today? Which of these microwaves is top rated? And how do I fix this bike wheel become easy to answer. Relevant notes can pop up proactively in a meeting based on the discussion. You can easily note and recall items of interest with perfect clarity. Calls and texts can get handled appropriately based on how cognitively and socially engaged you are, and whether it's your mother or a robocall. And all of this, and a great deal more, is now becoming possible. There are literally thousands of possibilities, some large, some small, but they all add up to helping you do what you want to do with your life in a far deeper way than anything that's gone before. This is AI that helps you focus when you need to focus, remember what you need to remember, connect more meaningfully with people, and enhance your experience in the world rather than taking you out of it. This revolutionary partnership between humans and the digital world has become possible due to two key developments over the last few years: large language models and wearable devices that see what you see and hear what you hear. For the first time, we now have technology with the potential to amplify your intentions rather than fragmenting your attention. And contextual AI will help you achieve your goals in a virtual world as readily as in the real world. It will be your partner anywhere there's contextual information to be processed and actions to be taken. Now, 11 years ago, I would have dismissed all this as pie-in-the-sky science fiction. But the combination of Ray-Ban Metas, LLMs, and a decade of research has made contextual AI the obvious future of human-oriented computing, the heart of the second great wave. Now, when I say obvious, I mean it in the sense that Steve Jobs used when talking about his transformational visit to Xerox PARC. Within 10 minutes, it was obvious to me that all computers would work like this someday. It was obvious. You could argue about how many years it would take. You could argue about who the winners and losers might be. But you couldn't argue about the inevitability. It was so obvious. 10 years from now, we'll all be using contextual AI interfaces, and we'll take it for granted that human brains and computing machines are coupled together very tightly. Together with AR and VR, this completes Lick's vision, and it will be the sea we swim in. Contextual AI plus AR/VR changes the playing field so dramatically that we need to ask ourselves an updated version of Engelbart's core question. If in your life, you, as a member of an information-rich society, were supplied with a computer that could provide rich sensory information all day, understood your context, and was constantly aware of your goals and able to help you achieve them, how much value could you derive from that? That's a question that we'll all be thinking about for decades to come, and that many of you will play an important role in answering. Now, please welcome someone who's been thinking about the answer longer and more deeply than pretty much anyone on the planet, Richard Newcomb.
Michael shared why the mother of all demos in 1968 shaped the course of computing for the last 50 years. And if you're trying to imagine what the next 50 years might look like, there's another moment from 1968 that had a huge impact on humanity. During the Apollo 8 mission that year, the astronaut William Anders was orbiting the moon and captured a photograph of Earth rising above the lunar horizon. Now, this perspective of our world was incredibly novel and powerful. It was, in fact, the first color image of the Earth ever taken by a human, and unlike anything people had seen before. A world most people knew to be fractured by national borders and political divisions suddenly appeared united and singular, unique and precious amongst the vastness of space. This legendary photo became known as Earthrise, and it's one of the most widely reproduced images of all time. It helped kickstart the modern environmental movement and quite literally changed the way people understand the world we all share. Now, Earthrise represented the profound potential for disaster and greatness, all held within our blue marble. So just as J.C.R. Licklider and his disciples were moving the world into a new era of personal computing, Earthrise helped move the world into an era of increasingly shared global thinking. Now, just imagine if it were possible to reach out and collaborate with anyone on the planet, with any group of any size, wherever they are. It's very likely that somewhere in those 8 billion minds are the keys to unlocking solutions to your biggest problems. Across the span of human history, people will have faced problems related to those you're trying to solve, and you likely have ideas or answers that someone else needs. If only we could connect, we'd unlock each other's potential. But here's the thing. In our finite lives, humans can't actually reach out and connect with everyone. In the early 1990s, British anthropologist Robin Dunbar showed we can maintain only around 150 social stable relationships. This is Dunbar's number, our cognitive limit for tracking trust and reputation. We have intimate friends of about 5 people, 15 close friends, 50 good friends, and the rest colleagues and acquaintances we might directly interact with only infrequently. That's the extent of our immediate social reach. Yet, we are closer to anyone on the planet than we think. 40 years earlier, the Hungarian writer Frigyes Karinthy proposed that everyone is separated by just 6 degrees of separation, and made famous by who? Kevin Bacon, that's right. So, starting with someone you know who knows someone else and continuing just 4 more times, you reach anyone on Earth. The math is staggering. This network reach grows exponentially. And even more staggering to think about is that just 80 generations of humans connect us to everyone who ever lived, and hence every thought ever conceived. Between Dunbar's number and just 6 degrees separating us all, we see our limits and our potential. Now, earlier, Michael introduced the first wave of human-oriented computing. It brought us the internet and mobile, connecting us in vast networks and putting our real-world contacts just a tap away. Here, we see the visualization of the Facebook graph already connecting us across the planet by 2012. And of course, web search opened the world's stored knowledge to us all. So why is it that we still struggle to harness what we've built? What will it take for us to make that next leap? To understand why, we have to recognize that the foundation of everything we ever achieve is underpinned by human communication. Without most of us noticing, this is the sea our individual and societal cognition swims in. And like many of us brought up in engineering and science disciplines, it has taken me a long time to understand that all problems are communication problems. Does that resonate? All communication is how we get things done. All problems are effectively communication problems, reaching alignment, reaching the right minds to coordinate action towards our shared goals. This is the hidden problem we're always solving. Now, to some that may sound exaggerated, and I don't mean to convey that all that matters to humans is communication. But seriously, all human progress over millennia has come from networks of people communicating, first face-to-face, then over time and distance as our technology has advanced. Human communication is how we create shared mental models, synchronize our behavior, and execute at scale. And this applies from everyday interaction with the most common activities to the greatest and most complex activities that humans are engaged in today. So I really think that it's through a revolution in human communication that we're going to be able to break free of our personal and societal limits. And we've seen this time and again. The printing press triggered the Reformation, the telegraph reshaped the global economy, and the internet rewired the way we relate to each other. All of these have expanded our ability to share ideas and coordinate action. Each communication leap brings a new societal scale operating system that amplifies the potential for human connection and collaboration. And the results speak for themselves. Shared knowledge, institutions, economies, societies, and civilization as we know it today. Now, the reason this is so important is because, as humans, our individual communication bandwidth is severely limited by our biology. And I think we all know our limits intuitively. We can effectively listen to only one person at a time. Our communication operates serially. We function in half duplex. We can't truly speak and listen simultaneously, although sometimes we think we can. And while modern technology lets us broadcast to millions, we can't tailor our message to each listener or reader. And we can't read and synthesize thousands of articles in parallel either. Our process of absorbing complex ideas through language is fundamentally serial. So just how limited are we? Well, it appears that all of our civilization seems to flow through a biological communication bottleneck of around just 10 bits per second. Think about it like this. The famous American mathematician, Claude Shannon, who created information theory, calculated that there's just 7 to 10 bits of information per English word. And at normal speaking speed, that's 110 to 150 words per minute. That's on the order of just 10 bits per second per person. Think about that. Every law, every letter, every breakthrough in human history, everything I'm saying to you right now, you understand by way of a communication channel narrower than a 1990s dial-up modem. And what makes the limit of our communication bandwidth even more stark is that our rich conscious experience of reality, as fed by what we can see, hear, smell, and taste, and feel, operates at around 1 billion bits per second. Let me put that into perspective. Just think about watching a 4K video streaming onto your device. That's decoding at 8.3 million pixels per frame. And at 60 FPS, that is gigabits of data per second that's being decoded. But when we try to understand and share what we think or feel with another person, just as I'm attempting to do right now with you, I must encode symbols you can understand, expressed through actions, these words expressed through sound. You direct your perception via attention, funnel, sift, and decode back into your feelings and your thoughts. Perception is far from a passive process. It's tightly coupled to our own and each other's cognition. And we continuously collapse and process our seemingly rich, multimodal experience, our inner life, 8 orders of magnitude of perception, to make decisions and produce the next action we take, the next movement we make. These actions span human communication. Written, spoken, sign, and body language is how we do it. And it's not just words and gestures, it's anything we recognize in the actions of others, in context. Art, music, dance, design, cuisine, every way we've learned to share. Compared to the bandwidth of our computers today, it's astonishing to find that all of this may play out at a rate of just 10 bits per second of our interaction between us. But that is the entire channel of thought transfer between us. And yet, despite these limitations, we have managed to build the modern world. How? Well, it's by building layers on top of that communication channel, by creating human networks that transcend the individual limits. We build companies, universities, governments, sports teams, religions, all structures that link minds together into a worldwide social intelligence. These networks enable us to broadcast and align on goals, then filter and synthesize solutions from tens to thousands to even millions of minds. Some operate for just days at a time in response to emergencies, and others, like churches and universities, have sustained this collective processing for millennia. Think about what these networks actually do. They're aggregation machines for human cognition. Now, we've invented tools to extend our individual capabilities, books for external memory, mathematics for structured reasoning, information processing, and the internet to defy distance. But it's only through our human networks that we truly transcend the bottleneck of what a single mind can read, hold, reason about, and articulate. These networks are how we cause action and change in the world. And every great human achievement reveals this truth. These great things that humans create aren't products of isolated brilliance. They are emergent properties of shared attention, sustained dialogue, and co-created possibility, all flowing through these networks despite our narrow communication channel. Individual human minds are limited, but human networks are limitless. And until very recently, these networks had to be formed with great effort and cost explicitly. So, where are we now? Well, we now stand at a one-way door in history that changes this. We're at the dawn of AI. And at last, we have a technology that can sift, aggregate, synthesize, and predict the consequences of vastly more information than a single mind ever could, and by multiple orders of magnitude. Remember, this is something previously possible only by networks of humans operating over time. So, while some people look at AI as it exists today and think its biggest impact is going to be in automating important things we already do, this overlooks the way the technology fundamentally changes the dynamic of how networks of human minds can be connected more effectively. I want us to think about how AI is beginning to enable a fluid network of humans with all our experiences and artifacts to connect across all of humanity, creating a structure at least as capable as any of our organizations today. Imagine individuals gaining access to the power of entire companies, wherever they are and for as long as they need it, unlocking their reach to billions of minds. Well, we're at a start of that leap that gives each individual mind access to that capability via a federated system of input, aggregation, processing, synthesis, and output. And this is much bigger than just adding growing sources of information to ever-increasing compute resources. AI can help us reach out and connect with the people who can help us create new ideas. So I believe the most important output of AI won't be new blocks of text, images, or lines of code. It will be people coming together to work, perform, play and create art, music, food, science, sports, learning and loving. In essence, all the things that make us human. But current AI has a critical limitation. It has no concept of our actual physical reality. It knows our texts, our images, our digital footprints, but not our lived experience. How can it truly help us if it can't conceive of the actual physical world we inhabit every second of every day? To unlock that next leap, we need to connect our always-on context with AI, and this is the advent of contextual AI that Michael introduced. Contextual AI bridges the gap between our embodied reality and our symbolic cognitive world. It's going to enable us to understand the reality we're in with AI together. And as Michael noted, this is now being made possible by AI glasses that hear what you hear and see what you see. These form a new generation of wearable computers that understand what you're doing and how you work with others to get things done. And over time, signals like these form the basis of a personal repository of context. This repository will be of ever-increasing value to each of us and enable AI to not only tailor our interactions and access to what's important in the moment, but also to uncover deep patterns that are hidden to us. This is the start of personal superintelligence. And as AI wearables evolve, personal superintelligence allows us to understand patterns across long ranges of time, with context windows that span years. Multiply that by billions of people, and we unlock humanity's hidden patterns and all of our opportunities. Take someone who sets out to improve their fitness. Contextual AI can understand the small chain of decisions that lead from inactivity to successfully running a first marathon. Or imagine getting a better understanding of how each of us learn and develop new skills over time. And why is something seemingly impossible for some effortless for others? How do we find common ground in complex situations? And for that matter, how do we arrive at an understanding of what is going on? The trajectories of these experiences, while highly personal, encode how change happens over time, and these insights can be shared. The potential here is for AI to understand how our connected lives weave together to form a shared reality. And once it does, it will transform everything. Contextual AI, of course, will ensure you get exactly the right information when you need it, how you need it, but the true transformation we're talking about will come from AI helping us come together to discover and create opportunities and to solve problems both on a personal and a societal scale. And I think this is the full expression of JCR Licklider's vision that Michael referred to earlier, where machines coupled tightly with our minds, help humans make decisions, find new patterns, and extend cognition into new territories. And with contextual AI, that future has arrived. And it's the foundation of what Michael called the second great wave of human-oriented computing. This lays the foundation for true societal scale cognition, an operating system for billions of minds. Now, earlier, I asked us to imagine the potential of reaching out and collaborating with anyone on the planet, bringing all of humanity together to create and solve the problems we care about. Well, we're starting to see how this will become possible. This is the outline of humanity's next interface with the digital world, AI, and each other. This new interface must operate and extend the two distinct modes through which humans experience and act on reality, the immersive and the cognitive. Let me explain. The first mode speaks directly to our immersion in reality, our rich perception of real life achieved by devices that immerse our senses. Just as Michael talked about, they span spatialized vision, hearing, the sense of touch, and one day, taste and smell. They operate at high bandwidth and in a parallel manner, and they create a compelling sense of presence, be it real or virtual. Our second mode extends cognition. This is about how devices augment our low-bandwidth individual communication and cognition channel to help us collapse that sea of experience into understanding, to solve problems, and to connect with each other. And over the last decade, Reality Labs has made significant investments across each of these dimensions. We have a rich trajectory of products coming that enable us to test critical hypotheses about humanity's next interface. We can imagine a very powerful North Star product where any possible immersive experience meets the future of our extended cognition. But for the time being, delivering high levels of immersion involves a trade-off with the all-day wearability of the device. And fundamentally, if a device can only be worn for a short period of time, it can't be useful to users wherever they are. And if that's the case, it won't unlock the full potential of always-on wearable sensing because it can't be ubiquitous. And ultimately, that's the limit of its potential to help and connect people. Now, that doesn't mean that there's no value in immersion. It's very clear that if we could build a real holodeck, then that would be a significant value. But until then, immersive devices have to offer more than what the incumbent technology already provides. And Michael showed a compelling use case for immersion. It's social teleportation. The technologies we're building, like Hyperscape and codec avatars, will enable humans to finally defy distance. The value there is crystal clear and universal, enabling people to feel truly present with anyone, anywhere, as easily as making a video call. Now, looking toward amplification of cognition, we've already introduced the world to the potential of AI wearables, starting with Ray-Ban Meta, and yesterday, Mark announced Meta Ray-Ban Display, giving AI glasses a way to visually output information to the user, as well as silent, ultra-low friction input with the new Meta neural band. Every new capability like this brings us one step closer to the vision we're talking about today. And this is the start of what will be a very rapid process. What really matters is actually that the process has started, and these products take a first step in filling the AI context gap. Now, Project Aria, first introduced in 2020 and now in its second generation, began our development of contextual AI, combining advanced sensing and mobile compute on frame to furnish AI with much better context from glasses. And our future products will begin to unlock the value made possible by these signals, including understand what we're looking at and what we're trying to get done. These personal context signals enable personal AI, superhuman memory, perfect recall, instant expertise, and they help us achieve goals, understand each other, and grow. Personal superintelligence, social teleportation, and other capabilities made possible by these products unlock the full potential for all of humanity to work and create the reality we want. And it's really a new space of applications that becomes possible that's grounded in a shared understanding of reality, personal growth, and societal coordination. The result will be social superintelligence that allows us for the first time to align on important problems, understand what the real causes are, and work together to solve them. And as these technologies converge with true AR, immersive displays meet contextual AI, we approach something profound. An interface that doesn't separate us from reality, but enhances our experience of it and our connection to each other. There couldn't be anything more human than this. So just imagine 25 years from now, looking back from 2050, just as we look back at 1968 as a turning point, the birth of personal computing and planetary consciousness, what will they say about this moment? Those astronauts who took that Earthrise photo went to explore the moon and discovered Earth. We're building personal superintelligence, but I think we're going to discover the value of each other. This is humanity's next interface, not just with computers or AI, but with each other. And if we build it right, it won't just change what we can do, it will change who we can become. Thank you.
Hey folks, welcome to MetaConnect 2025. For those of you who haven't met me yet, I'm Kimberly Unger, Senior Content Sourcing and Strategy Lead here at Meta. But before that, I spent 2 decades as a games industry pro, from 2D mobile artist all the way up through CEO of my own VR startup. And we're coming to you live from Meta's campus in Menlo Park. You might notice something big and blue behind me, and that is a skate ramp we're going to be taking you to shortly. But enough about us. Today is all about you, the developers, creators, and innovators shaping what's next. Each session you'll see today is part of a larger journey, a rhythm that carries us from the first sparks of imagination all the way to the most advanced frontiers of building. We'll begin with stories of inspiration where imagination becomes reality. From there, we'll chart the paths that show you where to start and how to grow. We'll open new possibilities with AI glasses, step into the expanding universe of worlds on Meta Horizon, and follow the evolution of VR, from first prototypes all the way to polished, community-driven launches. We'll widen the canvas with new approaches through Spatial SDK, Android, and WebXR. And finally, we'll close by putting AI directly in your hands with Llama, transforming how developers and creators everywhere can create, adapt, and discover. As you're watching, keep your phone handy. QR codes will pop up throughout the program with links to resources. And if you miss one, everything is available on the Connect Toolkit site. We'll also be joined by guests who are shaping these breakthroughs firsthand. And my co-host Dilmer is already out at Oakley Meta Park, ready to bring us the action from the ground.
Thanks, Kimberly. And hello, everyone. My name is Dilmer Valecillos, and I am a developer advocate here at Meta. I have been a software engineer for more than a decade, also in XR. I also been educating the community on developer tools, and I'm gonna be your eyes and ears here on the ground, talking to developers, talking to creators. Really excited to show you some of the spaces that we have, but for now, back to you, Kimberly.
Thanks, Dilmer. We'll be coming back to you throughout the day to see more of what's happening on the ground. But here at the desk, I'm joined by Chris Pruitt, Director of Games, who's helping shape the future of how developers bring these ideas to life. Chris, thank you for being here with us.
Good morning.
Good morning. So this Connect feels pretty different than previous years. If you put yourself in back in the shoes of our developers, what's the single biggest takeaway from this year's announcements?
I think for me, it's really clear that the audience for spatialized software, whether it's in a VR headset or in AR glasses or in like our Horizon Worlds product on a phone, the audience is changing. Like we used to have a pretty well-defined sort of single cohort, and now we have all these different people who are interested in spatialized 3D software, games, entertainment, media, all sorts of stuff, and that's a pretty big shift, but also a big opportunity.
But we've just announced a ton of new hardware, new tools, and even a game engine. Like, out of these, what's going to have the most impact?
I am pretty excited about the Meta Horizon engine. It's basically, a modern game engine, kind of an MMO in a box, built to do the stuff that we're particularly interested in, which is, sort of massively multiplayer, concurrent, 3D spatial scenes that can, run in the cloud or run on your phone, and it's purpose-built for that. And I think it's going to be pretty cool. But also, I think, the big theme of this week is AI. And there's a lot of noise in the industry, a lot of aspirational ideas, what is this going to do in 5 years? And I like about our announcements today, the things we just heard about actually, are that they are pragmatic, they're available right now or very soon. And, our focus has been on like accelerating creative people's work rather than sort of replacing them.
Right.
That's what I'm excited about.
That's fantastic. So, first of all, that's a lot. But for anyone who's new to all of this, who hasn't worked with us before, who hasn't touched our SDKs before, what's your advice on where they need to start first?
Yeah, well, I mentioned that the audience for spatialized software is diversifying, but so is the sort of our developer base.
Right.
And so I think it really depends on what kind of creator you are. If you are interested in UGC platforms, for example, Horizon Worlds is growing very quickly. We have a $50 million creator fund that we established this year, which you should check out. If you're like a veteran game developer interested in VR, like Quest 3 and Quest 3S are the most mature VR platforms in the world. We have a very mature tech stack. We've got great integrations with Unity and Unreal. That's definitely the place to start. And if you're a mobile developer, we know you just announced some pretty cool AR glasses, and we also just talked about our mobile wireless accessibility toolkit, which you can use to write code on the phone to push events to the glasses, and
Sweet.
That's pretty cool too.
That's pretty good. You've worked closely with developers for years, and you've mentioned that the community is changing, our developers are changing, our audience is changing. What inspires you most about our community right now?
I think, the change is scary, right? Like we've seen a lot of, I work on video games a lot, and the game industry outside of, VR for all platforms, I think is changing quite dramatically. Like even business plans that we would have thought were ironclad a couple of years ago now seem to be questionable. But at the same time, there's been this huge explosion of creativity coming from developers who are experimenting. Like if every business is risky, why not make something that is cool and new and interesting? And so we've seen, both on our platform and on I think many others, this just sort of huge interest in experimentation and innovation and sort of new types of software that we would have never really even imagined in the past. And so while there is, a lot of uncertainty, it's kind of breeding a lot of creativity, and that's very exciting to me.
Nice. So lastly, let's turn the lens back on you. What are you most excited to see out of all the activations, out of all the stuff we're showing off this year? Where are you going next?
Well, I think I'm a big horror fan.
Oh, yeah.
Movies, video games, you name it, I'm into horror. We have a interactive Blumhouse, media activation here, which I have not seen yet, and so I'm very excited about it, and that's where I'm going next.
Very cool. All right. Thank you for joining me up here. We're going to keep these insights in our pocket as we roll this party forward into the rest of the day. So up next, we'll hear from developers with their own stories of what they've built, and then we'll explore new places to build in together. So let's get started.
Hi, everyone. We're excited to chat today about building worlds on Meta Horizon. My name is Eugene Margolis, a.k.a. Morgul, and I've made worlds like Samurai Tycoon, Wild Wild Quest, my Element Battling series, and of course, Yeet Yourself, which I made with Nick's studio, Sawhorse.
And I'm Nick Hill, co-founder and chief innovation officer at Sawhorse. We're a creative agency that makes branded content and games. We've activated across lots of the leading UGC gaming platforms, and we most recently partnered with Eugene to create Yeet Yourself on Worlds.
And we had a lot of fun doing it. So let's get into it. Nick, what platforms have you worked on before, and why did you choose Meta Horizon?
Well, in the past, we've built on Roblox, Fortnite, Zepeto, Rec Room, and more. We wanted to build on Meta Horizon because we think it could grow to be the next big user-generated content gaming platform. We know that social gaming is booming and that Meta owns some of the biggest social technologies in the world already. So if they can connect their broader social audience with the gaming audience of Meta Horizon, then you could see it really taking off. And it's important for Sawhorse to be there if and when it does.
Absolutely. Meta Horizon was actually my first foray into coding and 3D design. My background is in privacy law and tech policy, but I've always loved making things, whether that's wood carving or painting or writing. And I started building in Meta Horizon simply because it felt magical. And the in-headset building experience was my favorite medium of creation that I'd ever encountered. So being able to see people enjoy things I've made is also just an incredible feeling, I think, for any creator. And I really fell in love with it.
So for you, how did you decide what to build? Where do you get your inspiration from?
When I started building in Horizon, all of my ideas came from a place of pure personal wish fulfillment. I wasn't building for anyone but myself, so I just tried to make the most fun things I could as I was learning. And then I would, toss that into a world, and I ended up creating these constantly updating, fantastical playgrounds, which, surprise, ended up being a really great approach to player retention. And then watching players interact and really take to those spaces helped shape my building philosophy. How did Sawhorse go about choosing its projects?
For us, we wanted to make a game that celebrates meme culture. So we took yeeting to the next level inside of Meta Horizon. We wanted the game to be fun and successful, obviously. We did this because working with experts like you, who really understand the community and the trends on these platforms, is often key to building successful experiences. So together, we assembled a team of passionate 3D artists and devs, and we started creating collaboratively.
Yeah, Yeet Yourself was a really nice expression of the type of building that I love to do. I like to start with the mindset of, wouldn't it be cool if you could X, right? Fly around with rocket gloves, or pull a magic sword from a stone, or in the case of Yeet Yourself, just fling your body with abandon. And then you chase that spark of joy and try to never lose sight of it.
And for Yeet Yourself, we fully embrace the wackiness and joy of that initial idea at every step of the process, right?
Yeah, and then we discovered new things along the way, too. One of the original ideas for Yeet Yourself was that as you fly, you'd have to avoid these obstacles, and then they'd smash apart if you hit them. And then as we play tested hitting those obstacles over and over, we realized this is really fun. And if smashing these feels so great, why are we telling players to avoid them? So we followed the fun, and in the final game, you're actually trying to hit the obstacles, and your reward is resources for doing that. And so again, you have to identify what's actually fun about your game, and then just relentlessly drive players toward that experience.
That's right. And I'm curious to hear what worked for you in driving user acquisition and virality in your worlds in the past. It can be challenging on these platforms. For Yeet Yourself, we leveraged your native following, and we created a custom trailer to show off the game and get the community excited to play it. Meta also featured the game on Meta Horizon, and that helped with additional traffic as well, right?
Yeah, and it's nice to have that support. But also for Yeet and for my other games, I try to get players to make their own organic viral moments, and I create the circumstances where they can laugh together. And you can do that with physics-based mechanics, with broad interactivity, but the goal is to get that emergent social gameplay. So not only do I share and promote my own videos, but I find that my players share a ton of content from my worlds as well, and that, of course, helps them grow.
That is a great strategy, because it can be really challenging to stand out. There are no on-platform ad products yet on Meta Horizon, so it really comes down to fun. If a game is truly fun, players will find it, tell their friends about it, and you can kind of get that snowball effect going, right?
Right. I mean, I absolutely rely on word of mouth as much as other forms of advertising. Meta Horizon is such a social platform that players telling their friends, come on, you got to play this, makes a huge impact. And players do tend to travel as groups, so I also try to understand where the drop-off points in my game are, when and where is a player most likely to stop playing and look for the next thing. And at those points, I can place doors to my other games so they have immediate options and stay within my world ecosystem.
So beyond user acquisition, how do you grow your audience on and off Meta technologies? And what is your strategy for getting people to come back?
For me, building an audience is about creating experiences that consistently make players feel wonderful. And my favorite thing people have said to me in my worlds is, when I'm here, I feel like a superhero. And that's a very powerful emotion. And if you can deliver on that promise of wish fulfillment, the players will keep coming back and they'll probably bring their friends.
So growing an audience is really important. And once a game is live, it's smart to monitor the performance of the game and listen to the player base. You can see what they like and what they don't like and where those people are falling off. And then you can react to that feedback and make small improvements and tweaks to optimize your game to make sure that you're maximizing growth.
Totally. It's an ongoing process. Like, I made each of my element battling worlds one after the other. And each time I was able to see which mini games people played the most, which items they used, or which arenas saw the most action. And then I would lean into those elements with each successive world. So they just kept getting better and better and better. Meta Horizon lets you iterate and update very quickly, so creators can really take advantage of that.
And the other thing that will supercharge your game is establishing a consistent cadence of updates and live ops with content that your player base actually wants. So it's important to listen to your community because they're a huge resource.
Yeah, I totally agree. Building a community has been huge for me. And it's created a shared identity among the players, and it's expanded the experience way beyond to what I could put there alone. And so I have players who hold their own training sessions, who host their own tournaments, which has just been awesome to see. It's also incredibly useful to get direct feedback from the people who care the most about your game. And if you're responsive to that, you give players a sense of agency and investment in this thing that they love, which is another great driver of retention. As for getting people to come back, I find that players return for the same but more. And that means, yes, regular updates with new content. And these can be cosmetic, like Yeetcraft parts or new swords for Samurai Tycoon. But actually, I found that introducing new areas or new mechanics, basically new ways to play the same game, drive engagement or re-engagement much more reliably than just cosmetic updates. So I'm constantly evolving my worlds with new powers, new features, changing landscapes, all of which contributes to the lore and keeps the experience fresh. I have a question for you. Beyond our collaboration, how do you find collaborating on Meta Horizon?
Well, I'm big on collaborations in the UGC gaming space in general. I've always found that having a team of passionate experts across all disciplines and then putting them together yields the best results. And I like finding people who love what they do and don't just treat it like another job or another project. And so at Sawhorse, we align ourselves with the best creators in the space and collectively push ourselves to make the best games and experiences that we can. And then we take the learnings from each one of those projects and apply it to the next one.
Yeah, that's awesome. Historically, I just built everything myself. And with the move to more advanced tools on Meta Horizon, like custom model import, mobile UIs, TypeScript programming, the worlds I want to build are getting bigger and more technical than I can alone. And so, for Yeet Yourself, this great studio, Habit XR, put me in touch with Sawhorse, as well as an extremely talented dev, Richard Lee. And there was so much to Yeet Yourself that I could not have done by myself. And it was amazing to feel like I didn't have to hold back based on my own limitations. So it was a really fun collaboration. Nick, what is next for you and Sawhorse? What are you excited about?
Well, I'm just bullish on Meta Horizon in general. It's exciting to be building on a platform that is rapidly evolving and growing. And really, it's still in the early days. I would encourage devs and studios to build here and experiment while there's so much enthusiasm right now. And so, do you have anything new that's upcoming that you're excited about?
So much, yes. So we have Element Battling League Season 3 about to drop. That's very exciting. We have some major updates coming out for Yeet Yourself, as you know. And I just remastered a game that I built with old Horizon tools with the more advanced tools. It's called Thieves and Warlocks, and it looks and plays better than ever. But I think the thing I'm most excited about is that I just came out with my first major mobile-only game on Horizon called Goblin Wrangler. And not only am I really proud of it, I can't stop playing it myself. So I think that's a pretty good sign. And I hope people check that out. It's called Goblin Wrangler, and it's awesomely fun.
So there's so many great things to look forward to, and I can't wait to check it all out.
Yeah, same. And this has been an awesome chat. And thanks for everyone for watching. We can't wait to see what you build in Meta Horizon.
As someone who's been gaming since the 80s, I've seen the industry's ups and downs, twists and turns. Somehow it never quite winds up where you expect. I started my own gaming career more than 2 decades ago as a tester on a little game called Madden NFL. In the years since, I've worked at companies from Xbox and Take-Two to Capcom and Midway Home Entertainment, launching console classics both old and new, producing projects with simply massive budgets, and sometimes the ambition to match, or those with barely 2 rupees to rub together. But whether it was Devil May Cry's, Mortal Kombat's, or Outer Worlds, I've always gravitated towards smaller, more independent teams and the experiences only those teams can deliver. What first drew me into the emerging tech space of VR is what still keeps me here. I want my holodeck, and we don't get there without innovating on the hardware and the software. I can tell you as a former EP, now head of games portfolio at Oculus Publishing, what animates me is finding new ways to empower my teams and our partners to invent the next generation of games, apps, and experiences with us. Because again, I want that holodeck. My name is Sinead Terry Bryant, and thank you for joining us for MetaConnect 2025. There's been an explosion of creativity since we last connected, and the next great thing is going to come from people like you, all around the world. Are you ready? Let's walk through the different types of experiences available through our platform. First, let's look at apps and worlds on Meta Horizon. Then we'll talk AI glasses and AI-powered apps. So what is Meta Horizon? Meta Horizon is a social platform that's optimized for the metaverse, including apps, tools, and services. Everything you need to help people connect. This includes Meta Horizon OS, which powers our MetaQuest VR headsets, and the Meta Horizon mobile app. For me, Meta Horizon is about presence, social, and meaning. Let me walk you through what I mean. First up, presence. It starts here. Presence is how we describe the sense of being transported in VR. Whether it's to Machu Picchu or vampiric Venice, users will feel as though they've stepped out of their rooms and into their wildest imaginations. These digital experiences on Meta Horizon are an extension of their world, and users can be a part of those experiences rather than just looking at them on a screen. From VR to mobile, presence connects users through embodiment and interactions with the spaces, places, people, and things around them. Next up, social. Our virtual presence unlocks a new level of social connection. Experiences on Horizon can bridge physical and emotional gaps, bringing people together to do somewhat impossible things, like play golf on Mars, or be almost impossible places, like attending a concert without leaving your living room. The nearly impossible awaits. And lastly, meaning. Together with presence and social, experiences are experienced. Why just watch a moment when you can be a part of it? Meta Horizon empowers you to take your creative vision to the next level with tools, tech, and support so that you can deliver on more profound and meaning-filled moments. So what do apps look like on Meta Horizon? Well, for now, there are 3 main categories to consider. There are immersive apps, mixed reality apps, and panel apps. Meta Horizon apps can support a wide variety of use cases and genres, such as gaming, entertainment, fitness, or productivity. They can be used by solo users or social users, for fun or for GSD, getting stuff done. Immersive apps use the power of presence to transport users into new VR environments, as real or as virtual as you desire. Users can step directly into your worlds, your stories, no matter where they are. There's power in presence, so think about how you want to use it. And while we're talking immersive, one of my favorite recent releases is Ghost Town by the folks at Fireproof Games. Imagine, you're a ghost hunter named Edith exercising your way through the city's restless spirits, but your brother suddenly goes missing, and the stakes become deeply personal, and the puzzles are ones that only you can unravel. Smartly designed and painstakingly crafted, this narrative-heavy game will immerse you in a web of supernatural mystery and intrigue, and, well, I won't spoil the ending. Oh, and for scaredy cats, like me, this one has 0 jump scares, so you can get your horror fix without jumping out of your skin and/or headset. Ghost Town is available in the MetaQuest store now, so go and grab it. Mixed reality apps give you the ability to redefine reality. You can take the user's own room and reinvent it around them. It's more than merely augmenting. You can place a virtual plant on a real-world table. You can watch enemies spawn from a hole they just blew in your living room wall. Or you can peer into outer space through the portal of a starship that was your bedroom window just moments ago. The power of mixed reality is the power to make the familiar fantastical. And that's just what I did, transforming my guest room into a test room of secret agenting skills. After 30 minutes of ducking, dodging, and dancing my way through wall-to-wall lasers, I definitely think I was worthy of 00 status. That's Laser Dance. Transform your room into a dastardly den of dangerous death rays. Laser Dance is releasing soon, so keep your eyes and ears open, and maybe do some stretches first, okay? Panel apps keep your users connected with their favorite experiences as they browse, watch, and multitask in mixed reality. Be part of their perfect workspace, their personal theater, or their augmented home. Developers can bring their existing Android apps to Meta Horizon and consider adding unique features to give your audience a one-of-a-kind spatial experience. And speaking of multitasking, have you ever been immersed in your favorite VR game and heard the all-too-familiar ping of a new text or notification? Check out Spatial Phone, Mirror, and Control. Even if you're fully immersed in a game like Ghost Town, you can check recent text and notifications all on a mirror of your phone screen, in headset. So those are the rules when it comes to immersive, mixed reality, and panel apps. But rules are meant to be broken. So any and all of these categories can be mixed, remixed, or outright rewritten. The only limits are your imagination because, again, holodecks. Oh, and before I forget, Meta Horizon apps support the most common business models, from free-to-play or paid to in-app purchases or subscriptions. Build an app for yourself and your local community, or build a global business, or build a holodeck. You get me. In addition to apps, consider worlds. These immersive experiences can be instantly distributed across mobile and VR. With Meta's $50 million creator fund, you can pocket monthly bonuses, sell digital goods, win cash prizes, and boost income with extra mobile incentives. So one of my favorite worlds is Bobber Bay Fishing. I may not look like it, but I'm a sucker for a good fishing game. And again, it's playable in both mobile and VR, which means I can play at home or I can play on the go. And funny enough, whenever I go fishing, I always seem to catch a poisonous pufferfish, just like real life. Now, let's switch gears to AI. Not only are we seeing AI push the boundaries of what's possible in Meta Horizon, but you can also check out new AI native experiences enabled by Glasses. With the Meta Wearables Device Access Toolkit, you can now access the sensors on our AI glasses to build integrations with your mobile apps. Stay tuned to Meta Connect to learn more about how to get started with the toolkit in upcoming sessions. Finally, I want to speak to what makes Meta unique and why you can confidently choose us as your development platform or development partner. First, innovation. We are pushing the boundaries of experience. We want to give you cutting-edge tools that you need to transform how people connect and feel present. Second, commitment. We have years of leadership, investment, and deep devotion to the success of these industries and the developer and creator economies. Third, reach. We're bringing opportunity and access to as many people in the world as possible. With Meta, you can reach a large and ever-growing audience to have the biggest impact. And finally, choice. We want to meet you where you are. You should be able to use your favorite and familiar tools to build, test, iterate, and publish experiences with Meta. But don't just take my word for it. One of our closest partners, Vertigo Games, had this to say. With Meta, we're able to create best-in-class VR experiences. Their developer and consumer focus and their commitment to inventive tools and tech have been invaluable in helping Vertigo Games deliver the highest quality content to players. From Meta Horizon with apps and worlds to AI with glasses and more, there are as many ways to create with Meta as there are ideas to create. So let this be your call to action and your call to greatness. Are you ready to start brainstorming and exploring, experimenting and inventing? Make something cool. And I can't wait to see you again when next we connect. Thank you, and have a great show.
I feel the change within. I think I'll transform again.
I love how each one of those stories shows how imagination, persistence, and the right tools can change lives. And we're just scratching the surface of what developers are creating. The tools and platforms we have been building underpin the creation of so much more than just gaming. Joining me now is Andre Schmidt from Be My Eyes, a team reimagining accessibility with technology. And we've managed to get a hold of a clip. Let's check out a quick video about Be My Eyes.
Hey Meta, call a volunteer with Be My Eyes.
Calling a volunteer. Hey there, how can I help?
Hi, I just got a new record player and I wanted to see if you could help me figure out which of these buttons turns it on.
Absolutely, I think it's the one on the bottom. Try that.
This one here?
Yeah, that's it.
Perfect, thank you.
Andre, for those new to your work, can you give me the nickel tour about what Be My Eyes is all about?
Yeah, sure. Be My Eyes is a global platform connecting blind or low vision users with sighted volunteers all around the globe. That allows the sighted volunteers to see either through the phone camera or through the Meta AI glasses, depending on what you're using. And that allows the volunteer to help out with various tasks such as reading the expiry date on a milk or finding lost items or adjusting a thermostat. I mean, it can really be anything.
Nice. I mean, it's a really clean solution for something that at the end of the day is so powerful. Was there a moment when you first realized the impact that Be My Eyes was having? Like when it really hit you that this service was changing people's day-to-day lives?
Yeah, I would say there have been like several of these moments, but a more recent one was a dad writing us that for the first time ever, he was able to read picture books for his kids and be like probably interact with them. He was using the Ray-Ban Meta glasses to call out a volunteer and instruct the volunteer to interpret the pictures in the picture book so that he could relay that to his kids and therefore be like probably engaged with them. I think that really hit me because I'm a dad myself and I also do read picture books for my kids. And it was just something I've taken like totally for granted until hearing his story. And it really tells me that it's not just software that we are making, it's really something with huge social impact. And something that motivates me and the rest of the Be My Eyes team every day.
Sweet. I love that. I mean, your work connects people in such a human way. You've probably had one or two of these experiences by now, but is there a story or an experience that made you think, like, this is it? This is why we do this?
Yeah, again, there have been like multiple. Another example is, for instance, like reading a pregnancy test has usually been something that required you to involve maybe people you know already, instead of sharing that at the right moment that you feel comfortable doing. So with Be My Eyes, there are stories where women would call a volunteer and have them check the test, and then they can share it whenever they want to, and therefore be more independent, so to say.
Fantastic. That's beautifully said. That's a great use for something that that is so powerful. So thank you, Andre.
Thank you.
I mean, what you're building is it's an inspiring reminder that the same features that bring the fun can also bring life-changing support.
Yeah.
All right. Keep it up.
Thank you.
So now let's step outside to Oakley Meta Park, where my co-host Dilmer has more to share.
Thanks, Kimberly. I am in the skate ramp right now where innovation and style collide. I am wearing the Meta Ray-Ban AI glasses, which are packed with upgrades, but there's a lot more that I want you to see. And for that, let's roll the tape. Meta Connect 2025 is alive with ideas shaping where technology meets creativity. Wearables are becoming smarter, blending seamlessly into daily life. Worlds on Meta Horizon are expanding fast, powered by creators and communities building bigger than ever. VR is pushing immersion further from full gameplay to mixed reality that connects us in new ways. This is where the future takes shape. We'll keep exploring and discovering new areas today throughout the spaces right here. But before that, we wanted to give you the lay of the land. For that, let's get back to Kimberly.
Thanks, Dilmer. Up next, we'll get the lay of the land, starting with the tools that set developers up for success and the strategies that help new ideas get discovered and grow.
A few years ago, I decided to get in better shape by doing some trail running. I went to my local REI and asked about running shoes. I was led to a wall with like 300 running shoes on display. I just stood there dumbfounded, not knowing which shoe to pick. Fortunately, the helpful staff of REI was able to give me a little bit of info, and from that I was able to choose the right pair of shoes for me. As a developer, you may be stuck in this paradox of choice, where you have an idea for a game or an app, but are confused by all the options and development tools available for you. Today, like my REI friends did for me, I'd like to give you some info to guide you in choosing the right developer path for creating your mobile, VR, or glasses experiences so that you can avoid the paradox of choice. In this presentation, we will start out talking about the VR audience and how it is changing. Then we will explore the developer paths for mobile, VR, and AI glasses that you can use to reach that audience. To build a successful app, the first thing you will need to understand is your audience. We are seeing some shifts in the VR audience that we want you to be aware of. Traditionally, the VR audience has been driven by hardcore gamers and VR early adopters. While we are still seeing growth in this traditional audience, more recently, we have seen much more growth in teens and young adults. We are also seeing an expansion from those early adopters to the more mainstream users as the product and use cases mature. Now, the information I'm giving you today is based on the VR audience, as the wearable apps aren't yet launched, but we expect those wearable apps to be much more like the mainstream users that we'll discuss today. Teens and young adults are shaping how immersive platforms evolve. They're spending more time in these environments, and they're coming with a different set of expectations. They're looking for lightweight, fun, creative experiences that reflect how they already interact on mobile. They are also much more likely to spend their time in multiplayer, social games than in single-player premium experiences. With this shift to teens and young adults, we also see much more participation in free-to-play models versus the premium models. It's not just teens and young adults. Mainstream consumers are increasingly using mobile, VR, and wearables as part of their daily routines. This audience isn't just early adopters anymore. Media consumption is one of the primary use cases for wearables. I mean, who hasn't listened to their favorite podcast wearing Ray-Ban Meta glasses? But media consumption in general has seen very strong growth in MetaQuest headsets as well. Whether it's watching sports highlights or your favorite movie, the fully immersive media watching experience is really something to enjoy. We're also seeing a behavior change from experimentation to habit. If you get used to the large screens with remote desktop or watching movies on a virtual large screen, you tend to return to that experience. Work out in one of the many fitness apps, and your gym just looks a little boring after that. So, how do you decide where to start? Let's presume you have an idea for an app that you want to develop. Can you take advantage of any of the trends that we just mentioned? Now, these changes aren't absolutely required, but it would be better if you had a tailwind to drive your app if you can make the changes. Think, for instance, does your app appeal to teens and young adults? Could you add social? What about multiplayer? Could you maybe take advantage of the free-to-play model instead of the premium content model? Could you get to the market quicker by simplifying your game and developing it as a world in Meta Horizon and targeting mobile first? Maybe you could leverage that habit-forming behavior that we mentioned by introducing game elements like daily challenges. We also have a variety of devices that you could target for fully immersive experiences with MetaQuest, or even lighter experiences for AI glasses. This all depends on the app and who you want to reach. Finally, you need to understand the build path options. We have several different build paths based on the type of app that you want to build and your target device. Let's go into those in a little more detail. Let's talk first about mobile and VR development. I'll pick up the wearable development path on the next slide. Now, whether you're building for Meta Horizon OS for MetaQuest devices, there are 4 main development paths. Let's start with our no-code or low-code option to create engaging worlds in Meta Horizon that can be played on mobile or in headset. This is the best path for creators building social experience that want to get started quickly and build something rapidly. Creating in worlds allows you to make worlds available on mobile and web, as well as VR. This enables users to access worlds from any device and, as a result, can unlock a broader reach for your published worlds. Now, it's easy to get started, and you can even create your first game totally within the headset. For a slightly more sophisticated environment, there are also desktop editors available for worlds. Next, we have the traditional game developers building with game engines. Most of our developers in this segment use either Unity or Unreal. But Meta is also a strong supporter of OpenXR, and it is the base for all of our game engine integrations. It enables cross-platform development across VR devices. Game engines allow developers to build a full spectrum of immersive contents, from building a simple casual game to AAA games that push the realism and performance to the max. Also, last year at Connect, we opened our platform to mobile developers. From media to utilities to productivity, apps are playing a larger role in our content ecosystem. If you're a mobile dev, you can easily port your existing mobile app to MetaQuest, enabling users to utilize your experience as a panel while multitasking with other things. This is a lightweight process that some devs have completed in as few as a few days, from port all the way to publish. There are many capabilities that are unique to VR, like creating spatial experiences, mixing physical and virtual objects, and creating truly immersive content. Mobile devs can now extend their existing mobile experiences and spatialize it for MetaQuest using Meta Spatial SDK. This framework enables Android devs to quickly develop spatial experiences for MetaQuest, leveraging their existing Android skills. Finally, we have web development. For web devs who want to build immersive experiences, we fully support WebXR. WebXR is one of the best ways to build across devices, and we continue to see the web community produce innovative XR experiences. WebXR experiences can now be shipped to the Meta Horizon store, opening up another distribution channel for our web devs on MetaQuest. In order to have a vibrant and diverse ecosystem of content, we need to make our platform accessible to all developers. These 4 build paths give all builders real options to create experiences for Meta Horizon OS. We are taking that a step further now using AI. There are many new AI features that we are announcing at Connect across these build paths that will accelerate your development on Horizon OS. Whether you want to go deep or just test the waters, there is a build path for you. Now, I know you love your AR glasses, but as developers, I also know you're thinking about what I could do if it were easy to develop mobile app features that access the sensors on those glasses. We are announcing the release of Meta Wearables Device Access Toolkit in developer preview. This new toolkit will allow you to build integrations with your AI glasses for your mobile apps. Using this SDK, you can build integrations that access the camera, the mic, and the speakers. Maybe you want to stream video from the cameras to capture a live event or to support remote assistance. Or you could use voice commands to control your app and trigger media capture. You can even provide audio feedback directly to the users or use tap gestures to send lifestyle events to your app and build behaviors around those events. Think of all the lifestyle, messaging, social, and productivity apps that could take advantage of the stylish, lightweight, Ray-Ban Meta glasses that can be worn for extended periods of time on the go. For example, maybe you can build a live coach feature that allows your coach to see what you're seeing from your point of view, be it in the gym or out on the golf course, all the time giving you live feedback. Or perhaps you could build a feature into your app that live streams what you're seeing onto your platform of choice. The possibilities are endless in how you can leverage our eye-level camera and open-ear audio that would enable you to build a very distinctive on-the-go experience like never before. Of course, we expect developers to be creative and come up with even more use cases that we haven't even dreamed of. The Meta Wearable Device Access Toolkit is fast to set up, simple to integrate, and it will be available this year in developer preview. Take your mobile app, make it hands-free, heads-up, and always available. If you've been waiting for the right moment to explore AI glasses, this is it. If you would like to be notified when developer preview goes live later this year, head to developer.meta.com/wearables. So, whether you're building full immersive experiences or lightweight extensions, whether you're coming from mobile or VR or wearables, Meta is giving you the tools to start building today, and the audience is already here. Your job is to find the path that fits your product, test, launch, and grow. Because the future of computing isn't one of just the platform, it's a constellation of connected services. And you're in the right place to shape what comes next. We hope you will get started today. Please go to developers.meta.com to learn more.
I'm Mansi Mehrotra, Product Lead for the Meta Horizon Store. In this session, I'll talk about the different content discovery surfaces on Meta Horizon and how they support the success of your app or world. Specifically, we'll get into 4 key topics. First, I'll share an overview of our discovery surfaces and vehicles. Next, I'll discuss our approach to our ranking models. Third, I'll explain how we balance ranking with manual curation. And last, we'll share tips on how to optimize your distribution strategy for an individual app or world. Content discovery within the Meta Horizon ecosystem occurs across 3 major vehicles: the Horizon Feed, the Horizon Store, and Search. Users interact with these vehicles across 3 surfaces. The first is in VR, when they put on their headset. The second is within the Horizon mobile app, and last is on the web at meta.com. As users interact with these different vehicles across different surfaces, their needs change, and as a result, we see different behaviors. Let's talk a little bit about that. The Horizon feed is the default landing vehicle when users turn on their Meta Quest device. And it's also the default landing experience when they load the mobile app. It's designed to connect users with various content, including apps, games, worlds, events, and creator content, and give them a pulse on what's happening in the metaverse right now. Users that interact here are typically lower intent users who are simply looking to explore what's available in the metaverse. Consider this a top-of-funnel vehicle. It doesn't drive conversion for sales or downloads as well as the store does, but it's very successful at increasing awareness of your content. Our search vehicle is accessible across the platform on all three surfaces and supports high, medium, and low-intent users. So it's very dynamic and must support high-intent users looking directly for specific apps that they already know the name of. And it also must support medium-intent users who generally know the genre of apps they're interested in, and low-intent users who want us to provide them with suggestions on what to look for. The Horizon Store is the primary commerce vehicle for the platform. Its purpose is to help users find content they want to download or purchase. Unlike the feed, the store requires an extra click to visit. Therefore, users on the store have higher intent for content discovery. Placements on the store homepage are important for getting users into your funnel, and the product detail page is critical for generating purchase consideration and ultimately conversions. All three of our distribution vehicles use ranking models to populate the content that appears within them, but it's not the only method we use. We balance both ranking and manual methods for programming. We'll discuss the manual programming in a few minutes. To explain ranking, it's important to understand how our systems work. The ranking models we use to program the feed, store, and search surfaces prioritize a variety of signals, but most importantly, they prioritize 1. How relevant is this content to a given user? And 2. How likely is it to engage that user? So what does this mean? When we talk about relevance, we consider the surface itself and what we know about the user's intent on that surface. For example, if a user is engaging with the search surface, we know they may more likely wish to see something that matches more closely with the exact term they've entered versus the top performing content on the platform. Then we also consider a user's past behavior and signals that they've consented to share about their past search queries, prior downloads, and the length of time that they've spent on the platform. The likelihood that a particular piece of content will engage users is important to consider because this ensures that our users see the content that's most likely to give them a positive experience. To measure this, we look at a variety of factors, including the amount of time that users are spending with a particular piece of content, either in a single session or repeated number of sessions. It's important to us to balance the metrics we use to influence this, because we know that many apps offer very different types of experiences, some with longer durations than others, and some with fixed campaigns, while others are designed to be replayable in nature. If users repeatedly have a good experience on the platform, they're more likely to re-engage, which means the total addressable market for you, our developers and builders, will continue to grow. As we mentioned earlier, we use both ranking and manual curation to program the store, feed and search vehicles. We consult a variety of methods to identify content that qualifies for this manual promotion. You may see manually programmed content in the spotlight carousels on store and feed, in custom shelving and collections, and in manually developed store views. Our teams identify hand-selected content for manual programming based on the following factors: general quality and star rating, community engagement and press coverage, its general success in audience engagement, and uniqueness and novelty. Now that you know about the surfaces that exist for content discovery on the Horizon platform, and generally how they work, let's talk about what this means for you. the best way to increase your chance of being featured in our curated programming and be upranked on our distribution surfaces is to do the following. First, focus on app quality, retention, and stickiness. If you don't think your app is ready for prime time, consider launching in early access, allowing you to get feedback from users and wait to launch fully after you've been able to refine and polish. Also consider frequent app updates and explore different engagement tools that can help you encourage higher retention and average session duration. Next, invest in a multi-channel marketing campaign that considers press and influencer coverage. It's important to note that Meta Horizon platform discovery surfaces should not be the only method you use to drive discovery of your content. If you can generate community buzz in the press, on social channels, and build a healthy community on channels like Discord, make sure to link to your product detail page to focus that hype towards downloads and engagement with your content. You can also use app ads to launch Facebook and Instagram ads to target Quest users directly and measure the results. Third, keep your marketing assets fresh. Regularly refresh your cover art, trailers, and other metadata. This reduces fatigue from showing users the same marketing assets repeatedly and increases the likelihood that a user will click on the tile promoting your content and convert from your product detail page. Also make sure to refresh your assets when you have a major app update to promote or if you're running a sale promotion. You can use the creative A/B testing tool to determine what imagery works best. Last, constantly evaluate your pricing strategy. Adjusting your price can improve demand for your content, which will re-engage users to convert. If demand and engagement increases, then your distribution will improve as well. So, participate in platform sale events and consider running your own deals. Keep in mind that pricing hygiene is also just a great thing to monitor across your app's lifecycle overall. You can evaluate this by using the Price A/B testing tool and price localization tools in the developer dashboard. We hope this helps you better understand content discovery on the Meta Horizon platform and how you can maximize your chance for greater visibility on our surfaces. For more information about driving effective growth, check out the Growth Insight series for expert insights and tips. Thank you for watching.
You know that feeling when you're playing a game with friends and you can just lean back in your chair and laugh? When you're playing with a group you've just met and you delight at how well you play together? You know that warmth, excitement, and anticipation about what you'll do next? That's social comfort. Social comfort is the new differentiator for successful multiplayer games. It's the reason why many of us set out to build multiplayer games in the first place. We want to enable other people to have that feeling. It's also one of the best ways your game can stand out in an increasingly competitive market. So today, I want to share more about how you can build great games by prioritizing social comfort. Hi, I'm Blake Harper. I'm a trust strategist in Reality Labs at Meta. I work with developers, creators, and industry experts, and Meta's product teams to ensure that our builders across VR and mobile have the tools and knowledge they need to build for player trust. So, social comfort. Let's get into it. Most developers I talk to know that social comfort requires more than just your table stakes privacy and safety tools. Block, mute, and report are all important for your players to manage their social experiences. But most developers would prefer a world in which their players didn't have to use those tools at all. Building for social comfort takes a mindset shift to one where you think of your game's social experience as layered rather than one size fits all. You have a default social layer where everyone can interact, and then you'll have subsequent social layers that enable more unstructured interactions between loose ties, close ties, and friends. These layers enable your game to accommodate the broadest possible range of maturity levels, backgrounds, values, and play styles that you'll need to bring together in order to have a global hit. You'll also have a game that affords opportunity for deeper social interactions to players who come to your game with existing friendships or build in-game friendships. To get a feel for this, consider the game Sky, Children of the Light. In it, unconnected players appear like shadows to one another before they exchange gifts to reveal each other's identities and open up a friendship tree to unlock more interactions. Other games, especially embodied experiences in VR, use things like personal space bubbles that limit proximity between unconnected players. Similar progressive settings can be employed for voice chat or direct messaging. These layered systems require players to invest something in their relationship with other players before unlocking more open-ended interactions. By requiring this investment, players are often less likely to use those open interactions to grief and troll. Before diving into more details, it's important to remember that as builders, you lead the community that forms around your game. Social comfort begins with clear expectations. Those can be set through your communications, marketing, and through clearly displayed codes of conduct with examples of positive and negative behavior. These expectations should be upheld with rewards and, where appropriate, with sanctions. And transparency is key here. Explain to users how moderation works in your game. For example, through automated voice chat monitoring, community admins, review teams, or user reporting tools. Make it easy for players to report, and make sure your teams are set up to address reports fairly and promptly. Building multiplayer games today can be intimidating. Players have high expectations and lots of alternatives. Setting your game apart from legacy titles with huge budgets and network effects can feel daunting. You have to be smart about where you place your bets. Fortunately, because it's a relatively new concept in game development, social comfort is an area where there's still plenty of room to stand out. A little effort can go a long way here. Understanding these 3 core motivations should help you get started. Self-determination theory is a view about human motivation that can be used to explain why people play and return to some of the most popular games around. It seeks to explain human motivation in terms of intrinsic rather than extrinsic rewards. The 3 intrinsic rewards it uses to explain motivation are competence, autonomy, and relatedness. First, competence. This is the foundation for social comfort because players need to feel like they can actually succeed in your game. It's hard to play well with others if you feel like you can't play at all. A classic tactic to boost feelings of competence is skill-based matchmaking. Some games even bump players into lower tiers if they slip into a losing streak so that they're temporarily more likely to get a win. Other tactics include systems that enable players to practice their skills outside of competitive scenarios, for example, versus bots or targets or in timed courses. Some questions to ask yourself when evaluating how well your game enables competence include, are your controls easy to learn but hard to master? Is feedback on successful control use clear and consistent? Are multiple skill levels and abilities able to tailor the controls, gameplay modes, and accessibility settings to fit their needs? Have you communicated in a way that matches the reading level of the youngest age group most likely to access your game? And finally, you want to avoid dropping players into an open world with no structured guidance on affordances, controls, or HUD elements. When they lose a match, make sure you also give them something to do or short wait times before the next one. Moving on to autonomy. Autonomy is key to social comfort because players need to feel like they bring something unique to the table when they play with a group. They need to be able to make their own decisions, see the effects of those yield results that are unique to them, and feel valued for their decisions as they play. Clear autonomy levers include anything that enables players to leave their mark in your game. Most notably, character and ability customization, and environment creation or destruction dynamics. To evaluate your game for how well it enables players' autonomy, ask yourself questions like, are there multiple progression pathways so users can create a playstyle and history that's unique to them? Have you given players clear goals to pursue in open spaces while also supporting opportunities for off-script play? You'll also want to be wary of offering people too many extrinsic rewards for behavior that's originally intrinsically motivated. According to self-determination theory, this can undermine the intrinsic motivations you designed for in the first place. You should also be wary of presenting all the choices to your players up front. Let the possibilities emerge as they make it further along their progression tree. Finally, avoid directionless, pure sandbox experiences. Players either won't know what to do, or they'll invent the game, and odds are it'll be antisocial. Okay, moving on to the final motivation, relatedness. When people feel competent and autonomous, you've made them comfortable. But now you have to give them positive ways of relating to one another that enhance that comfort rather than spoil it. Games that enable players to realize their core motivation for relatedness do so while reducing the likelihood of spoiling it through toxicity. Often they do this by offering flexible social spaces for hangouts with different levels of interaction that are less open-ended and less risky between strangers. For example, trading, gifting, and voting instead of just open-ended voice chat. Where they do introduce chat, they typically ensure it's moderated, at least in public spaces. These games also avoid throwing people into unstructured social spaces with limited things to do. If you do this, players will create a thing to do, and chances are you won't like it. Off-script play and sandbox experiences are fun, but look closely and you'll see that in successful games, there's usually some design constraints that funnel players toward pro-social behavior. So, when thinking about how well your game enables relatedness, ask yourself, do players have ways to interact that unfold progressively? Can they curate smaller group interactions? And what kind of co-op mechanics do you offer, and how aesthetically delightful is it to complete those? That's it for today. Well, there's a whole lot more that could be said about using self-determination theory to build socially comfortable games. Hopefully, this video helps you imagine what it might look like to get started. If you want to continue getting inspired, we've got a bunch of helpful resources where you can learn more. Thanks for your attention. I look forward to seeing what you build.
I feel the change within. I think I'll transform again.
We've just stepped back to see the bigger picture, where developers are headed and how we're putting more tools for resources into your hands. Now, let's shift gears to take a look at AI glasses, a new space opening up to reshape how we move, play, and live. But first, let's check back in with Dilmer, who's found a friend at the Oakley MetaTrainer.
Thanks, Kimberly. And I brought in some backup. My friend Jake, who is a developer advocate, is on the trainer right now, and he's making it look way too easy. How's it going, Jake?
Hey, Dilmer. What's up, Meta developers? I'm glad I'm making it look easy. It's anything but easy today.
He's doing great. So I'm curious, we just announced the device access toolkit for wearables, and I also want to know, how are you using wearables today?
Absolutely. I love to do morning rides, get the blood flowing, good workout. I love to have my stats, things like my pace, my minutes, up in front of me at all times, so I don't have to pull my phone out. So it's great to have wearable devices that allow me to do that.
I love that. So I know that you're a game developer. You have done that in the past. You have that mindset. So could you tell me a wild idea when creating an application for wearables?
Absolutely. During my workouts, I love to get pushed, as fast, as far as I can. So it would be great as I reach, or I'm about to reach a certain milestone, if there was a boss that popped up or the music intensified as I got closer to it to push me over that edge. That would be incredible.
I want to play that game. That's super, super evil. So what I want to know, though, if we fast forward 10 years from now, and you could build your own product, your own wearable, what would that be? And I only want to hear Ron answers.
Love that question. Well, 10 years from now, a wearable device that would be great would be something that made it look like I had six-pack abs. That would be incredible.
I want to get that as well. But guys, thank you so much. We're really excited about wearables. We can't see where you take it, what you guys build. But for now, back to Kimberly.
Thank you, Dilmer and Jake, for that wild take on wearables in 10 years. We'll keep an eye out for the beta invite, Jake. So now let's take a closer look at our upcoming toolkit designed for AI glasses, and we'll explore some use cases together.
My name is Lansing Lee, and I'm a product manager working on AI glasses here at Meta. It's been really exciting to see how people are using AI glasses in their day-to-day lives to capture photos and videos, listen to music, books, podcasts, and to access voice and visual AI to ask questions and to get things done. Glasses connect to my phone while it's safely stashed in my bag or pocket, and I often have them on, so I find them to be a really perfect way to quickly send a message to a colleague, note something down so I don't forget it, check a calendar or flight time, capture a video of a nice moment, or when I need to, stay plugged in on that one important chat thread without constantly pulling out my phone. I walk to work, so every morning I've been using my Ray-Ban Metas to send voice notes on WhatsApp to my friends and family during my morning commute. It's made staying in touch so easy, and the big plus is that my eyes are up and on the road and my phone is stashed the whole time. There really is a lot that you can do with these things. But at the same time, people are telling us they want to do more with their glasses. They want to access more of the apps they love via the lightweight, on-the-go interactions that glasses enable. They want to be able to use the glasses camera and microphones with apps that capture photos and videos. They want to combine AI with the glasses form factor in novel ways. The developer community is all over this. They want to build these features and explore new ways to elevate the experience of their app with AI glasses. Today, we're announcing a way to do just that. We'll soon be releasing the Meta Wearables Device Access Toolkit, an SDK for iOS and Android applications that enables developers to extend their mobile apps to glasses. By integrating a few lines of code into your app, you can build experiences that access the microphones, speakers, camera, and certain tap gestures on our AI glasses. These experiences live in your app's code, but they extend to glasses. To show you just how interesting this could be, imagine a gardening app where I can put on my glasses in the morning, walk out to my garden, and have an ongoing hands-free conversation with an AI-powered gardening expert that knows my region and the weather and what I've planted, knows what tools and fertilizer I have in the shed, and was with me when I planted everything last week. Because glasses are hands-free, my phone stays in my pocket while I ask questions, use the camera to capture photos, or point out specific plants. I can talk to the app rather than focusing on a small keyboard on my phone, making for quicker, more intuitive, and more human interactions. And most magically, because the app can access the eye-level camera on my glasses when I give it permission, it can see what I see and give me deeply personalized, real-time advice based on the plants it sees in front of me. Or imagine a fitness app that helps personal trainers or coaches remotely coach their clients through a home workout. With our SDK, that app can now connect to glasses so that I can start my workout, enable the camera, put my phone away, and have my trainer coach me with in-ear audio while they see exactly what I see at home through my camera. My trainer and I can save clips to the app to refer to next time, and I can pause a workout when I need to take a break or answer the door. Wearables Device Access Toolkit will let you bring these and many more experiences to life for your users. So how does it work? Our SDK for iOS and Android apps includes CoreKit, which you'll use to establish a secure connection between your app and glasses and manage the lifecycle of your glasses feature, including the initial connection flow, as well as pausing, resuming, and stopping the experience. Once the connection is established, messages go directly from your app to glasses and back, maintaining a direct connection between you and the people using your app. Using our camera kit, you'll be able to stream frames from the glasses camera directly to your app and request permissions. And using iOS and Android Bluetooth profiles, you'll be able to send and receive audio from the device with the glasses microphones and open-ear speakers. Your users can safely lock their phone and background your app while maintaining the connection, so you'll be able to create truly hands-free experiences where their app can be set aside or stashed in a pocket or bag or a purse. Developer experience is really, really important to us, so we've kept our SDK lightweight and have included detailed docs, samples to make it really easy to get started. Developers can test ideas and iterate quickly using mock device kit without glasses or using developer mode on our AI glasses. Alongside the SDK, we will be releasing Wearables Developer Center, which will allow you to make versions of your integrations available remotely to your team members or beta testers, create and manage release channels, and manage team members that have access to your projects. Building an experience for AI glasses can open up real value for the people using your app, especially for quick, lightweight actions or where it pays to be hands-free. Here's an example. Imagine a city tour app that uses AI to create personalized tours of cities for people who like to travel. Their customers love the app, but they don't love having their phones out all day while they're walking around a new city. It makes them feel like a tourist and can also be unsafe and somewhat distracting. With Wearables Device Access Toolkit, the City Tour app can introduce a feature that allows their users to start a tour, put their phone away, and interact with the app solely via glasses. Imagine visiting Rome for the first time, Berlin or Paris. You walk out of your hotel, start your personalized walking tour, and then put your phone in your pocket or bag. The app uses CoreKit to start an experience, which triggers an audio tour guide that you can pause and resume by tapping the side of your glasses. Because the app has asked for your location, it knows where you are in the city. If you're approaching a monument and ask the app a question, it can use Camera Kit to access the glasses camera, to see what you're looking at and give you a personalized answer. You can snap photos and videos from your glasses that you can store to the app for memories or to share with your travel companions or folks back home. You can engage in a conversation with the app through the glasses microphones, asking questions, going deeper on a particular topic, and bookmarking interesting things in the app to come back to over lunch. The beauty of all this is that open-ear speakers allow you to listen while you stay aware of your surroundings and your friend's conversation. And the camera on the glasses means that you don't need to pull out your phone when you have a question about what you're seeing. It can be truly, truly magical. The possibilities with Wearables Device Access Toolkit are almost endless. We're thrilled to see what directions the developer community takes with our AI glasses and how you solve new and valuable problems for your customers on this exciting new form factor. We'll be releasing the developer preview of the Meta Wearables Device Access Toolkit later this year, where interested developers can try it out ahead of a broader launch in 2026. If you're interested, we encourage you to sign up on our interest forum at developer.meta.com/wearables, and be sure to check out our other session, Meta Wearables Device Access Toolkit 101, where we talk through how to build an integration start to finish. Thank you for listening. We truly can't wait to see what you build.
Our AI glasses are enabling a future where creativity and community are at the core of every experience. We want to create an ecosystem that empowers developers to bring their ideas to life. Today, we're introducing the Meta Wearables Device Access Toolkit, our first ever development toolkit designed to integrate mobile apps with our growing portfolio of AI glasses. Hey there, developers. My name is Valentina Chacon-Buitrago, and I'm a software engineer on the Wearables Developer Platform team. Our team has worked on creating this kit that allows you to access capabilities on our AI glasses across iOS and Android applications. We are launching the developer preview in advance of the official launch planned in 2026, and we are fully committed to working closely with our developer community. In this preview, you will be able to provide feedback and have early access to the SDK and testing tools. You'll also be able to access our Wearables Developer Center, which will be your go-to place to manage your integrations built using our toolkit and access documentation and sample applications. I will start this session by showing you a high-level overview of the toolkit's capabilities and what it will enable you to do as a developer. We'll cover common ground about type of experiences you'll be able to build and how they work. We'll then explore how you can integrate the SDK using one of our sample applications, and finally, we'll check how you can extend these capabilities to cover a variety of use cases. Let's start with capabilities. The SDK allows your app to connect directly with our AI glasses and enables you to leverage a range of the glasses' capabilities. In our developer preview, we provide APIs to handle media streaming, photo capture, and a robust error handling. Also, to test your app integration locally, we offer developer mode that works with AI glasses, as well as a mock device kit for testing without a physical device. Now that we have an understanding of what's inside our toolkit, let's dive into how we can build experiences with it. So, where do we start? The SDK supports session-based experiences. This means sessions are your entry point to building experiences with the SDK. A session is a secure and optimized connection between your app and the AI glasses, which is initiated when you start the app. Sessions have two main responsibilities. First, accessing the device's sensors, such as the camera, and second, handling interruptions, such as receiving a phone call or taking off the glasses. The session is also how we convey information to the person using the glasses. For example, we notify them when the app will start using the glasses camera. The first version of our developer toolkit uses sessions to incorporate the experience into your mobile app. This means you will need to create and manage sections directly from your application, which will allow for interactions between your classes and the app. You might have even used sessions already, for example, in live experiences such as live translation or calling via WhatsApp. Behind the scenes, when you first pair the glasses with your app, the registration process creates a non-forgeable data token between your app and glasses. Once registered, you can create sessions designed to manage connections based on battery, thermals, and data size constraints, ensuring the best experience for your app and its users. With the knowledge of sessions-based experiences, let's see how the integration of the SDK in an application actually looks like. We will use the Camera Access Sample app, an iOS and Android application that will be part of our learning resources. This sample app will demonstrate the toolkit's core functionalities, including managing the connection state of the app with the glasses, video streaming, capturing images, and timer-based session management, all from a very simple, intuitive interface. The application opens to a welcome screen where people can connect the glasses. Once connected, the sample app provides controls to start or stop a live video stream, along with timer options for managing stream sessions. You can also take images using the glasses camera, view them directly within the app, and share or save them through the system's sharing options. The first step in integrating an application with our AI glasses is completing the registration flow. This initial registration flow is critical to allow secure authentication and connection between the sample app and the Meta AI app, which allows you to have an abstracted interaction between the sample app and the AI glasses. There are 3 different elements to have in mind while introducing the registration flow in your app. First, you'll need to include the Connect button from the SDK into your app. This button manages most of the secure registration process, including handling pairing your app with a device and requesting OS-level permissions such as Bluetooth if needed. Through it, the SDK allows pairing the app with the glasses with an information view in the Meta AI app. Second, you will have to complete a developer setup. Update your app's configuration in the info.plist and the Android manifest.xml to ensure the SDK can request and manage the necessary access. Then, you should register your app in the Wearables Developer Center to generate an integration bundle needed to connect and request permissions from the device. Finally, you need to handle the connection approval returned from the Meta AI app. Based on your app's profile in the Wearables Developer Center, Meta AI app will broker to allow registration and configuration. When connection flow is started, the button deep links to the Meta AI app for approval. After approval, the flow seamlessly returns to your application to complete registration. Here, you'll handle the callback and complete the flow. Behind the scenes of this entire registration process, there is a secure key exchange that both authorizes and authenticates your app. During development, if you want to check that your integration works as expected using a physical pair of glasses, you can enable the developer mode setting from the Meta AI app. This mode skips application attestation, permission fetching, and the retrieval of the integration bundle in the Wearables Developer Center. To enable developer mode, open the Meta AI app, navigate to Apps, Settings, then App Info, and toggle the developer mode option. If you don't have a physical device, you can use the mock device kit to simulate interactions with the glasses, and same as with developer mode, skip unnecessary registration steps during development. Mock device kit is a framework that is designed to facilitate testing both successful and failure scenarios of SDK integrations. By leveraging Mock Device Kit's API, you can perform interactive and automated tests that involve simulating devices, mocking their capabilities, and altering their states. Whether you want to cover your app with integration tests, end-to-end tests, or just quickly iterate over the development, it enables you to do so. Using the Mock Device Kit in test is quite intuitive. For example, here we're pairing simulated RBMs, then mocking camera fit by providing it a video file, and calling APIs to simulate putting the glasses on. Now, we're able to put assertions and interact with our app in test scenarios. With registration and testing out of the way, now comes the creative part. Let's see how we can leverage the SDK to bring our vision of our sample app to life. First, we want to start with enabling media streaming. Enabling media streaming in the application is very simple. From the streaming button in the Camera Access app, we make calls to the Camera Kit API in the SDK. We have start and stop functions. In order to start the camera, you will need to have a session between your app and the glasses. You have two options in how you create and manage the session. You can create a video session which will initiate and manage the connection only while the camera is active. You could also start a general session and then toggle the camera as needed during its lifetime to capture images. The key difference is how you expect your overall experience to work with the glasses, knowing there are user notifications and life cycle signals tied to the session itself. We make it easy to manage streaming sessions in your app with simple API calls. For example, we added timer limits to the sample app that automatically terminate streaming sessions when expired. The implementation uses native timers that fire after the specific duration and directly stop the streaming session. The timer management is handled by the application layer, while the underlying streaming control is managed by the SDK. With everything in place, the app can now connect to AI glasses, stream live video, capture images, and handle sessions using timer controls. And this sample app is just the start. From here, you can use the glasses microphone to add voice command processing, run capture images through computer vision models for object recognition, integrate an LLM such as Meta's Llama to provide a chat interface, access the speaker system, and do much more. For example, we extended the Camera Access app by processing the media output from our SDK through computer vision models to perform card detection. This is just the beginning. There are many options for what you can create. Stay in touch with us to learn more about the Meta Wearables Device Access Toolkit and be among the first to explore new use cases with our AI glasses. Head over to developer.meta.com/wearables for details. Thank you for joining this session. We can't wait for you to start building with us.
Hi, my name is Connor Griffiths, and I'm a member of the Wearables content team. As we have heard today, the Meta Wearables Device Access Toolkit will enable developers to unlock novel use cases for AI glasses. This toolkit opens the door to new, valuable ways for consumers to engage with their favorite services, redefining how we interact with technology in our daily lives. In my role, I'm fortunate to work with visionary partners who are pushing the boundaries of wearable computing and AI. It's this spirit of innovation and exploration that fuels my passion and excitement for the work we do. Recently, we have partnered with a small, select group of partners, such as Disney Imagineering and 18 Birdies, to provide their teams with early access to the Meta Wearables Device Access Toolkit. Together, we have prototyped cutting-edge integrations for AI glasses that showcase the incredible potential of this platform. These prototypes are just the beginning. They demonstrate the diverse and exciting use cases that the toolkit enables, from enhancing everyday experiences to creating entirely new ways to interact with the world around us. The Disney Imagineering team has focused on exploring how AI glasses can transform the in-person experience at Disneyland parks. Their prototype offers a glimpse into a future where visitors can seamlessly access important park information on the go, all while remaining present and enjoying time with family and friends. Let's take a moment to watch a video showcasing Disney Imagineering's innovative work.
What's that? How can I ride it?
That's the Mark Twain Riverboat, a classic Disneyland paddle boat. It's nearby and you can board for a relaxing 14-minute cruise.
Where can I get a gluten-free snack?
Tropical Imports, right by you in Frontierland, has fresh fruit, Cuties mandarins, and other gluten-free snacks. Want to check the menu?
Where can I get one of those?
You can get that poured keychain nearby at the creature stall here in Galaxy's Edge.
What's this ride, and is it appropriate for my 4-year-old?
This is Finding Nemo's Submarine Voyage. It's gentle, family-friendly, and perfect for young kids, including your 4-year-old. Hey, Beta. Pirates of the Caribbean currently has a short wait time. Want directions?
Yeah, that sounds great. How do I get there?
Once you get to New Orleans Square, Pirates of the Caribbean will be just ahead on your right.
Okay.
Hey, Beta. Winnie the Pooh is nearby. Would you like to meet him?
Yeah. Can you tell me how to get there?
With the unique perspective of the Glasses camera and the open-ear speakers, Disney Imagineering has unlocked in-the-moment experiences that allow park visitors to maximize their enjoyment. The open-ear speakers allow you to augment the park rather than taking you out of it and becoming disconnected. The park assistant is able to process multimodal inputs to guide and assist people with real-time information, such as when a person is looking at Space Mountain, they can find out real-time information and wait times. AI glasses have the potential to revolutionize a wide range of experiences. And one area that particularly excites me is sports. 18 Birdies is an innovative partner, dedicated to helping golfers of all skill levels play better golf and enjoy the game. Through their mobile app, 18 Birdies provides golfers with precise on-course distance measurements, detailed performance analytics, smart tracking, and engaging social features, such as tournaments and sharing photos and videos with friends. 18 Birdies is invested in our vision for wearable computing. Let's take a look at their prototype.
Hey, 18 Birdies, what's my distance to the pin?
The pin is 127 yards. I'd recommend a gap wedge.
Guys, let's get a photo. Hey, 18 Birdies, take a photo. Check it out.
Oh, that's sick.
"18 Birdies" showcases how AI glasses can deliver real-time insights and enhance the golfing experience, allowing golfers to focus on their game while staying connected and informed. As a golfer, I want a world where I can truly disconnect and enjoy my time on the golf course. Glasses provide the ideal form factor to allow insights to be delivered to golfers to improve their game. I can't wait to see how this golf prototype continues to evolve. Now imagine all the unique experiences you can build as a developer, leveraging the sensors on our AI glasses for your app. If you're a developer looking to build unique, hands-free experiences that allow people to be truly in the moment and less looking down at their phone or wrist, we want to hear from you. The possibilities are truly exciting, and we can't wait to see the creative directions developers will take. The Meta Wearables Device Access Toolkit will soon be available in our developer preview. To learn more and join the waitlist, please visit developers.meta.com/wearables.
I feel the change within. I think I'll transform again.
Those last sessions took us deeper into the Meta Wearables Device Access Toolkit with insights on core functionalities, workflows, and showed us what real examples from partners already putting it to work. From here, we're picking up the pace. Horizon is expanding fast. Mobile access, new Gen AI tools, creators building bigger and faster than ever. So let's step into another world. Well, make that worlds. Dilmer is on site at the Horizon Lounge, so let's go see what he's got for us.
Thanks, Kimberly. And we're here in the Horizon World Lounge area where we have a couple of portals on the back where you can see worlds, there's avatars, you can wave to them, a pretty cool area. But I have a really incredible guest, my friend Deepak, who is a developer advocate here at Meta. He has a lot of experience also with UGC and also Worlds. Deepak, what feature are you the most interested about of what we just announced?
Oh my God, the custom shaders, like in that new editor,
chef's kiss, but like that's what I'm really excited about. But like, I just love like we just released the embodied NPCs, and like what people don't realize, it's basically you can drop in NPCs, and like it's connected to like an internal LLM. So like basically you can have like real life conversations happening in worlds without having to write like million lines of like dialogue. So like I think people are going to like be experimenting in such creative ways and having like funny conversations that sort of make that like world amazing. And like that's what people want, right? When they come into it, not that it feels like a dead world, but like it's alive. That's what I really love about those NPCs. And it creates that sort of social atmosphere that I think people have been craving in these types of experiences.
Oh yeah, I'm sure creators will love that. I really like that feature as well. To level things up, we know that avatars customization is a big part of Worlds. How is that going to be changing the way that people connect within Worlds?
Again, great question. I think most people don't realize that like UGC platforms, they're really like social matrices. So like people are wanting to be themselves in these worlds or like experiment with their identity, right? Because they're not trying to just play a game, right? They're trying to be in these spaces. And so that's what I love about the customization, right? It allows them like different body types, costumes, like different styles, and then they get to experiment with what they want to be, who they want to be, whether for today or tomorrow, or like whole time. And that's what I think why I love that we double down on those types of features. It really lets them express themselves. So that's what I love about it.
Yeah, no, I love that. I mean, I know people who have been asking for this feature for quite a while, so I can see that. So just as a developer, we always look for fast iteration tools because we want to optimize our time, right? We don't want to spend too much time debugging. So what is your take on those tools and how does that relate to Desktop Editor? What features you can find in that tool?
Yeah, I think there's a trend going on in AAA and in game development itself in that like we need to find ways to create games faster and cheaper, right? And I think the Gen AI tools really help like sort of like allow developers to like prototype and really gray box their sort of levels. And I think that's what's exciting to me because not only like can you get like test out your gameplay really fast, right? You can also like learn from it, right? Because I'm not a strong scripter, right? But with this way I can generate scripts. I'm not strong at anything, like not a strong artist, but that's what I love, right? I can like sort of like piece together things and then work with other people to like, see, this is what I'm sort of seeing. Let's experiment with it. And I'm a big fan that like Gen AI tools are not meant to replace creators, but like they're used for like education. So that's what I use it for, right? Because then I can start learning in a way that works for me. So that's why I love it.
No, I love it. I think I see it as an extension of me. Yes. And Deepak and myself went to a conference not too long ago. We had to do a workshop. Those were the features that we used, and we got Kickstarter pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah. At Gamescom, yeah?
Yeah.
That's some fun times.
So I think the next part that I want to talk about is basically communication within Worlds, like community. Tell me a little bit about that. What has inspired you? Who taught you within Worlds that you say, okay, I like this community?
Oh, I mean, two good questions, right? Like, person I love is like Jay Dunn. He's like over here somewhere, right? But like he welcomed me in the community. And that's the thing that shouldn't surprise me, but often surprises me is like how much people are willing to like welcome you, share code with you, help you if you're stuck on your level, right? But at the same time, they're also competing with you, right? So like it's this friendly like competition, but that's what I love versus like solo development, right? Is like you're actually building like with a community. And that's what the thing that always surprises me is like you're not alone. Yeah. And there's always someone to help out.
I agree with that. I mean, I'm a VR developer. When I saw the community within Worlds, I started using Worlds because there's such a strong connection in there.
Yeah, they're all with each other, high-fiving each other, and then secretly like, how do I get a better game out there than them?
Okay, lastly, I want to ask you, if you had a magic wand and you could wish for a really cool feature, what would that be?
I'm going to cheat. I'm going to say multiple features, right? One I know is coming, which is multiple scripts on an object, so that's going to create more interactions. Right, but the dream features, right, is like I want like video for all creators because then they can create awesome concert, right, custom shaders. But I know that's coming with the new things, and then also like rev share, right, the ability to sort of like share your income with multiple creators that are helping you in the maps. I think these types of things will help production, but really help grow teams at a larger scale.
No, I love it. Hey, thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, Deepak, for joining us today. We can't wait to see what worlds you create, but back to you, Kimberly.
Worlds on Meta Horizon continues to launch new features and improvements as fast as we can bring your feedback to life. And our community of creators is putting every one of those features into play just as fast. So to carry on with the theme, We'll dive into the creator sessions focused on how you can start building on your own.
Hi, I'm Dragoš Strugar, and I work on creator tools for worlds in Meta Horizon. Today, I'll walk you through everything you need to get started as a creator. We'll cover the latest tools for building worlds, how to design for both VR and mobile, and the different ways you can earn as part of the Meta Horizon Creator Program. I'll show you how to go from your first idea to a published, monetized world, and share practical tips for building engaging, successful experiences. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take your creations to the next level, you'll leave with a clear roadmap for your journey. Let's start with the world's desktop editor. This is your main workspace for building worlds. The interface is designed to be familiar and approachable, with a scene hierarchy on the left, a large asset library along the bottom, and a property panel on the right for fine-tuning. You can drag and drop assets, organize your scene, and adjust properties with just a few clicks. If you've used any game editor, you'll feel right at home. We also introduced a suite of mobile creation tools. Now, you can build and optimize worlds for both VR and mobile audiences. The editor lets you preview your world in both formats, so you can see exactly how it will look and feel on each device. Features like camera modes and haptics make it easy to create experiences that run smoothly everywhere. This means you can reach a much larger audience and design worlds that feel great whether someone is using a headset or their phone. Once you've chosen your target platforms, building your scene is faster than ever. AI generation has completely changed the way creators build. You can generate entire scenes, specific 3D models, textures, or even audio just by describing what you want. For example, you can type cozy island with coastal cottages, surf shacks, and a wooden dock, and the editor will generate the environment for you. Buildings, terrain, props, and lighting, all positioned and ready to go. After you've generated your overall scene, AI can also generate custom 3D models, textures, and audio. Request a medieval castle with weathered stone walls and receive a fully textured model in minutes. Need ambient wave sounds? AI generates the audio file for you. This direct approach removes barriers between your ideas and the finished product. The public asset library is another huge resource. You'll find thousands of assets and templates shared by other creators and Meta. Everything from buildings and props to interactive systems and visual effects. You can see here, for example, I'm adding a surfboard to the scene just by grabbing it from the library. This means you can quickly add what you need, remix community content, and focus on what makes your world unique. Now, let's bring your world to life with interactivity, starting with the new AI-enabled Creator Assistant in the desktop editor. It automates setup tasks, offers context-aware guidance, and helps you generate scripts using natural language. Whether you're solo or collaborating, it accelerates your workflow and helps you get to a playable prototype faster. Let me show you how it works. Here, a creator asks the assistant to generate a trampoline that looks like an inflatable box. The assistant not only generates the 3D model, but also sets up the logic so that when a player jumps on it, they're launched upwards by a specific force and angle. All of this is done through a simple conversation. No need to write code from scratch or hunt through documentation. The assistant automates the setup, generates the scripts, and even explains how you can tweak the behavior if you want to customize it further. TypeScript enables interactivity in worlds, shaping everything from simple collectibles to complex game mechanics. While the assistant helps you learn and use TypeScript, manual coding remains a core part of the creative process. You'll have onboarding support, practical guidance, and access to an editor with VS Code integration, and robust APIs for physics, audio, multiplayer UI, and more, making it easier than ever to bring your ideas to life. Beyond building from scratch, you can tap into the public asset library to speed up your workflow. It's not just about 3D models. Creators share complete gameplay systems and templates that you can use right away. For example, let's look at this NPC dialogue system created by another member of the community. With just a few clicks, you can add features like player progression, stat tracking, or inventory management in your world. These templates let you build on top of proven systems, saving you time and effort. You can customize them and combine them to create unique gameplay experiences tailored to your vision. Now, let's talk about turning your creativity into income. Meta offers several ways to earn from your worlds. You can win monthly bonuses from the Creator Fund, participate in competitions to win cash awards, and earn organically through selling digital goods such as in-world items and avatar clothing. At a high level, the Creator Fund rewards you for building worlds that attract and engage players. The more time people spend in your worlds on both VR and mobile, the more you can earn through monthly bonuses. There are also milestone rewards as your mobile audience grows. All of this is managed through the Creator Portal, where you can track your progress and earnings. The most successful worlds are built around strong progression and retention loops. Think about how players advance, unlock new content, and earn rewards over time. Progression systems like leveling up, achievements, or unlocking new areas give players clear goals and reasons to return. Daily challenges and rewards encourage players to check in regularly, while social features like teaming up, competing, or sharing experiences help build a strong community. Customization is another key driver of retention. Letting players personalize their avatars, unlock new outfits, or decorate their spaces creates a sense of ownership and investment. The avatar clothing economy is growing fast. Creators can design and sell wearable items that players use across Meta Horizon. You can integrate clothing into your gameplay, offer team uniforms, or use cosmetics as progression rewards. Direct monetization is also available through in-world purchases. You can sell progression items, cosmetics, and convenience features directly to players. Many gizmos and asset templates are ready for monetization out of the box, so you can quickly set up shops, reward systems, inventories, and premium content. To maximize your earnings, focus on building engaging, replayable experiences with strong progression, social features, and customization options. The Creator Portal's analytics dashboard makes it easy to track your world's performance, monitor engagement, and understand your earnings in real time. Getting started is simple. Download the desktop editor. The download includes everything you need to start building right away. Begin with our tutorial worlds, which teach core concepts step by step, from basic scene building to advanced scripting. Join the community forum to connect with other creators and mentors. Start small, try AI scene generation, experiment with templates, and see how quickly you can go from an idea to a playable world. And if you want to get started even faster, check out our new remixable worlds feature. Creators can now open up their worlds for others to build on top of, making it easier to share know-how and bootstrap new projects. Remixing helps you learn from the best, speeds up your initial creation, and helps grow a thriving modding ecosystem around worlds. When you're ready to monetize, apply to the Meta Horizon Creator Program. This unlocks access to creator bonuses, clothing creation tools, an exclusive Discord channel, and early access to new features. Most creators go from first download to published world in just a few hours of focused work. Download the editor, experiment with the tools, and join our creator community. Your next world could become your next significant income stream. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to MetaConnect 2025. Today's digital session covers how we can speed up creation with generative AI tools in Meta Horizon that transform world building. I'm going to share with you the latest and greatest generative AI tools for creators on Meta Horizon. I'm here to provide you with an overview of these incredible Gen AI tools offered within the world's desktop editor, and then give you a demo of these tools. At the end of the session, I'll share some links with you about how you can get started with these tools and the Meta Horizon Creator Program. I'm Matt Torres, a mentor with the Meta Horizon Creator Program. Some of you may know me by my creator name, Tellus. Meta has been releasing some awesome generative AI tools all throughout 2025, and it's made creating on Meta Horizon much faster than ever before. Let's talk about the entire generative AI toolkit that's part of the world's desktop editor. Because of all of the generative AI tools that Meta Horizon product team has been releasing this year, Horizon has an incredibly comprehensive and integrated set of generative AI tools available on the market. That's amazing progress, since the first generative AI tools became available only earlier this year. The world's desktop editor initially launched with these 3 AI tools. First is TypeScript generation. This tool creates TypeScript code using generative AI. Second is audio generation tools, which include sound effects audio generation for AI-generated effects that bring your world to life, and ambient audio generation for AI-generated ambient audio, great for making your world feel extra immersive. Third is texture generation, a super easy way to use AI to retexture assets. After that, Meta took a huge leap forward, launching mesh generation. This allows you to create high-quality 3D meshes, and skybox generation, which lets you use AI to easily generate amazing skies for your worlds. And those are just the tools to build worlds. When you create on worlds in Meta Horizon, you also have AI tools to help you create embodied and non-embodied NPCs. We'll see this in action in a demo later on in this video. Most recently, Meta launched environment generation. This tool lets creators build an environment based on several different themes to further accelerate the creation process. There's also style reference, which allows you to easily generate, save, and reuse specific styles, ensuring consistent results across your creations. And Creator Assistant, which you can use to partner on creation, orchestration of tooling, and world building. Check out this clip of how awesome Creator Assistant is at making creation easier. Additionally, Horizon also launched tools to help create AI NPCs. These allow creators to add amazing and memorable characters to their worlds, making the experience even more engaging. I'm excited to show you how using all of these generative AI tools make creating a world fun, easy, and fast. Let's jump right in. Once you open a world, you can see the generative AI panel on the right side of the screen. Let's generate a style. Let's create a post-apocalyptic mutant wasteland. Then we can create a skybox. Let's use a digital painting style to create a desert. Now let's create ambient audio. Let's prompt for desert winds. Now we'll generate an environment. We'll write in the prompt that we want radioactive purple grass and green water. Let's generate a 3D model. We'll prompt for a monster, and we'll use the style that we generated earlier. Let's use the assistant to create a bomb that we can throw at this monster. When I throw the bomb at the monster, it should cause an explosion, and we'll create an explosion sound effect. Let's add an NPC that will teach the player to throw the bombs at the monsters. We'll give it a backstory and some instructions. And we'll set its voice to whimsical.
Please enter the text you'd like to listen to. Greetings, Survivor. I'm Robot, a robot who's been stuck in this mutant wasteland for what feels like an eternity. Greetings, Survivor. My name is Robot, a robot who's been stranded in this treacherous...
And there you go. I was able to use generative AI tools and quickly create a world with some cool objects, interesting sounds, and a colorful sky scene in just minutes. I even got to quickly build an NPC to help enhance the world and make it even more engaging. Also, keep an eye out for new tools announced at Connect, which allows you to create detailed avatars with a few simple prompts. I can't wait to try this feature out as soon as I can. Now it's your turn. If you haven't already, go and download the world's desktop editor. And you should also sign up to become a member of the Meta Horizon Creator Program. Once you're a member, you can get early access to tooling, join me for mentorship sessions, and also attend numerous Creator Program workshops that happen each month. Come and create on Meta Horizon and be a part of this gaming revolution.
Hello, and welcome to today's session on World Creation for Mobile. My name is Hannah Waterlove, and I'm a product manager here at Meta working on Meta Horizon. I've spent most of my career working in the computer games industry, primarily in the user-generated content space. I'm here today to give you a brief overview about creating worlds for mobile users, why you might be interested, and how you can get started. If your curiosity is piqued and you're looking for more in-depth information, I'd encourage you to revisit the Building Worlds, a Comprehensive Overview session presented by my colleague, Dragos Struga, on demand afterwards. Worlds started in VR, but it's come a long way in the last couple of years. In 2023, we launched Worlds on mobile, and then in 2024, we made some huge changes to the mobile app, taking it from the Meta Quest app into the Meta Horizon app you see today, a thriving ecosystem for creators and players. We now have a diverse roster of creators building a hugely varied set of games and interactive experiences using our creation tools to build once and deploy across VR and mobile. We found that creators have had particular success on mobile with accessible designs, including snackable drop-in, drop-out content and simple and satisfying touch-based interactions, as you can see here with the dart throwing in Galactic Arcade and the cheese grating and herb sprinkling in Pizza Kitchen. Check out just a few of the diverse range of experiences that can now be enjoyed within Worlds. As developers, we know that you have a huge range of options for creation and distribution of games and other interactive content. So why choose Worlds? Well, there are three key reasons. Firstly, our creation tools make creation and publishing a breeze. Secondly, you get access to our huge audience. And last but not least, our creators benefit from a variety of financial incentive programs. Let's dig into each of these briefly. Our creation tools are cross-platform and multiplayer by default, so you can spend more time honing your gameplay and less worrying about your networking stack. We have a huge number of drop-in components that can be used to build shops, NPCs, and more, with a public asset library and remixable worlds preventing you from having to start from scratch. You can import meshes and effects from industry-standard tools like Maya and Blender to make your world your own. And on top of all that, access to cutting-edge generative AI technology from Meta streamlines your building experience, generating high-quality 3D meshes, textures, skyboxes, audio, and TypeScript on demand to really accelerate the process of prototyping and iterating. Next up, let's look at our audience. Meta Horizon is our growing next-generation social network, offering creators unique access to the huge audience for meta technologies for engagement of potential players and re-engagement of existing or lapsed players. Creators can publish worlds that are immediately available through not only the Meta Horizon app in VR, but also within Facebook. And recently, we've expanded this capability to Instagram. On both Facebook and Instagram, people can discover worlds and events on Meta Horizon they may be interested in via content recommendations and quests. You can use our graduation tools to upsell players from snack experiences in Facebook or Instagram into the Meta Horizon app, where you can reach them more directly and consistently, and then use activity reminders and notifications to re-engage those players, bringing them back to your world at a regular cadence. In addition to the tooling and reach you can achieve for your experiences with worlds, we also have a number of creator incentive programs with something to suit every type of creator. Meta has committed $50 million to directly support creators building worlds in 2025. Creators registered in the Meta Horizon Creator Program are eligible for competitions and bonuses. Our regular competitions have multiple categories, enabling you to participate in whichever way best suits your skills. You can see some of the winners of our previous Elevate Your Mobile World competition up here, in categories such as Most Satisfying Progression System and Most Shareable Moments. Our latest competition is being announced during Connect, so make sure to apply for the Meta Horizon Creator Program to get all the details. Monthly bonuses are paid out based on player engagement with your worlds, with rewards based on criteria such as time spent by players in VR and mobile, so that you can choose how to focus your attention. And as well as funding from Meta, you can also earn directly from your players using in-world purchases to build up your own experiences economy. Creators in the Meta Horizon Creator Program can benefit from all of these, generating a sustainable and regular income from their creations. To get started, all you need is a Windows PC and an idea for an experience that you would like to bring to life with the world's desktop editor. Once you've created your world, either from an empty world or from one of our starting points, you can make it your own by importing or generating assets, and then you're ready to start adding interactivity using TypeScript. Our editor integrates with VS Code or any other IDE to provide a familiar and powerful scripting interface. Once you're happy with your world, you can publish it instantly to make it instantly available to the whole Meta Horizon audience. And remember to apply to the Meta Horizon Creator Program if you're interested in monetizing your experience. That'll give you access to competitions, bonuses, and in-world purchases, in addition to an exclusive community and early access to new features. That's it for this overview of building worlds for mobile. But if you're interested in learning more about our creation experience, I'd encourage you to check out the Building Worlds, a comprehensive overview session for a more in-depth look at the editor. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ashes to Ashes 2, creator of Let Me Cook and president of VR in Review. Today, I'm excited to share with you my journey as a creator and how the Meta Horizon Creator Program has supported me in learning new skills, connecting with other creators, and supporting new ways to help me grow my business. So, my journey in world building started in 2021. It started as a way to decompress from my day job as a CPA. I had purchased the MetaQuest headset to play Beat Saber and was lucky enough to come across the closed beta of Worlds. Once I joined Worlds and saw what other creators were able to make, I quickly jumped into edit mode to build, script, and published my first world called The Blue House. Since I don't come from a gaming or art background, I really appreciated how accessible the creation tools were for me. I've worked on many worlds, some as solo builds, and some in collaboration with other creators, studios, and brands. A few standouts include creating worlds with Jordan Peele's company, Monkey Paw Productions, for their movies Nope and Get Out. I've also worked on projects with Survivor and BuzzFeed. Mega Tasty, the world we created with BuzzFeed, is still a community favorite that I am proud to have worked on. My latest solo build, Let Me Cook, won first place in the simulation category of the Mobile Genre Showdown competition and has been an amazing way to mark my growth as a creator. Since I started world building, so much has changed and the tools have really evolved. And that's why I was able to become a creator. They were accessible for me, and since then, they have grown at a speed that has also propelled my own skills. The tools keep making things I've only imagined possible. Never would I have imagined I'd be able to make a mobile game on my own. The camera API was one of the features I was able to learn and incorporate into my competition submission, which I think really made all the cooking interactions possible. I also use asset spawning to add enough content to keep my players engaged. I used it to fit 40+ recipes and custom wearables that players can equip in the shop. That's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to features, since more are constantly being added. I'm excited to dig into features like Turbo Analytics to understand user traffic, avatar scaling to add some magical moments, and the new social API that will help me to reward players for connecting with one another. An important community that's really helped me on my journey is the Meta Horizon Creator Program. If you're not familiar with the program, it's a community where you can find fellow creators that are excited to learn and upskill together. There is a forum where you can ask questions and share updates on current builds, and workshops where even the most seasoned creator can learn something new. The program does a great job at connecting you with people that have hands-on experience with the tools and can help point you in the right direction. That all sounds good, right? But what really is special about the program is the support I've received as a creator. Being a part of the program gave me opportunities to attend workshops and made it possible for me to improve on my creation skills and learn about the newest features, which led me to being able to win the competition. During workshops, I connected with mentors and got demos of new features and questions answered surrounding the related API. Having the opportunity to talk through features made it easier to decide which feature would suit my needs. I was considering using world streaming to bring ingredients and other interactives, but learned through the workshop that asset spawning was the better option for me. This saved me precious development time, since working under a competition deadline means you need to be strategic about exploring new features through experimentation. The program is also structured in a way that is not just about creation, but how to grow your community and make business decisions that could lead to you becoming a full-time creator. Winning the competition means I can fund the future updates to my world. The key features like Turbo Analytics means I can make data-driven changes to my world that will help me earn additional engagement bonuses. Digital goods like avatar clothing and other in-world purchases means I have multiple ways to financially support my creator journey. The program provides a lot of resources, and I tell anyone considering joining to pace yourself, as there are so many exciting features to play with that you may overwhelm yourself. Just take your time, make use of the resources, and have fun creating. I've had such a great experience in the program that I've become a mentor myself. When I first started out, I noticed gaps that people like myself were running into, so I made sure to be available if other creators had questions. That was and is the culture of Worlds, and now we have an official program to help structure that culture for growth. I believe that a community that is built on supporting each other is important to not only creators, but society as a whole. As a mentor, I help creators of various levels through workshops, tutorials, and documentation, and I bring my special perspective of having used the tools at an expert level. We are the bridge that helps creators reach their creation goals by supplying resources and helping demonstrate what's possible. I understand a lot of the potential frustration other creators might encounter, and now as a mentor, I can provide solutions to support others. So it was an easy decision for me to apply to be a mentor. As a mentor, my biggest achievement would be helping fellow creators to achieve their creation goals. I want creators to know their own potential and be able to realize it. We as creators sometimes are our own worst critics, and I hope to help strengthen the voice of their own inner cheerleaders. Acknowledge the failures as opportunities for learning that can turn into a win. They are part of the journey, but not the end. If you are part of the Meta Horizon Creator Program, you can receive support from mentors through the Creator Forum by asking questions, through workshops by attending or watching the playback, and through the growing amount of resources that we are creating to support your creator journey. Creator program partners gain the added connection to mentors through scheduled one-on-one sessions to help with support that is customized for your specific needs. And if you're not part of the program, consider applying. If you haven't tried out Worlds in Meta Horizon, now is a great time to start. The Meta Horizon Creator Program will help you get up to speed with the tools through documentation, templates, workshops, mentors, and the collaborative creator community. Meta has committed $50 million to directly support creators building Worlds in 2025, meaning doing something you love can also earn you money. You might be surprised by how you'll be able to pick up the tools, so don't miss out on the chance to apply now. Worlds is still an evolving app, and I'm so glad I've been able to be a part of that evolution. Creators new or experienced have a real opportunity to add their own story to Worlds by joining the growing community of Meta Horizon Creator Program. If you've never built or have already mastered building on another platform, you will still be able to enjoy the refreshing feeling of discovery by building on Worlds. Not only that, you'll be able to shape the culture and future of Worlds. So, thank you for the magic that you bring.
I feel the change within. I think I'll transform again.
Creators and Worlds are scaling faster and building bigger than ever. But the story doesn't stop there. VR development itself is on a journey, from those very first steps to getting apps ready for launch. To dig into what that looks like, I'm joined by Maeva Spongbergs, Chief Marketing Officer and Head of Publishing at Beyond Frames Entertainment. Maeva, you've seen how developers approach both social spaces like Worlds and fully immersive VR. What stands out to you about the opportunities that open up when creators make that jump?
I think the rapid development we've seen on Store in the past 18 months have really put the power back into the hands of the developers and creators. We've never had this many tools to kind of like control our release, our deployment, our testing, and different ways to reach players. You can now launch your app, it's all in your own hands, and you can monetize the way that you need to.
Fantastic. I mean, over at Beyond Frames, you work with teams at all stages. So what's the most important piece of advice you're going to give to a creator who's just beginning their VR journey?
I think the thing that we see missing sometimes in the mix is really defining your North Star for the title. Are you going for revenue the fastest? Are you there as a creative outlet to tell a story? Or are you simply there to test a specific tech? So defining that early is super important. But then I think the second part of it is understanding if you have a product market fit. And then especially if you're going for the revenue track where you really need to understand if you have an audience.
Right. And when you're chasing something that you love, it's sometimes hard to see where that product market fit comes together. Building for VR can be exhilarating, it can be unpredictable. So for somebody starting out or for newer developers, like what's the biggest surprises you've seen them run into that sort of makes life a little difficult?
I think designing something on paper, and especially if you come from PC and console, I mean, flat designs, is very different from developing for immersive experiences. Because what something feels like and how you experience it, it's so vastly different in headset. So that is my one thing to make sure that people consider.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Very excellent. What is your looking at the community, sort of looking outward from developers? What have you learned from the player community, especially more recently, that shows how VR can connect people in a unique way, a way you can't get anywhere else?
I think embodiment, especially of your avatar, irrespective of what that looks like, or if you're in a world or in an app, that embodiment is just so special, especially when you're communicating with other people. You can show body language, you can travel together to different places. Hopefully we'll have more eye tracking technologies coming in the future so we can show facial expressions. And that really bridges the gap between a video call and actually being a place together. And who doesn't want to go slay dragons with your friends? I mean, that's the most fun.
Absolutely. If you could point developers towards one piece of VR, whether it be what we're doing with the hardware, a design, type of experience, even just a mindset, what's the opportunity you want developers to jump on?
I think in terms of mindset, what really is important right now is to stay scrappy, iterate, and then just to call back to, define your North Star and really make sure you have a product market fit.
Fantastic. Thank you, Maeva. VR is not just about playing the same games you'd find on a flat screen. It's about inventing new mechanics and new ways to play on hardware that puts you inside the experience like nothing else can. And coming up, our developer sessions, we'll dive into the tools that make all of that possible. And who knows, you might just see a familiar face.
Hello everyone, my name is Dilmer Valecillos and I am a developer advocate at Meta. In this session, we're going to talk about how to get started with VR development and help you build your own immersive experiences for the Meta Horizon store. This will cover essential tools such as the Unity game engine, SDKs from Meta, the project setup tool, and building blocks. The goal of this session is to help you deploy your first VR experience to your own MetaQuest headset. To get started, let's make sure that your system has the minimum requirements to create an immersive experience for MetaQuest. If you're planning to develop on macOS, Windows, or Linux, I recommend using the following. For Windows, Windows 10 or newer, an Intel x64 architecture processor or ARM64. And DirectX or greater, or Vulkan-capable GPUs. For macOS, Big Sur 11 or newer, Apple M1 or newer for silicon-based processors. Linux 22.4 or Ubuntu 24.04, an x64 architecture processor, OpenGL 3.2 or greater, or Vulkan-capable or NVIDIA or AMD GPUs. Now that we have identified the computer requirements, we can move on to creating a VR-ready Unity project. To do this, let's first head over to unity.com download to download and install a tool called the Unity Hub. For context, the Unity Hub is a standalone application that serves as a central hub for managing Unity projects, Unity editor installations, and also learning resources. I recommend creating a Unity account and obtaining a free license before proceeding to the next steps. Open the Unity Hub, click on Install, and install the latest available Unity 6 version that is compatible with your system. In my case, I'll be installing Unity for Windows, enable Visual Studio as your IDE. You can change this later if you prefer to use a different IDE. Then enable Android build support. Open JDK and Android SDK and the NDK tools. Now that Unity 6 is installed, we can proceed to create a new Unity URP project. URP is the recommended rendering pipeline for VR due to its performance optimizations, cross-platform compatibility, and a motor rendering feature. Click on New Project, select the Universal 3D template as a starting point, select your Unity organization, or if you don't have one, simply create it by going to id.unity.com, then select it. Give your project a name. In my case, I'll be using Blossom Body. Select the project location, and lastly, click on Create Project. At this point, you should have a standalone project created. To build a project for a MetaQuest device, you need to switch the target platform to MetaQuest. To do this, simply go to File, Build Profiles, select MetaQuest to enable it, and then click on Switch Platform. Unity may need to re-import your assets in formats compatible with the new target platform, and recompile your scripts, which should take some time to do. Now we have a MetaQuest project completely created and ready to start with. In the hierarchy, we have 3 game objects, a main camera, a directional light, and also a global volume, which is meant for post-processing. Let's delete the main camera and also the global volume. The main camera will be replaced later in this session by using the camera rig building block instead. The main camera game object has the correct input bindings to retrieve the headset position and also rotation. Let's proceed by downloading and importing the SDKs from Meta packages so that we can start setting up the camera rig and also other VR-specific components. Our recommendation is to keep your project lean by installing individual packages. For context, you could install the Meta XR Interaction SDK. To follow our recommendation, install only what you need at this stage of your development process. In our case, just head over to the Unity Asset Store and add the Meta Mixed Reality Utility Kit asset and Meta XR Core SDK. These assets will provide us with core functionality such as the camera rig, controller tracking, and environment raycasting functionality through the Mixed Reality Utility Kit, which we'll use today for rendering and placement of 3D objects. Back in the package manager, we should be able to find our new assets. Install only the Meta Mixed Reality Utility Kit, and the Meta XR Core SDK will be installed automatically due to its dependencies on the Mixed Reality Utility Kit. Do not enable XR feature sets yet, in addition to Unity's core OpenXR plugin, which was installed automatically earlier. We also need a specific OpenXR package for Meta. This will enable us to use occlusion and also environment raycasting, which is native to the Meta technologies with OpenXR. Now you should see a new option in Unity labeled Meta XR Tools. Click on it and select the Project Setup tool. We'll return to this area in a minute, but first, let's make sure that OpenXR is configured properly for both platforms, Standalone and MetaQuest. Enable Meta XR feature group for MetaQuest and Standalone, then head over to OpenXR and add a new option under Enable Interactions Profiles. Select Oculus Touch Controller Profile, and this will handle OpenXR input mappings to bind correctly in Unity. Then enable MetaQuest, Occlusion, and MetaQuest Session. Do this once again for both platforms. For MetaQuest, I won't add an Oculus Touch Controller Profile on purpose. This will be fixed by the Project Setup tool. Go back to the Project Setup tool by clicking on Meta XR. This tool helps you quickly configure projects for the SDK by reviewing and fixing common setup issues. It enforces a set of rules to ensure best practices, compatibility, and also performance optimizations should be met. Apply all the recommendations to both platforms by clicking Fix All. I recommend reading through each recommendation to better understand what settings this tool is about to change. All right, now we need to add a few essential building blocks to fully prepare our project for deployment on MetaQuest. Let's start by taking a look at building blocks. Click on Meta XR Tools option and then Building Blocks. Building blocks are essentially pre-built components that encapsulate a variety of SDKs, allowing you to quickly integrate features like hand tracking, controller tracking, pass-through, and interactions into projects with minimal coding. One great feature I love about building blocks is having a variety of group building blocks collections. This allows you to quickly find out what blocks are available depending on the use case. For example, let's click on Mixed Reality and click on Pass-Through Building Block to see additional block details, including dependencies. Click on the plus symbol to add the Pass-Through Building Block, and you'll notice here that 2 blocks are added in the hierarchy. One is going to be your camera rig, which is a dependency of the Pass-Through Building Block, And the second one is the pass-through building block itself. Let's also add a controller tracking building block to track and render our MetaQuest controllers. To test our scene with a basic model, simply right-click on the hierarchy, click on 3D Object, add a cube, and name it Simple Red Cube. I'll quickly create a basic red material and assign it to this cube so that it stands out. Since we're dealing with an immersive experience, we need to make sure that the cube's position and scale are correct. Keep in mind that 1 unit in Unity is equivalent to 1 meter in the real world. Resize the cube to 1/10 of each axis and change its position to 1 on the y-axis and also 1 on the z-axis. This way, the simple red cube will be placed in front of the user when the app launches. Go back to the Project Setup tool and review all the changes. There may or may not be new recommendations as they update as you add new building blocks. Next, I'd like to show you how to enable developer mode on your MetaQuest device. To enable developer mode, we'll need to have a Meta account. If you don't have one, simply go to developers.meta.com/horizon, log in, and then click on Sign Up for a Meta account. Provide an email and additional details about you. This next step will require that you verify your account by using a two-factor authentication or using a payment method. Click on Next to provide organization name, and that should complete the account creation. Now download the Meta Horizon app on your mobile device and log in with your new account. You'll be prompted to pair a new device, select your MetaQuest model, and follow the instructions to pair your headset. Once pairing is complete, head over to Headset Settings, Developer Mode, and toggle the Developer Mode option to activate it. Connect your MetaQuest device to your computer via USB-C, preferably using a cable that supports USB-C 3.0 or higher speeds. You should see a pop-up on your headset asking for permissions to allow this USB connection. Make sure to allow it. In Unity, click on File, Build Profiles, and your device should now show under Run Device dropdown. If not, simply click on Refresh to select it. Click on Build and Run, and provide your app with an APK name. For this app, we're going to be using hello-redcube.apk. Great, you did it. We now have a fully working VR experience running on your MetaQuest device. We have a camera, pass-through, controller tracking, and our simple red cube is positioned right in front of the user. But I feel like we're missing some interactions. To show you the potential of building blocks, let me introduce you to the Meta XR Interaction SDK package. First, let's get it from the package manager. If you don't see it under My Assets, you can find it in the Unity Asset Store. Now drag and drop a grabbable interactable onto our simple red cube. And this is the results of adding SDK grab functionality for a basic demo. The controller grab interactions are fully functional. Even better, we can seamlessly switch back and forth between controllers and hands, and it's all handled smoothly for us. Okay, we now have a red cube showing on our headset, which is great. However, we don't want to leave it at that. Instead, let's add a more polished demo by replacing the cube with this great looking robot. Now add a new building block called Instant Content Placement. This building block uses live depth sensing data to find and hit points on surfaces without needing a space setup. We'll delete some of the added building blocks except for the Environment Raycast Manager, and since we have a custom version of the Instant Content Placement called Plan Placement Robot Controller. That handles spawning, directs the robot to the plans, spawn positions, and manages the robot animation states. This component also requires a few tweaks to its line render references to the robot animator controller, the hands and controllers used when placing plans, and the list of plans will be spanning. That's it. Let's add the current scene to our scene list, create a new build, and deploy it. And this time we have an option to aim at the desired location, and pressing the A button now spawns a new plan. Our robot also travels towards the spawn plans. Notice that we didn't have to set up our space. The Instant Content Placement building block and the Environment Raycast Manager allow us to easily use a raycast with the real-world surfaces. Well, that's it. If you follow along and completed all the steps, congratulations. Huge thank you for watching this session. We hope it helped you in guiding you through the basics of creating your first VR experience. Lastly, download the Meta XR Interaction SDK or any of the individual packages shown today to begin prototyping your next app or game.
Hi, I'm Roberto Coviello, software engineer on XR and AI experiences at Meta. In this session, we will look at an experience we created earlier called Blossom Body. It is a relaxing mixed reality experience where we can place virtual flowers in our physical space and our robot friend flies over to them. But it feels a little bit bland. Therefore, I will show you how to add audio feedback to make it more alive, use the newly updated XR simulator to iterate faster, and set up a new scene to interact with the robot using our upcoming building blocks collection for AI. We'll test and debug our scene with the Immersive Debugger, and lastly, prepare our app for the Meta Horizon store using the Meta Quest Developer Hub. We have completely rebuilt the XR simulator. It is fast, modern, and intuitive. It works across all your Unity instances, making workflow smoother from the initial setup. XR Simulator brings you a cleaner UI and a new environment selector, allowing us to seamlessly change our synthetic environments at runtime. The installer is now part of the Meta XR Core SDK, stays open between sessions, launches faster, and supports multiple instances for multiplayer testing. It's also far more reliable, so you can focus on just creating. I built a simple audio controller class to trigger audio feedback when actions happen, like the robot spotting a flower or landing. We connect these to the plant placement controller and run the scene on the XR simulator. It's immediate and consistent for solo and multiplayer tests. Wouldn't it be nice to have a real conversation with our robot friend? Let me show you something we came up with that allows us to do just that. I'm talking about the building blocks collection for AI, covering object detection, large language models, speech-to-text, and text-to-speech, all pre-integrated with multiple providers. And if your preferred provider isn't listed here, create a new provider class, define the expected payload, and the block can process its outputs like from any other provider. To install a block, pick your inference type, select the provider, and enable any optional features like visualization or debugging. On the object detection block, you'll see Hugging Face as a provider with the detection transformer or DETR model as the endpoint. All you need to do is to set your own API key because this is a cloud-based provider. For the LLM block, we use the new Llama API, hosting the latest Llama 4 Maverick model. Llama API is currently only available for US users who can join the Llama API waitlist now. Check it out and get started with Llama API today. Now, to make our robot friend speak, we imported the speech-to-text and text-to-speech blocks with pre-implemented, state-of-the-art providers. Now we've got object detection for awareness, the LLM for reasoning, and speech for a two-way interaction, all in one seamless experience. For our demo, I created a simple monobehavior robot AI controller to chain all these tasks together. We are almost ready to ship this experience, but complex apps like this need constant testing. The Immersive Debugger makes this easy. It allows us to choose which values or functions to expose and tweak them at runtime with a pre-built UI. It's part of the Meta XR Core SDK, so you can turn it on via the Meta XR Tools menu under Immersive Debugger. We can now add properties in the Unity Inspector or via the debug member attribute. We'll use the inspector as no code changes are necessary. For this, we add a debug inspector component to each game object we want to call a method or change a variable from. If we enter the same category name on each of them, we can bundle them together. So let's call them Robot AI. Then we can select the properties and methods we want to call from the debug UI. I will need to at least call a button to trigger the microphone, and add a slider to adjust the landing offset of our robot from the robot AI controller script. I also want to be able to turn off the bounding box visuals from the object detection visualizer. After deploying, you'll see a floating control bar. Open it, and under Robot AI, the Immersive Debugger turns Start Microphone into a button, landing offset into a slider, and bounding box visuals into a toggle. Perfect! Let's slowly walk through this demo. We call the speech-to-text dictation from the button in the UI and speak our input.
Hey, I'm kind of bored. Any ideas what I can do on this couch?
After the transcription has finished, we automatically send an initial request to the Llama API to get a response back and let the robot speak it.
I'm on my way to the couch to scope out the snack situation.
You can see we also ran the object detection in the same frame and got some bounding boxes back immediately. Our robot now knows where the object we mentioned is and can fly there. Let's turn off the bounding boxes in the debugger.
You can chill on the couch. Or, if you're feeling adventurous, grab that MetaQuest 3 headset on the table and dive into a virtual world.
And that's it. We've gone from seeing and detecting, to reasoning, and finally to speaking, all in one continuous loop. We achieved this by importing our new building blocks for AI and chaining the responses together in one concise manager class. Before we can publish our app to the store, however, we need to ensure good performance, so the experience is enjoyable and safe for our users. For this, we can make use of the MetaQuest Developer Hub. Visit the MetaQuest Developer Center to download the installer for Mac and Windows. Start with a simple assessment of the frame rate and CPU and GPU utilization by opening the Device Manager tab. Here, we can install and activate the OVR metrics tool. When clicking on the cog, you can decide which metrics to show inside your headset. On the headset itself, you can see that our experience is fairly simple, and we do not experience any frame drops, nor is our GPU or CPU fully exhausted. For a detailed frame-by-frame analysis, the Developer Hub includes a Performance Analyzer tab. Here you can select modules like CPU, GPU, and FPS, and set thresholds in the gear icon at the top right, such as flags when FPS drops below 60, or CPU-GPU usage exceeding 95%. Once connected, record your session and watch the real-time graph scroll. The analyzer will pin flags on the timeline whenever limits are exceeded, letting you directly jump to problematic frames. In our case, the app is fairly light and runs smoothly, but for complex scenes, this tool is invaluable. Before wrapping up, let's prepare a store-ready build for our app. First, confirm the Android manifest is correctly set up. Go to Meta, then Tools, and then Create Store-Compatible Android Manifest. Next, we make sure we set a suitable package name for our project, as we won't be able to change this after our first upload. Then, we need to sign our application with an Android key store under the Publishing settings. Click on Key Store Manager and create a new key. Select your key and sign your application with it. Finally, ensure the Android or MetaQuest platform profile is active in the build settings. Then, build your store-ready Android package. Awesome! Let's briefly recap this session. We took our existing Blossom Body experience and enhanced its immersiveness by adding spatial audio to each interaction. We unveiled 2 brand new tools with the updated XR Simulator and the Building Blocks collection for AI, with which we build a complex interactive scene. We use the Immersive Debugger to control this experience and allow us to talk to our robot friend. And lastly, we made sure that our app runs well using the Developer Hub. Visit the MetaQuest Developer Center to explore all our developer tools and SDKs. Also, check out our other sessions to learn how to create Blossom Body and how to bring this experience to the Meta Horizon store. Thank you for joining us for this session, and we are looking forward to your feedback on our tools introduced at MetaConnect 2025.
Hey everyone, I'm Jake Steinerman, a VR developer advocate here at Meta Reality Labs, and I'm going to share a few tips and resources for how you can get your app ready for the Meta Horizon store. To recap, we've been building our relaxing mixed reality experience, Blossom Buddy, where you can place plants around your physical environment and interact with a cute robot companion. Now, I'm going to walk you through getting the experience ready for our first users. First, I'll explain how to ensure that your app meets our policies, called virtual reality checks, or VRCs. Then, I'll show you how to start building a vibrant community by taking a look at a recent developer success story. Next, we'll take a look at our product detail page and optimize it for conversion using our A/B testing tools. And then finally, I'll walk you through how to publish your experience to the Meta Horizon store and getting your first playtesters. First, let's talk about virtual reality checks, or VRCs. These are a set of technical and content requirements that Meta uses to ensure every app on the store meets high-quality standards by reducing motion sickness, ensuring smooth input, and delivering a safe, comfortable experience for users. VRCs cover quality issues, including performance metrics like frame rate, functional correctness, such as input handling and entitlement validation, and user comfort. VRCs also cover policy requirements, such as content appropriateness and privacy compliance. Passing these checks is required to get your experience approved for the store. To help you, Meta provides documentation for all of our VRCs on the Meta Quest Developer Center, which you should refer to early and often during development to catch and fix issues before submission. Let's take a look at a couple of the most commonly failed VRCs and how to fix them. We'll start with Performance.1. Performance VRCs are intended to ensure your experience is performant and responsive. During review, experiences fail Performance.1 more than any other VRC. When we test experiences during the review process, we see the most problems with frame rate. A low frame rate not only takes away from the user experience, it can even create physical discomfort. Under Performance.1, your experience must consistently meet a requirement of at least 60 frames per second. For the best user experience, we recommend your app perform at 72 frames per second or better. To test your app's frame rate, play through it using the OVR metrics tool. We always have this tool running when we're testing, so we recommend you do the same. Ensure your experience consistently performs at 60 frames per second or better for the entire experience. We do allow a lower frame rate for loading screens, but they should be designed in a way where users won't notice. Opt for simple design options like a solid color on the screen for loading. Next, let's look at Privacy.1. Under this VRC, Meta will confirm that the privacy policy link you submit leads to a live, publicly available privacy policy managed by your organization and is relevant to your experience. To ensure your experience satisfies Privacy.1, you should confirm it meets the following criteria. The link you've provided is live, functional, and publicly available. Your privacy policy is hosted on a website secured with a valid SSL certificate. The link you've provided takes users directly to your privacy policy. Your app's privacy policy is owned and managed by your organization. And last but not least, your privacy policy covers the data practices for the experience being submitted and doesn't relate to another experience. There are a few more VRCs that developers commonly fail that we haven't gotten to today. Check out the full how-to guide in our docs called Passing the Most Commonly Failed VRCs. Okay, so you've built your fantastic groundbreaking title, passed the VRCs, and now you're ready to get it out into the world. But you're still missing the most vital component that every title absolutely needs, a community. A game is nothing without its players. They're not just the people that engage with your title, they're your best advocates, testers, and promoters. But where do we find them? How do you organize and interact with them for things like feedback and ideas? Let's take a look at the recent hit Animal Company for how they were able to grow their community to over 1 million monthly active players in less than a year. From the start, Worcester Games, the studio behind Animal Company, designed a game that was naturally social and shareable. They focused on creating you-had-to-be-there moments, unpredictable, chaotic interactions that players love to capture and share on places like TikTok and YouTube. This viral design helped Animal Company earn over 1 billion organic views on TikTok and grow a Discord community of more than 300,000 members. Before launch, the team embraced building in public. They shared early gameplay videos on TikTok, which attracted their first passionate fans, and brought them into the game's Discord server. This open approach gave players a real voice, letting them give feedback through Q&As, polls, creative contests like fan art, and video challenges. They launched in early access on the Meta Horizon store, which indicated to prospective players that the game was new and undergoing regular updates and fixes. This set expectations with players up front and opened the door to regular feedback between the developers and their players. Animal Company also made it their mission to ship updates every single week and post the release notes in a dedicated channel on their Discord server, which kept engagement high. These weekly updates became community events in of themselves, fueling excitement and giving players a constant feed of fresh material to share on their own channels. These rapid release cycles were crucial for refining the game and keeping momentum rolling. The team also enabled content creators by creating regular community contests. This gave the most passionate creators early access to new content and unique in-game cosmetics. When players shared gameplay moments with friends and collaborated with each other on their contest submissions, it helped the game's reach grow even further, all organically. Importantly, Animal Company was patient with monetization. They waited 3 months after early access to introduce paid content, making sure they had strong product market fit. So let's go over some key takeaways from this example about ways you can effectively build your community. First, make sure you're building in public and get regular feedback from your early adopters. Design for shareability. Make content that players want to share with their friends and their followers. Be sure to use platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and Discord to enable new players to discover your game and join your community. Keep a steady update schedule. This allows players something to look forward to and get excited about. Enable creators with assets and resources that they can use to make content with, and reward your most dedicated creators. And lastly, be patient and data-driven with monetization. For more on Animal Company's success, their community strategies, and to hear from the team themselves, check out the full case study over on the Meta Horizon blog. All right, so our experience meets all the VRCs. We have a community established and excited to play, and now they just need a place to find and download it. This is where your product detail page comes in. Your product detail page is your experience's showcase on the Meta Horizon store. It's where users learn about your experience and decide whether to download it. Some of the core features of the product detail page are videos and screenshots of your app in action, both a short and long description of your experience, the game's development status, so whether it's in early access, coming soon, or it's going to be available for pre-order. Pricing, so whether the game is free to play, a one-time cost, or maybe it's subscription-based. And analytics. As a developer, this is something that you get access to in the developer dashboard and a lot more. Make sure your product detail page is clear, engaging, and informative. Write concise descriptions that highlight what makes your experience unique and who it's for. And be sure to use high-quality screenshots and trailers that showcase your app's best features and gameplay. Pay attention to the Quest Asset VRCs for specific requirements and recommendations when it comes to your experience's product detail page assets. If you want to reach more players in more regions around the world, we recommend localizing your product detail page content in different languages as well. For more tips on building a really great product detail page, check out our course Boosting Conversion on the Meta Horizon store. Okay, we reviewed the VRCs, started building our community, and got our product detail page ready. Now it's time to start submitting our experience to the Meta Horizon store. Uploading our experience consists of a couple of steps. First, creating your app, signing your application, uploading the build, and creating release channels. This is optional, but recommended for beta testing with users. Now, step 2, signing your app, was actually covered by Robbie in the session Improving and Iterating Your App, so we won't be covering it here. To create your app, log on to the developer dashboard, click Create a New App, enter the name of your app. We'll call our experience Blossom Buddy. Just a note, the name is permanent and cannot be changed. From Platform, select Meta Horizon Store, then click Create. Next, we're going to upload our app for review. We can do this using the Meta Quest Developer Hub, which can be downloaded from the Meta Horizon documentation at the QR code seen here on screen. In the Quest Developer Hub, click on App Distribution on the left side navigation bar and select your app from the list. Click the Upload button on the release channel you're targeting and select the APK file for your app. Follow the instructions to select and upload your app's APK file. Then click Upload. Just a note, you should plan to submit your app for review at least 2 weeks in advance of when you plan to launch. This allows us enough time to review your app and for you to make any changes if necessary. During the review, Meta will verify that your assets and copy meet our design guidelines and approve your release. For an overview of the application review process, check out our detailed guide, An App's Journey Through Meta's Requirements. Once you've passed all the VRCs, built a strong early community, set up your product detail page, and created your app in the developer dashboard, it's time to start getting feedback from players. Beta testing is your first real step towards being ready to launch. Over on the Meta Quest developer dashboard, you can create beta release channels or closed alpha beta programs to organize these playtests. Make sure to invite a diverse group of testers via email or shareable links, and provide clear instructions on how to give feedback. Setting up a private Discord or Facebook group for your testers is a great way to collect bug reports, usability feedback, and performance data. To add playtesters, use release channels in the developer dashboard. Head to Distribution, Release Channels, and then choose a channel like Beta. If you want to invite people via a link, click on Settings and enable Grant Access to Users by URL, and copy the URL that's generated. If you want to invite people via email, head to Users, then Email Invite Users, and enter their email address. Regular playtesting sessions help you identify issues early and iterate quickly, improving your app's stability and user experience before launch. To wrap up, getting your experience ready for the Meta Horizon store is a thorough process, but we're here to support you every step of the way. For more detailed steps about everything we talked about today, including all the links, tools, and resources that you'll need, head over to the official guide, Submitting Your App. If you have any questions or need any help at all, be sure to contact our new support channels at Meta Horizon Support on X and Reddit. And definitely be sure to use the Contact Us tab on the developer dashboard. You did it! Congrats on publishing your first experience to the Meta Horizon store. We cannot wait to see what else you built.
The last half of 2024, I was completely burned out. I've been working on a game for 6 years and was nowhere near done. Because of my mental state, every piece of code took 10 times longer than it usually did. I calculated that I'd run out of money to pay rent within 3 months. Most of my team members understandably had to step away for financial reasons. And the ones that still remained had the belief that we could make it. I was dreading telling them that that may never be the case, because for the first time in my game development journey, I was considering quitting. My dad, once a quiet believer, was having intense arguments with me. It was heartbreaking because now he was one of my biggest opponents. The urge to quit was strong, but I knew deep inside that I would always wonder what could have been. So I had to release at least one game to find out what would happen. With time and money running out, I had to come up with something fast. That's when I took one of the biggest gambles of my creative career. I restarted from scratch and made a brand new game within 3 months. This game, called Plastic Battlegrounds, achieved within several months of release 15,000 Discord followers, a 4.9 rating on the Meta Horizon store with over 7,000 reviews, hundreds of thousands of sales, becoming the #4 top seller. Even my dad plays the game and answers players' questions on social media. So, how did this happen when I was so close to giving up? I'm Kang Nguyen, founder of Simulated Minds and creator of Plastic Battlegrounds. I'm going to share with you how my early access sandbox title succeeded despite a short development cycle, burnout, and no money in a competitive market. The game I was working on at the time was a PCVR sandbox battle simulator called Cry of Athena, which lets you create battles from across time periods. But it was way too ambitious. On top of that, I wanted a simultaneous Meta Quest and PCVR release, but porting Cry of Athena to Meta Quest would take longer than my money could stretch, and my willpower was running low. I knew I could carry over some things, but not everything. One of the hardest things to program was close combat melee physics. I could simplify Cry of Athena, but I couldn't just leave melee physics out because that's what players would expect. The universal time period of the game also meant dozens of gameplay systems, AI types, levels, and more. I thought to myself, if only I didn't have to port all these things over and just work on singular aspects such as the shooting mechanics, which I knew were much easier to code. That's when the original inspiration came back to me. It all goes back to this little guy and how a small soldier could turn into big dreams. This right here, this is my favorite person. I love this person because he represents a version of me that was creative and free. As a kid, I loved playing in ways that stretched my imagination. One of my favorite things to do was play with toy soldiers. Entire war movies played out on the living room floor. I could direct my own films and populate it with as many soldiers, explosions, and high-intensity moments as I wanted to, using my imagination. I had an inclination towards games that let me take the reins on creativity. I found the same joy as playing with toy soldiers through making battles and war scenarios within level editors, especially within real-time strategy games. It was like I had unlimited toy soldiers to play with, and I didn't even have to imagine all of it. Some level editors played out in real time, meaning I didn't have to go through a tedious process to play my creations. They played out in front of me even as I was making the levels, with toy soldiers battling the second I placed them down. This later became a major foundation of Cry of Athena. I took that same concept, but allowed players to directly involve themselves in the battles using virtual reality. Going one step further, or backward in this case, I realized that I could cut straight to the source of inspiration, toy soldiers. I would combine toy soldiers with Cry of Athena to merge two of my favorite childhood experiences, and this would create Plastic Battlegrounds. It was perfect because it extracted the core aspects of Cry of Athena and put it into a simpler toy soldier form. I shared a plan to make this game with my team member Cody Vidal. He'd just been let go of his day job, so it was go time for both of us. I would work on programming and overall game design while he would work on levels and music. Cody's nostalgia about toy soldier video game titles from the 90s meant that this pivot was as inspirational to him as it was to me. 3D artist Mitchell Sturdivant provided us with a toy soldier model. The plan was to build Plastic Battlegrounds, or PBG for short, as a stepping stone for Cry of Athena. I would run out of money by November, so I set a hard deadline on October 15th, which coincidentally was both the date of my birthday and the release date of the Meta Quest 3S. A big part of this was because I couldn't imagine turning another year older without releasing a game. Originally, we were hoping PBG would sell enough to pay for 2 or 3 months worth of rent, so I could complete Cry of Athena. This plan needed to consider one big handicap: the burnout that I was facing. Burnout is a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by long-term stress. Ideally, someone with burnout should find the time to step away completely. And by no means do I recommend taking on something as risky as this with burnout. But what did I do when I was burnt out but had to keep going? First, I found inspiration. I switched to Plastic Battlegrounds in the first place as a way to mitigate my burnout. I knew that it would bring back the inspiration that I needed to work on games. It also simplified the development process into aspects that I found personally enjoyable, such as programming the AI soldiers. I minimized the amount of time I spent on features I wouldn't enjoy by working smarter. I coded in a simplistic way that my programmers today would call barbaric. but it was good and solid enough to make a fun and functional game. Another aspect is to be resourceful. I relied on online communities, such as the one in Meta Horizon Start, to learn how to create a game from scratch for Meta Quest, since I'd only been working on PC VR before. My fellow developers of the Meta Horizon Start community helped me solve Unreal Engine-specific problems, troubleshoot critical issues uploading the game to the store, and made sure that I passed virtual reality checks. Once, a group of developers even banded together to help me solve a fringe API issue that prevented me from uploading the game to the store. They're truly the unspoken heroes of the story. All of this freed up much needed time to focus on the core gameplay. If you want to have the same access to the resources, support, and dev community that I did, scan the QR code here to apply for Meta Horizon Start. The next part is balancing health with discipline. Step away from the computer, exercise, and eat healthy. This gives you fuel to keep going. You need to have determination and grit. One thing that always inspired me to keep going is my family. They escaped the war zone, losing my brother in the process, but still found success. I do it for them. So put one foot in front of the other every day until you can achieve it. It's possible to soldier on while taking care of yourself. The final part is planning out your release goals in an achievable way. I focused only on the highest impact features that not only I could do by myself, but that I knew would make Plastic Battlegrounds stand out even against the biggest games. These features included satisfying physics, such as having the toy soldiers break apart when you shoot them, and giving them ragdoll physics so they can be shoved around and thrown with your hands. You can switch between being human or toy-sized, watching over the battlefield, or fighting in it yourself. Another unique feature was having the gameplay feel like a real-time level editor, allowing players to be both creative and in the action, giving it replayability as well as fast time to fun. Despite there being the successful games with toy soldiers in the past, there have been no games that allow you to treat it like an actual toy box, especially in VR. There's an entire button on the controller dedicated to spawning things like soldiers and weapons. So the gameplay centralizes around creation, fast time to fun, and involving yourself in the action. Pricing matters. Our original game, Cry of Athena, was supposed to release within early access in several months of development, but there was one thing holding me back: expectations. We aimed for a $20 game, but I didn't want to let down our potential players by giving them something that wasn't worth their time or money. Hence, I kept pushing it back. I had an epiphany that I could just make Plastic Battlegrounds cheaper, and that allowed me to get over my perfectionism and release on time. I priced the game really cheap at $5. Then I aimed to over-deliver. We updated frequently after release, and only increased the price along with major updates. This showed players that we were self-aware and helped build trust. On social media, Plastic Battlegrounds blew up within several weeks of release. What made Plastic Battlegrounds unique was that it combined creative freedom with a light milsim style. This meant players can make their own war films, or what some call these days, cinema. This was very apparent in Claymation VR's videos, which got over hundreds of millions of views due to his intense action sequences and passionate acting. The game gave players like him an easy way to direct and act in their own films that had the intensity of war movies, but with a toy soldier theme. This made it friendly for all audiences and allowed the game to have a very strong marketing capability. The battle isn't over once you've got a hit. One of the big reasons we succeeded, despite our challenges, was because we listened to the community. Please, developers, listen and communicate with your players. Many games fall apart or don't reach their potential just because developers think they're above the players. You have to put away your ego if you want to win. Be accountable and admit fault readily. You can find me online and in the review section, personally responding to concerns. I filtered by low reviews and looked at the most frequent complaints, and that's what we tackled. It was working because the complaints stopped coming as ratings increased. We were transparent and put disclaimers on new features that may have bugs. We indicated much more was coming through a roadmap, and most importantly, we actually delivered on our promises through frequent updates and will continue to do so. If you're in touch with your players, they will become your champions. Don't focus on money or being the top seller. Make a game that is good first by working with a community, and the rest will follow. Today, the game supports not only just me, but an international team of almost a dozen developers. This includes most of the original team. It has changed our lives. With the massive support we've gotten, we continue to update the game and will continue to use it as a foundation for future releases, such as Cry of Athena. Multiplayer is also on the way. Thanks to all the developers who helped make the game, to friends and family, Meta Horizon Start, and most of all, to our players. Thanks for watching, and have a great Meta Connect.
I feel the change within. I think I'll transform again.
VR development covers the whole arc, learning the basics, sharpening workflows, and preparing for the store. After sessions like these, it's easy to see how you could get caught up in the demos, and I think our roving reporter might have done just that. So, let's check in with Dilmer and see what he's been up to.
Some games go fully immersive. Once you're in, you disappear into the world. Others are blending mixed reality and overlapping the physical world with the virtual world in ways that it feels fresh. The bigger picture here is that VR is actually taking us to new places, and spatial tools are going to allow us to take it even further. But for now, I have somebody that I want you to meet. So let's go ahead and meet her. All right, we made it inside, and I'm here with Tina, who is a really good friend and an XR pioneer. Also, one of the first ones to release an application for Spatial SDK. But for those of you who don't know, I know Tina pretty well. She's really well known in the XR industry. But could you introduce yourself, Tina?
Sure. So my name is Tina. I'm a technical French entrepreneur, and I've been building AR and VR apps for 10 years now. I feel very privileged to have been working with companies that are leading the industry in key areas such as creativity, productivity, and entertainment. And these days, I mostly experiment with the newest generations of headsets and, of course, glasses.
No, that's amazing. Tina has a lot of knowledge. And with that knowledge, could you explain what a Spatial SDK is?
Well, you know, Spatial SDK is probably what you are looking for if what you plan to build looks more like a mobile app rather than a super immersive video game. You know, like these apps that are UI-rich and maybe in a window, if you want that app to fit nicely within other apps in Horizon OS, then, well, that is the proper tool to use Spatial SDK. As, you know, Mark said yesterday, 3D engines like Unity, they're super great, but when it comes to app development, you may want to use a proper app development SDK, and Spatial SDK is exactly what you want to use.
No, I love that. So talking about Spatial SDK, how do you see Spatial SDK unlocking new possibilities for VR developers?
Well, you know, back in France, I often take the train, and over the years, I've realized that like being able to immerse myself using a VR headset is a nice productivity hack. I can avoid any visual distractions. And imagine like a document editing app in which I could pick an environment to avoid any visual distraction. This kind of app, which is UI-rich and has many editing features, and where the 3D and immersiveness is kind of a secondary objective. Well, in this kind of situation, Spatial SDK is so much easier to build that kind of app rather than a 3D engine. And, you know, If you're an Android developer and coming from mobile, you may already have built this type of app. So you could reuse your existing code base and extend the capabilities of your app with a special full-screen immersive mode for Quest in which your users could be able to write without any distraction.
No, I love that answer. And I know like a Spatial SDK is one of those that when you hit play, it deploys automatically to the Quest and it's really, really instant. So lastly, an additional question. What are some use cases that you are super passionate about that you see a big potential for a Spatial SDK?
Well, let's think about the future. And I've seen this in the past 10 years. Those headsets, they obviously tend to get lighter and more comfortable over time. And what would you like to do with those light and comfortable headsets? For me, it's productivity and entertainment. And I would love to have, let's say, an AI companion that automatically creates sticky notes for me and pin them on the wall back in my office so I cannot miss anything that's important about work. And when I come home, I would love to match an immersive documentary that leverages 3D interactive assets and, let's say, well, immersive 180 videos. And these use cases are exactly the kind of apps you can build today with Spatial SDK.
No, I love that. And Tina, thank you so much. You have a lot of experience in XR. I am a fan. But for now, thank you so much. Back to Kimberly.
Thanks, Dilmer and Tina. What we just heard shows how quickly immersive tools are expanding, and that's just the beginning. Up next, our developer sessions take you deeper, exploring Spatial SDK, Android, and WebXR, and how these tools are expanding what's possible.
Running your Android app in VR has never been easier. So let's take a look at how you can do so in Meta Horizon OS. Whether you're a seasoned Android developer looking to bring your existing Android app into the immersive world, or a novice developer looking to start fresh, Meta Horizon OS makes it straightforward to get your app running in VR with minimal effort. I'm Akash Joshi, Director of Partner Engineering at Meta, and I work with developers such as yourself in bringing your apps to the MetaQuest devices. As you may already know, Meta Horizon OS is built on Android open source project, so the development process will be very familiar territory for any Android developers. What this means is that your existing apps, whether built with Jetpack, React Native, Flutter, or native Android, can run on MetaQuest devices with little to no modification. Also, the Meta Horizon OS shell handles input translation, so tap, touch, and scroll gestures will work just like on a phone, but now in a VR environment. So as you can see, MetaQuest is no longer just for games or purely immersive experiences. It is also for cool and useful Android apps that are used by people every day. For example, popular apps like WhatsApp and Instagram are already available on the Meta Horizon store for users. Now let's get started with building for Meta Horizon OS. As a first step, we will start by launching Android Studio, opening your project, and then we will download the Meta Horizon plugin for Android Studio. This plugin is going to be essential to make this project compatible with Meta Horizon OS. The plugin will automatically notify you about all the unsupported dependencies like phone calling or GPS in your code and suggest an alternate way of handling them. Meta Horizon OS doesn't support some of the Android libraries, so you'll need to replace them with equivalents that are recommended by Meta. The Meta Horizon plugin will help you analyze your code and point out all these required changes, making compatibility straightforward and easy. With Android's product flavors, you can use the same code base to support mobile and MetaQuest devices. Each product flavor creates its own APK file and can have its own source code, manifest, and dependencies. The plugin will help you set up a MetaQuest flavor as well that will take care of this. Now that our app is compatible, let's start by testing the app. MetaQuest Developer Hub, also known as MQDH, is an application for Windows and Mac OS that allows developers to manage devices, debug their apps, and submit apps to the Meta Horizon store. In the Device Manager tab of MQDH, you can also cast your device's screen to your computer for easy development. The simplest way to do this is to plug your MetaQuest device into your computer and just hit the play button in Android Studio. This will generate an APK and make your app appear on your MetaQuest device for you to use. You can do anything that your users will be able to do with the app, similar to when they would download your app from the Meta Horizon store. Now that your app works and is running, let's work on making it more VR friendly. MetaQuest supports panels in different ways. Your app can coexist with other panels with seamless multitasking, or you can enable focus mode, making your app front and center. In either case, your app is freely resizable and can work in VR as well as pass-through modes. Also, you can consider camera permissions for selfie and pass-through cameras to enhance the user experience. For audio experiences, you can add spatialized audio by enabling Dolby Atmos. Now, there are several options to upload your app to the Meta Horizon store once it's ready. You can generate a signed APK from Android Studio, and if you have MetaQuest Developer Hub installed on your local development machine, you can use it to directly push your APKs to your app's release channel. Or you can take the APKs and go to the Meta Horizon developer website and upload them directly. Once uploaded, then you can kick off the store submission process where you'll have to provide all the assets and collaterals such as screenshots, descriptions, categories, etc. that is going to inform the users about your app. And that's it. To wrap up, today we covered a brief step-by-step guide to making your Android app compatible with Meta Horizon OS. We're excited to see what you build and bring to the Meta Horizon store. To get started, you can search for Meta Horizon on the Android Studio Marketplace, or you can check out the detailed documentation for Android app development on the Meta Horizon developer website. Thanks a lot for joining this session and watching.
Hi, did you know that MetaQuest isn't just for game developers? If you have experience with mobile development, then you already have what it takes to be a VR wizard. My name is Aiden Tran, and I work on Meta Spatial SDK. In this talk, I'm going to show how you, regardless of experience, can use Spatial SDK to bring your best ideas to life. I'll cover how to build your first app and some useful development workflows. Then, I'll introduce a partner engineer who will cover common use cases for Spatial SDK. Getting started with Spatial SDK is quick and simple. Install the Meta Horizon plugin for Android Studio, click New Spatial SDK Project, then click Create to build your first app. The green play button in the New Project window runs the app on device. The starting app showcases different ways Android UI can be implemented in Spatial SDK. In Spatial SDK, your main entry point is the immersive activity. Launching an immersive activity creates a spatial environment in the headset. In the onCreate function, we load in our 3D objects and 2D panels as defined in Meta Spatial Editor. For context, MetaQuest devices can already run regular Android apps. They're hosted in Windows on the home menu. Spatial SDK adds to this and allows Android to create immersive experiences on Meta Horizon OS. Because Spatial SDK is fundamentally Android, we can leverage the existing ecosystem of tools and workflows to make spatial development easy. Building out UI in Spatial SDK is the same as mobile development. An example workflow could look like this. You make changes to the UI and preview them in your IDE. Once you get it to a state you like, launch your app and make adjustments in real time with live edits. If something still seems off, you can view logs with Logcat, attach a debugger, or run a Perfetto trace to debug performance. For those of you who don't yet have a headset, I've got great news. Coming soon to the Meta Horizon plugin, Spatial Simulator lets you iterate on your Spatial SDK app without the hassle of a physical device. With Spatial Simulator, you'll be able to test all of the same functionality as you would with your headset and controllers. Now that we've covered a typical UI iteration loop in Spatial SDK, I'd like to introduce our tools that are unique to spatial development. To introduce spatial development, I would start with Meta Spatial Editor. Spatial Editor is our scene composition tool. You can lay out 3D assets, arrange panels, and assign app functionality all within the editor. After you update your scene, you can quickly verify changes with Spatial SDK's Hot Reload feature. Just save your work in Spatial Editor and see the changes in-app. Spatial Editor and Hot Reload are extremely useful for quickly building out your scenes. But to debug 3D app state, you should use the Data Model Inspector. The Data Model Inspector allows you to peek underneath the hood of Spatial SDK. You can search for your objects, view their state, and even make edits in real time. It's best used alongside other tools like Cast Input Forwarding or the upcoming Spatial Simulator. To learn more about 3D development with Spatial SDK, check out our samples and read up on our documentation. As you develop with Spatial SDK, you'll find the combination of tools and workflows that work best for you. Now that you know how to build with us, I'm handing it over to Michael Bork to showcase the amazing things you can create with Spatial SDK.
Hi, I'm Michael Bork, a partner engineer at Meta. I work closely with many of our managed developers who are building with Spatial SDK. Based on my experiences, I'd like to share some of the key use cases being built with Spatial SDK and the capabilities available to you. First, many devs using Spatial SDK are spatializing their existing Android apps to make an experience that is both familiar to users and differentiated for Meta Quest. Spatializing is taking what's great about a mobile Android app and leveraging the native capabilities of Meta Quest to build something new. By default, Android activities launch as 2D panel apps in the home menu. Adding Spatial SDK to your Android project lets you break out of that panel with 3D assets, environments, or even just more panels. For example, imagine a mobile shopping app augmented to allow users to see and manipulate 3D virtual representations of catalog items. Or a streaming app with the ability to immerse users in scenes from their favorite shows. That's the benefit of immersive apps. You can learn how to spatialize your existing 2D app through a tutorial on our documentation site. We've mentioned 2D panel apps and also immersive experiences, but let's say you're interested in enabling both forms on a single app. Hybrid apps are apps with both of these modes and the ability to switch between them. Immersive mode, for taking advantage of the spatial and interactive features of Meta Quest. And panel mode, for the ability to enjoy a Meta Quest optimized version of your mobile app that can be multitasked with other Meta Quest applications. Take, for instance, a travel booking app that allows users to browse destinations while watching a video or listening to a podcast via panel mode. Then, when they're ready to start booking, users can enter immersive mode to get a 360 view of the destination along with multiple side-by-side panels to cross-reference flights, hotels, maps, and more. To add hybrid functionality, all you need to do is set up 2 different activities in your Android manifest, then switch between them in your app logic. To see more implementation details, check out our hybrid app sample on GitHub. Media is another big use case for Spatial SDK. From streaming movies, to experiencing immersive formats like 180 or 360 videos, to reliving memories through 3D photos, Meta Quest is the best way to experience media. For those interested in building a media app, we've created a great jumping-off point with our premium media sample on GitHub. In this sample, you'll find out how to utilize Exoplayer and the in-depth panel configuration options of Spatial SDK to support stereoscopic, 180, and 360 video playback. For instance, enabling stereoscopic video on a panel is as simple as adding a single line of code. You'll also learn how to utilize shaders to create spectacular environmental lighting effects and floor reflections. Last but not least, you'll see how easy it is to implement playback for Dolby Atmos-enabled videos. With all these features, developers have everything they need to create an unforgettable viewing experience for their users. Lastly, I want to talk about mixed reality and pass-through. The ability to blend the real world with virtual content is truly magical. We recently added support for pass-through camera access, so developers can now combine what the user sees with computer vision and AI to unlock a completely new category of experiences. Our Metaspatial Scanner sample on GitHub allows users to scan objects in their space and get information about these objects in real time. Developers will learn how to access the forward-facing color camera on MetaQuest, perform real-time on-device detection and labeling of objects in the user's field of view, and utilize a Llama model to get more in-depth details about the objects that are detected. We have one final sample we'd like to share. In our UI set sample on GitHub, we show developers how to utilize our UI set library for Spatial SDK. This helps developers integrate the design guidelines for Meta Horizon OS into their apps to make them look and feel like they're part of the MetaQuest platform. As you would expect, these components are all composables and can easily be previewed in Android Studio. We know many of you are already using AI to accelerate and improve your workflows. We want to make it easier for you to incorporate those same workflows into your development pipeline for Meta Horizon OS. And for developers who are still new to AI, we want to make it simple for you to take advantage of AI tooling as you build for MetaQuest. To get started, add our MCP server to your preferred LLM coding assistant. This will bring the knowledge and tools necessary to accelerate your development workflows on Meta Horizon OS with generative AI. Large language models are already great at helping with traditional Android development, but now they're supercharged with Meta Horizon OS and Spatial SDK development context added in. Once connected, you can ask questions about 3D development, spatial UI, general capabilities of Meta Horizon OS, and more. You can also generate code for Spatial SDK. For example, you might generate Jetpack Compose code to build beautiful UI layouts, or sub out a class to handle advanced interactions that work for both hands and controllers. There are concepts that are unique to VR that an LLM can help you navigate and also provide the code to help you implement. Spatial SDK is already enabling some incredible experiences, and we hope this video has demonstrated just how easy it is to get started. With our comprehensive suite of tools, developing immersive apps is faster and more accessible than ever. While we've highlighted a few key use cases, the possibilities with Spatial SDK are truly limitless, and we look forward to seeing what you'll create.
Hi, I'm Felix Zhang from Reality Labs Meta, and today I'm here to show you the future of immersive web development. If you're not familiar with the term immersive web, imagine this. You're browsing the web, shopping for sneakers, you find a pair you like, click a button, and boom, you're in a fully immersive environment with the shoe right in front of you. You can pick it up, see every detail up close, and measure your foot for the perfect fit and try every colorway, all from your living room. Once you've made your decision, you can add it to your cart and seamlessly return to the regular web page to finish checkout. Don't believe me? You can experience this today at mr.puma.com. And that is the magic of immersive web experiences. We start from a familiar web page, and the same web page can tap into the full potential of XR devices, creating rich, immersive worlds all around you. This is possible because of WebXR, a web standard that brings immersive capabilities directly to browsers using the same technologies everyone knows: JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. With WebXR, you get access to hardware-accelerated graphics, precise tracking, versatile input, and spatial awareness, all while staying in the familiar web development ecosystem. The potential here is limitless, which is why we've been on a journey to make immersive web development accessible to everyone. 2 years ago, we launched the Immersive Web Emulator, a browser extension that lets developers test WebXR experiences without a headset. Last year, the Immersive Web Emulation Runtime reimagined emulation as flexible JavaScript libraries able to run in any environment of your choice. No extension required. And this year, I'm excited to introduce the Immersive Web SDK, a complete collection of frameworks and tools that makes building immersive web experiences as approachable as traditional web development. We built it on Three.js, the most popular JavaScript 3D library, paired with a high-performance entity component system implementation that scales from simple prototype to complex applications. But what really sets this SDK apart is our highly automated workflow designed for web developers, alongside our pre-built interactions that can save you months of development time. Let's get into it. This interactive CLI will ask you some questions and walk you through the setup. In just under a minute, you will have a complete development environment. The project structure is clean and intuitive. Your code lives in source, 3D assets in public, spatial UI panels in UI, and, if you choose it, metaspatial for visual scene composition. This structure clearly separates different parts of your project, enabling smooth collaboration among developers, designers, and tech artists. Plus, we've configured a production-ready build pipeline and dev server just for you. Jump in and start creating. Now watch this. I'll launch the local development server. And here's what you get: a fully immersive WebXR application, virtual hands, grabbable objects, spatial UI, all in the browser. But here is the game changer. You can develop without a headset. Our emulation runtime automatically activates on localhost. Same code, 2 experiences. Immersive in VR, emulated on desktop. Anyone with a laptop can start building for the immersive web today. Now that we have our development environment running, let's build our sneaker configurator. We will start with scene composition. You can do this entirely in code with 3D models and JavaScript. But for those who prefer a visual approach, we've integrated Metaspatial Editor. Yes, the very same editor you might already be using for Spatial SDK development. When developers write components in code, our build system automatically generates definitions that the spatial editor understands. So you can visually attach behaviors like grabbable or interactive to any object and configure their properties, all without touching code. Now here is the cool part. Watch what happens when I import a shoe model and make it grabbable. The moment I save, our development server detects changes and automatically regenerates scene files, instantly reflecting changes in your app. Now, whether you build scenes visually or in code, you can take advantage of our robust asset optimization pipeline. When you build for production, we automatically compress meshes and textures using industry-leading algorithms. The result? Smaller downloads, faster loading times, and better runtime performance. You focus on creating great content, and we will make it performant for the web. Now, for user interfaces, traditionally a major challenge in immersive development, requiring custom layout logic and heavy performance optimization. We addressed both of these by partnering with Bila Bolenda, creator of UIKit, to reimagine spatial UI development. Together, we co-developed a spatial UI authoring language called UIKit ML. As the name suggests, UIKit ML lets you author UI panel using HTML-like syntax and CSS, technologies you already know. We're also launching a VS Code plugin that shows real-time preview of the UI panel as you type. Watch as I create a color selector panel. Every change I make in a UIKit ML file instantly appears in the preview panel. Pretty cool, right? Now let's make this UI interactive. The SDK surfaces the interpreted UI using a document concept inspired by DOM documents. You can use familiar web APIs like getElementById and query selectors to access elements just like you would for 2D web pages. To simplify interactions, we've integrated a universal pointer event system. Desktop clicks, XR controller arrays, and hand tracking all generate spec-compliant pointer events. So when I add a click handler to change the shoe color, it automatically works everywhere. One UI definition, one set of event handlers, infinite interaction possibilities. This is how we make spatial UI as straightforward as traditional web development. All right, now that we have our UI working, let's add physical interactions. We've included a number of pre-built systems to handle common interactions so that you don't have to write your own. For example, let's make the shoe that's hovering on the table grabbable. We can use the one-hand grabbable component for proximity-based grabbing. When you reach close enough, you can grab the shoe by pressing down the grip button. Or we can use distance grabbable to grab objects from afar. Point your selection ray at the shoe, press grip, and watch it fly towards your controller or into your hand. To take this experience even further, let's add movement with our locomotion system. Add a locomotion environment component to your scene, and users can immediately teleport and walk around. The system is performant and fully configurable. We've also built in comfort features like locomotion vignetting with adjustable intensity levels to reduce motion sickness. Everything can be tweaked to match your users' preferences. And these are just the beginning. You can try our systems for spatial audio, physics integration, scene understanding today, with more to come very soon. These production-ready systems let you build rich, interactive experiences without reinventing the wheel. So, we've gone from a simple web page to a fully immersive product configurator with visual scene composition, spatial UI, grabbing interactions, and locomotion, all in just 10 minutes. We're incredibly excited to see what amazing experiences you will create with the Immersive Web SDK. Welcome to the future of web development, where every web page can become a world.
Hello everyone, I'm Michael Bork from Meta. Today you'll hear from two developers who've each found success in VR, albeit through different paths. First, we'll meet Tina Debove-Negro, a French entrepreneur and XR pioneer whose award-winning work in spatial computing has shaped platforms and guided global tech leaders. Next, we'll hear from Gulzar Hamid, a hobbyist developer who just released his very first VR app for MetaQuest. Both Tina and Gulzar will share their unique journeys and experiences with Meta Spatial SDK, and together, their stories show the incredible range of possibilities in VR development.
When building immersive apps, the tools you have shape not just your workflow, they also shape the ideas you're willing to chase. I've been building spatial computing apps for a decade across headsets, glasses, and smartphones. Over that time, I've tried many different approaches to designing and shipping these experiences. However, I kept hitting some fundamental limitations in the dev tools that made me stop developing for these headsets a few years ago. I'm Tina, and today I want to share how Spatial SDK has helped me unlock new kinds of experiences and why it might do the same for you. Back in 2016, I co-founded my first company. We built innovative creativity apps with the goal of letting creators transform their imagination into immersive experiences. And that meant a lot of UI. Dozens of panels and menus, layers of options, and a careful UX to keep it snappy and never overwhelming. And because I believe beautiful tools inspire beautiful work, we also had to make the UI elegant. The problem is, 3D engines like Unity are amazing at immersive environments, but they're terrible at building the kind of complex, responsive UI we needed. These platforms have more than a decade of legacy architecture. We're built with video games in mind, and we're always fighting against our needs. So after years of work around, I eventually hit my breaking point and decided to move on. Now, as a technical founder, I'm obsessed with finding better and faster ways to build for my customers. When Meta announced the Spatial SDK, I had the opportunity to try a new and much more modern way to build apps for Quest that was more in line with my own vision. Getting started with Spatial SDK was surprisingly easy. I have limited Android development experience, and before, I only built native Android plugins for Unity. But within 1 hour of setting up my environment, I had sample apps running on my Quest. For those of you who work with other tools, you get how that was my first clue it would be different this time. With Jetpack Compose, I can finally build spatial UI the same way mobile developers build beautiful apps. It's declarative, it's modern, and because it's popular, I can use AI tools to draft prototypes in minutes, then iterate using Compose previews in Android Studio. I can tap into years of existing libraries instead of wasting time trying to invent the wheel. There was this one time when I needed a dynamic progressive blur on background images, and there was already a package for this. I love that the Spatial SDK uses the entity component system to manage its 3D objects. It makes it really easy to inject dependencies and build interactions and behaviors without having a heavy, fragile architecture. For me, that meant building 10-minute experiences without the weight of an unnecessary complexity. I used to be skeptical, but these days I am a big believer in immersive and spatial media. It's very quickly becoming a popular and casual way of consuming content in our headsets. Some partners want to build experiences that leverage different types of media, such as 3D assets, rectilinear videos, or even stereoscopic 180. I can combine Android's Exoplayer with Spatial SDK to build a highly multimedia experience with seamless transition between the homepage and the video player, real-time UI updates, and comfortable controls. On that front, I was more than happy to see the improvements made by the SDK team over the last several months, who are constantly pushing the limits of video rendering on Quest. Being able to control the pass-through and immersiveness is a game changer. It helps me have more control on the story I want to tell. Because remember, headset apps don't have to be all in VR to be impactful. With Spatial SDK, you can start with a simple floating window that's alongside other apps, immerse the user in an AR exclusive space. If it makes sense, you can enter the user into a VR environment, and afterwards fade back into pass-through or a multitasking view. One of my favorite tricks is using the pass-through API to darken or tint the surroundings, focusing the user on the content while still giving them spatial awareness. Since it's a fairly new and evolving SDK, I recommend adding the framework's documentation in your AI model's context, as well as specific pieces of code from samples. Getting to know the entity component system paradigm might be overwhelming, especially if you are coming from mobile. But don't worry, not all headset apps need 3D right away. So I suggest taking some time to learn how it works using the samples, and maybe ask for a walkthrough using your AI. If you're ready to bring more 3D into your experience, make sure they will look the way you want them to with Meta Spatial Editor. Don't forget Quest is a standalone VR headset, so please avoid complex meshes, UI views, and having too many textures. If your app or experience doesn't need high-fidelity 3D rendering, I suggest considering Spatial SDK. You'll be able to iterate faster in days instead of weeks, giving you more time to ship a product that feels as polished as your favorite mobile app. And if you're like me, you may initially think learning to develop with Spatial SDK is a nice stepping stone for the day we can all wear these casual, all-day AR glasses. But you will be surprised at all the brilliant ideas you may come up with when trying the SDK for today's headsets. Whether you're a mobile app developer or curious about trying a new way to build spatial computing apps, I believe now is the time to try Spatial SDK. It's the right tools for the apps I want to build, and it made me excited to build for Quest again.
From a hobby project, I never expected anyone to use my Meta Spatial SDK app. Now it has an active community across and it helped me find success in app development. This is the first app I have actually shipped and launched, and it has happened because Meta has made spatial development accessible for mobile developers like me. The first time I tried MetaQuest, I was absolutely blown away by the experience. I knew I was looking at the future of computing. After watching MetaConnect 2024 and seeing the Spatial SDK launch, I was immediately excited. I've been building apps and websites since college, mostly hobby projects that I never finished. But the hybrid sample app caught my attention. It showcased how an app could work in both 2D and spatial mode. As a mobile developer, I found the Kotlin-based SDK instantly familiar. The whole experience of seeing your app in 3D is amazing. It's a really cool experience that lets you create immersive experience without needing a full game engine. Initially, I found that viewing my phone through MetaQuest pass-through camera wasn't clear, and I often had to take off my headset to check my phone. To solve this, I built an app called Spatial Phone app, which lets you see your phone clearly in VR. I started with a simple modification to the example app to get a hang of it. I first built a basic pass-through app and then added control features. My experience working in real-time video came in handy as well. At first, I thought no one would use it except me, and I never planned to publish it. but after posting about it on Reddit, several people showed interest and asked for tweaks. That's when I got motivated to complete it. The familiar ecosystem made prototyping and building much easier. If you already have experience with mobile development, the learning curve is actually minimal. The API would feel instantly familiar and you can focus on building engaging interaction instead of wrestling with complex setup. To keep video and audio latency minimal, I made custom changes on the WebRTC stack to maintain good balance between quality and latency. I made use of hardware encoder, performed many adjustments throughout the stack from frame capture, encoding, transmission as bitstream to receiving on MetaQuest. What really motivated me was seeing MetaQuest multitasking feature at launch, which made it easy for my app to be used alongside other apps. The response completely exceeded my expectation. I now have a small but active community that I actively engage with across Discord. Community members started posting their creative user scenario. Some people are using my app as a field of view tool for drone piloting, baby monitors, and others to be able to check their phone while immersed in VR. What surprises me most is how people found entirely new use cases I never anticipated. The community feedback has been invaluable, and several users have requested feature like a built-in QR scanner to streamline the setup process. For my next major update, I'm going all in with the full immersive mode that will include a dedicated mouse trackpad experience for iPhone users, complete with a cinematic theater-like atmosphere. If you are a mobile developer, the barrier to entry has never been lower. The tools are familiar, the documentation is excellent, and there's a real opportunity to be early in this rapidly growing ecosystem. Try the MetaQuest experience, then start building. We should start developing and testing with users now. So when this technology becomes more accessible, we'll already be ahead of the curve, ready to shape the future. My heartfelt thanks to my sister Gulavsha for her creativity in designing the posters and the banner of the app description page, and to my wife Zoya for her unwavering support during the long hours I spent developing the app.
I feel the change within. I think I'll transform again.
The developer canvas keeps widening, with more ways to design, test, and share experiences. Across the industry, AI is advancing quickly, opening up new possibilities for developers everywhere. The last piece of the toolkit we are highlighting today is Llama, giving builders the flexibility to fine-tune models for specific needs and uncover insights that drive their work. Up next, developer sessions on best practices for fine-tuning and strategies for working with unstructured data. And stay with us, we'll have a little more before the day is done.
Llama models have now existed for 3 years, and fine-tuning these is well understood. But there's so many ideas and best practices which you can follow once you start customizing these. Now, whether you're just starting out with large language models or looking to optimize your current existing workflows, this session will cover tips, tricks, and actionable insights for you to start applying Llama in real-world scenarios. I'm Sayam Bhutani, partner engineer working on Llama models. My work focuses on helping partners get the most out of Llama models, right from the very first experiment to large-scale deployments. And for those that know, when I'm not fine-tuning these models, I'm probably fine-tuning my chai recipe. I promise to keep it more hands-on and useful for your time. we learn about the most common questions you'll encounter after your first few experiments. And then I'll walk through how to tackle each of them one by one. Finally, I'll connect it all together and share how different research papers from the industry back these ideas. Fine-tuning Llama models is straightforward. We provide a lot of resources from day one, making it very simple to get started on our partner platforms. But after you run your first few experiments, you might quickly run into a few open-ended questions. And here's the feedback we've heard from you. While fine-tuning these models is easy, most of the effort goes into data preparation. And it's relatively not clear what the best practices are there. We don't have a streamlined interface sometimes as well for applying these best practices. The overarching questions we hear are, what if I don't have any examples to customize my model with? How many examples do I actually need? What model do I start with? And I think we have a very large model family, which makes it harder to know what model size to start with. And once you've picked a model, how do you squeeze maximum model performance? Now, while there's many approaches and ideas you can tackle, one thing is clear. At the heart of this problem is post-training datasets. That's why we created an open-sourced synthetic data kit that makes it very easy to generate high-quality datasets for post-training. The goal is to simplify your customization journey with an open-source package. Now, let's start addressing these questions one by one. What if I don't have any datasets to start with? Well, most of the times, you don't lack datasets, you lack question answer pairs. Many enterprises have their knowledge scattered across documents. How do we bring these back into a fine-tuning format? So on the screen, you can see here, we let you parse in multiple files using the ingest command. I've just pointed the kit to a folder containing multiple of these files. And what's going to happen now is it will extract the text from these. In fact, you can even add a multimodal flag to extract the knowledge from charts and images. Behind the scenes, this is going to parse all of this information and store it as a text file. Once you have this, you can see we have a folder with all the knowledge. At this stage, you want to create the QA pairs. So we simply call the create command. Now, as I promised, this is all customizable. So here you can see me running the commands help, which will show you the different options to create QA pairs based on the text. If you want to customize it, you can also go ahead and edit the prompts to match your need. For example, if you want to improve summary writing using Llama, with the same command, you can easily pass a flag and use a custom prompt to guide the output. All right. The next big question is, how many examples do I really need to get great results? If you look at the Llama paper, it claims even 1,000 examples can deliver strong performance with the LLM. This suggests that we should probably focus more on curating the datasets while creating them. So of course, we offer a simple curate command where you can use Llama as a judge. And here you can see we're setting a prompt and a threshold to filter out low quality examples and save them. The next question in our journey is, how do we extract maximum performance from a model? Distill Step by Step is a very popular paper which taught us that we can use a larger model to distill chain of thought reasoning into a smaller model. This gives the model stronger performance in a specific domain. To do this, we can just use the COT enhance command, where you can use Llama to generate and add chain of thought to existing QA pairs. This allows us to use a larger Llama model, and then we can distill the knowledge to a smaller one. Finally, once you're happy with the QA pairs, you can save all of these outputs with the save as command to any format And in this case, you can see we're saving it to the JSON format. We give you the flexibility for integrating these data sets into any workflow. So that was a lot of information. Let's take a moment to look at a flowchart and recap all of the ideas we got here. Now, the papers we referenced in this talk are visible on the flowchart, and these are ideas that we have implemented. Please check out the papers if you want a deeper dive. But the first question we looked at was, how do you get labeled data? Well, use existing documents and convert them into QA pairs. The second one is, how many examples do you really need? Start small. Even 1,000 examples can be really effective. Use Llama as a judge to evaluate quality. Finally, what if you need stronger performance or stronger reasoning? Distill reasoning from a larger model. Once you've run a few experiments, here's some general tips that we've learned that work really well. Start with the smallest model first. Start simple. Establish your baseline so you know how to iterate. You have a good baseline you're working with. And it's always a good idea to overfit on a very small subset to make sure your framework is working and your models are actually learning. Trust me, you want to nail that part down. And gradually scale your data sets with experiments. Now, finally, treat this as an art. There's no single answer. So please remember to have fun, keep an open mind, and this open mindset with every specific use case is the key. Thank you so much for joining today's session. Please check out Synthetic Data Kit, and all of these resources, we have made them available in the repository. I also highly recommend you to check out Llama Cookbook for end-to-end examples on building with Llama models. You can access all of this knowledge via the QR code on your screen. Most importantly, fine-tuning is really an art, as I said, so please remember to drink chai and make sure you have fun.
Let's face it, navigating the world of enterprise AI in recent years has felt a bit like strapping in for a thrill ride. We have moved fast. What started as dipping our toes into emerging AI tools has quickly grown into AI models becoming everyday partners in business operations. Now, this technology isn't just about buzzwords or experiments. It's about driving real, measurable impact across organizations. If you are in an enterprise setting, you know all too well the headaches that come with wrestling huge volumes of data. Think PDFs, invoices, reports of every kind. The stakes are high. You have to keep data protected, follow strict governance, and still extract insights that actually matter. In this section, we will learn how to leverage Llama to process your rich documents that help with building robust downstream applications. My name is Varun Vontimita, Partner Engineering Manager leading our AI ecosystems team at Meta. My team is responsible for building scalable solutions that reduce friction for developers to use Llama models. When we talk to developers, we heard the same pain points over and over. Instead of focusing on solving the real problem, they spend huge amounts of time parsing documents. And guess what? The scripts they write end up becoming fragile as the formats keep changing all the time, or they are not consistent. Also, for complex documents, the data is difficult to query, filter, or manipulate, resulting in hard to automate. These issues have a real cost. Reporting slows down, analytics take longer, and multiple teams end up solving the same problem in parallel. So they can unblock themselves. And guess what happens? The source of truth is different for each team. This is not a fun place to be. More importantly, it means we miss out on opportunities to create products with clean and accessible data. So, what is rich data or complex data formats? Here's a snapshot. Information presented in a highly visual formats like charts, graphs, and tables in this research paper. As much as I would love to understand all the complex charts, the question is, can the large language model understand this data and convert into a format that is optimized for machine processing? And how can the model make it easy for downstream applications to use the converted data? For example, these charts and tables are images that cannot be used directly for generating any insights. It needs to be transformed into structured formats before we can run queries, power analytics, or feed into ML models for training. Now that you understand what complex data format is and how it impacts downstream applications, let's talk about how Document Lens can help you here. Document Lens is a simple to-use recipe that can take complex nested information such as tables and graphs buried in PDFs and transform it into structured formats like JSON, SQL, or Python datasets. This bridges the gap between raw data and the systems that needs it. Document Lens takes these visually rich inputs, think nested tables, complex charts, and extracts structured data from them. Whether you need the data as a JSON for analytics, or write SQL queries for populating a database, or generating QA datasets for training LLMs, the process is streamlined. This means you can plug the outputs directly into business tools, AI pipelines, or automated workflows. Now, let's talk about some best practices. Context. Context or metadata describing a piece of information can be almost as important as the information itself. A strong OCR model can extract text and tables, but cannot add contextual information describing what was extracted. With Document Lens recipe, which uses Llama model for inferencing, you don't need a separate OCR module for parsing and a separate AI model to make sense of what was parsed. Consistency. LLM outputs are sensitive to prompts, sampling params, and can be notoriously stochastic. By keeping the sampling params and input prompts consistent, we can ensure minimal deviations of the output over multiple inferences. Specificity or application-specific parsing. Information needs to be extracted in a format suitable for where it should be used. It's important to tightly define the output schema so the Llama knows exactly what is expected and does the task as needed. Reasoning. An OCR model can only extract and write information. With Llama, we can take it a step further. Llama can perform basic reasoning on the data before outputting it. For example, given a list of transactions, Llama can understand the dates and directly identify the first transaction of each month, all within a single process. This means you get not just raw data, but meaningful insights without any extra steps. Let's walk through an example. Here's a research paper full of tables, charts, and text designed for human readers. Our goal is to extract every relevant piece of information and make it machine readable. Extraction starts with carefully crafted prompts. These prompts tell the system exactly what to capture: text blocks, table contents, and relevant images. The first output is usually a single JSON file per document, with each entry containing all the extracted artifacts, including the tables in JSON, making it easy to process further. Here's an example of the first output stage: a JSON file. It includes not only the extracted text and tables, but also contextual metadata like descriptions and units of measurement. This makes the output easy for search, retrieval, and querying. Once we have our structured JSON, it can be sent anywhere: an Excel sheet for quick review, SQL database for querying, vector index for semantic search, or even a knowledge graph for linking across datasets. What's key here is that Document Lens doesn't just extract data. It understands it and preserves the context for every piece of information. In this example, every table from the PDF is extracted into its own Excel tab, with tab names automatically generated from the data content. This makes the file ready for immediate preview or downstream processing. So, to summarize, Document Lens is a recipe that can help Llama streamline your document processing all the way from raw files to data storage. It transforms unstructured, visually rich data into clean, structured formats ready for analysis. It can export to JSON, Excel, SQL, vector indices, or any custom format. And it's domain agnostic. The result: faster time to insights, standardized workflows, and outputs that are fully customizable for your enterprise needs. You can access this recipe via the QR code here. I hope you are all inspired to go process all the PDFs now using Llama and Document Lens recipe. Also, I want to take this opportunity to thank Suraj Subramanian, the co-author who helped build this out. Thank you.
I feel the change within. I think I'll transform again.
Our journey today has carried us through the evolving ecosystem of developer technologies, from the foundations that support creation to the breakthroughs changing how experiences come to life. And we wouldn't close without hearing from Loyal Brzezinski, head of Metaverse Emerging Experiences at Meta. Loyal spends his days working with developers in emerging spaces, and I'm glad he's here to share his perspective as we wrap up the day. Hey, Loyal, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me, Kimberly.
So emerging tech covers so much ground at a company like Meta. So what kind of work falls under your umbrella these days?
Yeah, so at Emerging Experiences, we kind of break it up into two different areas. There's the emerging tech piece, where we're looking at how we use Gen AI to create like new AI character experiences or creation as play. Mm-hmm. Then we have things like emerging verticals. So that's like everything outside of games and entertainment, right? So lifestyle, interest, hobbies. So a lot of things like fitness or wellness, or like what the future of spatial shopping looks like.
Nice. And you've been working with developers experimenting in these spaces. So what's the coolest or the weirdest project you've seen so far?
We've had a bunch of cool things going on, but two come to mind real quickly. Mm-hmm. One is we create this AI character experience where the player gets interviewed and you're going through this like CIA-like cross-examination to do like this psychological profiling. And based on the way that you answer all those questions, mm-hmm. it completely changes the game around you. The characters are different, the dialogue is different, and the story arc changes as well. Another one that we're working on right now is really kind of like we're exploring what subconscious dream interpretation looks like, right? So imagine you wake up in the morning, you put your Quest headset on, character greets you and says, how'd you sleep last night, Kimberly? And you go, I had the weirdest dream. And as you're recounting that, the world around you builds to recount that dream. And at the end, it gives you an interpretation of what that might really mean in your conscious life.
Oh, that's fantastic. So from this year's announcements then, like what are the things you're most excited to see developers like get their hands on and really start building with?
You know, two things out of Mark's keynote yesterday are really exciting. First, of course, is the Ray-Ban Meta display glasses, right? That new form factor to get to play with, that thing's gonna be a lot of fun. And second is like, there's been an incredible amount of work that's gone into the new Gen AI Horizon tool suite, right? So allowing our creators to be able to create new worlds with just natural language and very quickly, like I'm so excited to see what everyone comes up with.
Nice. And turning the lens back on you a little bit, if you let yourself dream just a little bit, what kind of breakthroughs would you love to see developers unlock in the next couple of years?
So Richard Newcomb's speech this morning in the developer keynote about contextual AI really resonated for me. This year, we actually worked with a couple developers to kind of tap into the camera APIs on Quest and start to explore what it means to have an always-on live stream and what you can do with that. And there's a lot of fun and magic to be had. So if there's a bunch of developers out there that are interested in working on that, like I highly encourage everyone to do so.
Excellent. Now I'm really, really excited about the future. So Loyal, thank you for sharing your perspective. And folks out there, if you missed any of the QR codes throughout the program, don't worry, all the resources are available in the Connect Toolkit site at developers.meta.com/connect-toolkit. And with every session from today, they'll all be available on demand on the Meta for Developers YouTube channel. So you can revisit and share what inspired you. And wait, do we have one more guest?
And always room for one more person around here.
Thank you all for being part of Connect.
Keep building, keep dreaming.
And keep surprising the world.
We can't wait to see what you create. Thanks, everyone.